Chapter 1. Where the hell am I? Kirito opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by collapsed houses, with a lifeless, unfamiliar woman lying on top of him. His head throbbed, and fragments of memory started to come back. Just moments ago, he had been reading the fanfiction of Naruto. He was about to send a reward to the author, but now he found himself in this strange place. Could it be that he had time traveled? At that moment, a furious roar echoed in the distance, filled with intense hatred and malice. 9 massive, fiery red tails unfurled in the air, generating a violent gust of wind. The nearby houses were torn apart like thin paper, sending wooden boards, dust, and debris flying everywhere. The villagers, who had been going about their peaceful lives, now screamed in terror and despair at the sight. The 9-tailed fox, Kirito murmured, realizing with a shock that he had somehow been transported into the world of Naruto, specifically to the Hidden Leaf Village on the night of the 9 Tails attack. His new body was that of a boy named Fujiwara Kirito, who was not even 6 years old. He had messy black hair, black pupils, and striking features, making him stand out even among the handsome Uchiha clan. However, the situation was dire. His mother had died protecting him, and his father, a special forces member of Konoha, had gone to reinforce the 3rd Hokage, only to die as well. Feeling a sharp pang in his heart, Kirito struggled to move the woman's body off him. Her face, though lifeless, still bore a kind smile. Was this sorrow he felt due to the lingering emotions of the body's original owner? He didn't have time to dwell on it. He needed to flee, and fast. As he ran in the opposite direction of the 9 Tails, he saw destruction everywhere. Villagers and ninjas alike lay scattered, with even a few Anbu among them. But survival was his priority. As he passed an alley, he heard a girl's cry that made him stop. "Mommy, Daddy," the girl sobbed. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a long-haired girl around his age, dressed in grey with a flaming fan emblem on her back. She was crawling against the alley wall, crying, while rocks fell dangerously close to her. A decision flashed in his mind: save her or not. But without hesitation, he dashed towards her, grabbed her hand, and said only, "Follow me closely." Without looking back, he ran towards the crowd. Moments after they left, the alley collapsed under the weight of falling debris. They finally reached a safe area near a shelter, and the girl, still shaken, softly said, "Thank you." Kirito let go of her hand and turned to look at her. She was a beautiful girl with long black hair, a teardrop-shaped mole under her right eye, and delicate features. Her misty eyes were bright and lively, full of spirit. "My name is Uchiha Izumi." "What's your name?" she asked, wiping away her tears. "Kirito, Fujiwara Kirito," he replied, after a brief pause. Internally, he resolved to live under this identity and take care of the body's original owner's unfinished business. He would ensure a proper burial for his mother. As soon as he made this resolution, a rush of memories from the original owner flooded his mind, causing a slight headache. "Are you okay, Kirito-kun?" Uchiha Izumi asked, noticing his discomfort. "I'm fine. Let's keep going," he replied, shaking his head. The two continued towards the shelter. As they approached, Kirito overheard an argument between some Uchiha clan members and a few ninjas dressed in Anbu uniforms, who were actually members of Root. "Go back quickly, Lord Danzo has ordered that no Uchiha clan member can get close to the 9 Tails," one of them barked. "Damn it," Kirito thought, sneering inwardly. Danzo, the second most powerful figure in Konoha after Saratobi Hiruzen, was notorious for his internal power struggles, even during a crisis like this. Not long after entering the shelter, another boy around their age rushed in, carrying a baby. No way, could that be Uchiha Itachi, the future traitor of the Uchiha clan, and his little brother, Sasuke? Kirito thought. Uchiha Izumi's next words confirmed his suspicion. "Itachi," she called, waving to the boy, who approached them calmly, still holding the baby. "Are you okay?" Itachi asked Izumi. "Yes, Kirito-kun saved me," she replied, though her expression grew sad. "But my parents?" "My condolences," Itachi said gently, before turning to Kirito. "Thank you for saving her." Kirito, however, wanted to keep his distance from the boy who would one day slaughter his own family. He simply nodded and found an empty seat far away, avoiding further conversation. "What's wrong with Kirito-kun?" Izumi asked, watching him walk away. Itachi, ever perceptive, noticed Kirito's reluctance to interact with him and assumed it was because he was wary of the Uchiha clan's reputation. "He probably just lost a family member," Itachi replied, adding to himself that Kirito's blood-stained clothes likely meant his family had died protecting him. As Itachi gazed up at the bloody full moon, lost in thought, Kirito, now seated far away, rolled his eyes. "There he goes again, contemplating the meaning of life," he muttered. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, "Ding, the Lolita system is binding. The system has been successfully bound. Capture the heart of your chosen Loli, and you will receive a reward. Given the host's current predicament, we will release a newbie benefit to help you through this difficult time. Your mission is to become the strongest Loli master." The system presented him with two options. 1. Win over Uchiha Izumi. Reward, Kyoka Suijutsu, the Zanpakuto from the world of Bleach. 2. Let Uchiha Izumi fall in love with Uchiha Itachi as in the original story. Reward, a designated theft card from the Naruto world. Dash. End of this chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 2. What in the world is this Lolita control? Is this system trying to get me to do something illegal? Come on, whether it's a wife, a queen, or anyone else, I'm not interested in crimes like that. But I have to admit, this Kakashi jutsu is tempting. It's the Zanpakuto of Aizensuke, the big boss in the bleach world. With it, I might not reach Aizen's level, but I'd be nearly invincible in this world. As these thoughts ran through Kirito's mind, Uchiha Izumi came over and sat next to him. Kirito-kun, what are you thinking about? Nothing, really, Kirito responded, feeling slightly guilty. I just heard from Itachi that your family also. If you're feeling overwhelmed, it's okay to cry. My parents, they. Uchiha Izumi tried to comfort him, but she ended up breaking down in tears herself. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding, as the ultimate Lolita protector, you can't just watch the little one suffer. You have two choices. 1. Comfort her and receive the martial arts technique * God's breath *. 2. Ignore her, and get a pair of Danzo's old underwear from the Naruto world. * Martial arts techniques work in this world? But what's with these weird rewards? Kirito's mouth twitched, and with no other choice, he began to comfort Uchiha Izumi. He gently patted her head and softly said, it's okay. Cry if you need to. Everything will be alright afterward. I'm sure your parents would want to see you safe. He certainly didn't want Danzo's old underwear. After hearing Kirito's words, Izumi couldn't hold back any longer and cried her heart out in his arms. The other refugees around them, hearing her heart-wrenching sobs, were reminded of their own losses and began crying too. For a moment, the entire shelter from elderly women to Uchiha elders was filled with the sound of mourning. Suddenly, the system's voice rang again in Kirito's mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. You are awarded the Zanpakuto, Kakashi jutsu. Would you like to claim it now? Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. You are awarded the Tiangang-ju technique. Would you like to claim it now? So, it's done already. Kirito glanced at the little girl still sobbing in his arms, then looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was consoling Sasuke, and felt a bit stunned. What Kirito didn't know was that in the original story, Uchiha Izumi didn't fall for Itachi because he was outstanding, but because he saved her during her most desperate moment on the night of the nine-tailed fox attack. The hero saves the girl in distress never goes out of style, especially for someone like Uchiha Izumi, who is still in her emotionally formative years. Let's not claim the rewards just yet. He didn't know how the rewards would appear. If a Zanpakuto or a secret technique book suddenly materialized, he would undoubtedly attract Konoha's attention. After all, many of Danzo's root ninjas were monitoring the Uchiha clan here. Danzo, that old vulture, loved collecting special abilities more than anything. After a while, Uchiha Izumi calmed down. Blushing, she stood up from Kirito's arms. I'm sorry, I wanted to comfort you, but I ended up crying instead. Kirito shook his head, indicating it was fine. He looked in the direction of the nine-tailed fox's last roar. When the sound abruptly stopped, he muttered to himself, it seems like it's over. The Nine-Tails incident finally ended with the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, his wife, and countless ninjas. The legendary Minato Namikaze, also known as the Yellow Flash, was gone. It's said that to protect the village, he sealed the Nine-Tails at the cost of his life. The entire ninja world was moved by his self-sacrifice. But while some were moved, others were undoubtedly gloating. Figures like the third Tsuchikage Noki, the fourth Kazekage Raza, and Konoha's own Danzo were secretly pleased. The first two were glad to see Konoha weakened, while Danzo was happy simply because Minato's death opened a potential path for him to seize power. Meanwhile, the tension between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, which had eased under the fourth Hokage, reignited. Danzo and the higher UPS openly suspected the Uchiha clan of orchestrating the Nine-Tails attack, forcibly relocating them to the outskirts of the village and placing them under constant surveillance. The third Hokage, aware of the brewing dissatisfaction, still chose to tolerate Danzo's methods. This decision deepened the rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, making reconciliation increasingly impossible. The next day, Konoha held a grand funeral for the fourth Hokage, his wife, and the fallen ninjas. After Saratobi Hiruzen's emotional speech, the village began its reconstruction in earnest. Since Kirito's original parents were both ninjas, and his father died trying to stop the Nine-Tails, he wasn't sent to an orphanage like the others. Instead, he was given his own residence and a small monthly allowance to get by until he graduated from the Ninja Academy. But Kirito didn't care about any of this. Knowing the dark side of Konoha, he felt no attachment to the village. The moment he was assigned his residence, he shut the doors and windows, then silently called out to the system. System, extract Kakashi jutsu and * God's breath * for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared before his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw a sheathed samurai sword with a light green hilt in front of him. Meanwhile, his mind was flooded with knowledge on how to use Kakashi jutsu and the God's breath technique. Kirito first attempted to use Kakashi jutsu but found that it consumed his chakra. His current body, just a 6-year-old who had only begun learning how to harness chakra, couldn't sustain the technique for long. Next, he tried the God's breath, and a look of uncontrollable joy spread across his face. End of chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 3. This technique is truly magical. Unlike ordinary chakra, which extracts physical and mental energy from 130 trillion cells in the body, it absorbs natural energy from the outside world. To put it in the language of the martial arts world, it is called chi. So, is this also equivalent to an alternative sage mode? And it can be stored in the body and taken out at any time. The higher the level of martial arts, the purer and larger the natural energy that can be stored. It's not like Naruto and Jiraiya, who need to temporarily gather natural energy to use it. Moreover, God's breath has a feature that the ordinary sage mode does not have. That is, after practicing to the highest level, it has nearly instantaneous flash skills and protective chi as well as various powerful attack moves. Kirito couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought he had found a treasure this time. Not only did he get Aizen's Sanpakut, which had complete hypnotic power, but he could also activate his skills to enter the sage mode. After becoming familiar with the various moves of the God's breath, his strength would definitely improve dramatically in a short period of time. By then, you will have a certain ability to protect yourself, and you will feel comfortable. But before that, you need to be patient. Konoha elders must not be allowed to know this, otherwise they might really be dragged away and sliced into pieces by old dog Danzo. Next, I will just live as an ordinary ninja for the time being. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the day for ninja school to open. In order to make up for the combat power lost during the Night of the Nine Tails, the ninja school began to recruit students in large numbers. Any child of school age can sign up, and the school will issue an admission notice after a review. As a descendant of a ninja, Fujiwara Kirito naturally received an admission letter. This made him excited. The ninja school was a place to develop ninja skills. With the system, he would certainly be able to gain powerful combat power in the future. But even with such powerful fighting power, you still have to learn how to use it. Necessary ninja knowledge is still indispensable. He didn't want to end up like Kaguya, with the strongest strength in the world but a negative combat IQ. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. On this day, Fujiwara Kirito turned 6 years old. The skill God's breath finally made some progress and reached the first level. In an instant, Fujiwara Kirito felt his perception soar. He saw people playing on the street, Naruto being abused by the nanny, Kakashi standing decadently in front of Obito's grave, and Danzo arguing with the third Hokage over Naruto's ownership. Is this the first level of God's breath? And this perception ability, my guess was right. When the technique reaches the first level, as long as you activate the technique, you can enter the so-called sage mode in the Naruto world. Fujiwara Kirito couldn't help but feel a little proud on his face. That is, when activating the skills, you must be careful to conceal your aura. Otherwise, if there are sensory ninjas around, there is still a risk of being seen through. After all, the amount of chakra in sage mode is far beyond that of ordinary people. Of course, for him who possesses martial arts skills, concealing his aura is extremely easy. He just don't know what the effect will be if I release ninjutsu in the form of techniques in sage mode. It's a pity that his previous life's parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and he only knew some basic chakra refining. Not to mention ninjutsu, he didn't even have a penny left. Even if he had left it, it would not be his turn. It would probably have been taken by Saratobi Hiruzen to rebuild the village. Thinking this in his heart, Kirito walked to the mirror and changed into a new set of clothes that he had never worn before. The boy in the mirror was wearing a white slim-fit long-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of black casual pants, and had a head of medium-length black hair. Coupled with his handsome facial features, he looks like a handsome little boy. It's really me. Looking at himself in the mirror, Fujiwara Kirito boasted shamelessly, took the backpack issued by the ninja school, walked out of the room, and rushed to the ninja academy. At this time, many parents had brought their children to register at the ninja academy. The arrival of Fujiwara Kirito did not attract too many people's attention because their attention was all attracted by Uchiha Itachi. Except for a very small number of children, most parents looked at Uchiha Itachi with more or less some resistance in their eyes. Obviously, the news that the Uchiha clan controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha has begun to gain popularity due to the deliberate propaganda of a certain Nabe Cage. Just like the White Fang of Konoha. However, the third Hokage, the strongest Hokage in history who has returned to the position of Hokage, still maintains the attitude of neither opposing nor agreeing. Mind your own business. To a certain extent, this was the result of an exchange of interests between the third Hokage and Danzo. The third Hokage returned to the position of Hokage under great pressure, and correspondingly, Danzo could not leave without gaining anything. He formed the Konoha Elders group together with Mito and Utane Koharu, and became the infamous Konoha Elders members in the hearts of the majority of fans. There is a saying that goes, whether the ninja world is in chaos or not is up to the Uchiha, and whether Konoha is in chaos or not is up to the Konoha Elders. These guys pioneered the involution in the ninja world. At the same time, Danzo's power in Konoha began to gradually reach its peak. As for some of Danzo's small actions, as long as they did not affect the interests of his Saratobi family and were not too excessive, he generally did not care. Fujiwara Kirito has long been accustomed to this. He will not speak up for the Uchiha clan. All he needs to do next is take care of himself. Until you have enough strength, just be an ordinary ninja academy student. The days ahead all depend on fate. If Konoha cannot accommodate him, the worst that can happen is that he will just leave. Anyway, for someone like him who possesses the power of God's breath, defecting from Konoha is not a difficult thing. And so far, he has no attachments here, let alone a sense of belonging. Of course, exceptions will soon appear. Fujiwara Kirito walked through the crowd and handed the admission notice to the two Chunin teachers in charge of registration. Just as he finished the registration, a petite figure appeared behind him, followed by a gentle and tender voice, "Kirito-kun, long time no see." "Oh, long time no see." Fujiwara Kirito took the class information card given by the teacher and turned around, only to see Uchiha Izumi with her hands behind her back, as if holding something, her upper body slightly leaning forward, looking at him curiously. What a bland reply. Izumi puffed up her cheeks, then took a step forward, blushing as she compared the heights of the two men. She asked with some surprise, Kirito, have you grown taller? End of this chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 4. Yeah, I didn't really notice. Kirito responded casually, not mentioning that his recent training had dramatically improved his physical fitness and spiritual energy, putting him far ahead of his peers. If he refined chakra like an ordinary ninja, he would already have about half a unit of chakra at the age of 6. If he entered sage mode, that amount would increase tenfold. And this was just the beginning, his chakra levels would only keep growing as he got older and more skilled. Note, 1 chakra unit is equivalent to the amount possessed by Kamui Kakashi. Of course. You used to be shorter than me, but now you're taller, Izumi exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Kirito noticed for the first time that Izumi was carrying 2 lunch boxes. Izumi's face turned red as she noticed Kirito's gaze on the lunch boxes. She tightened her grip on the bag and looked away, flustered. Don't get the wrong idea. I just happened to make an extra lunch box this morning. It's not like I was worried you wouldn't have anything to eat at noon or anything. Thank you very much, Kirito said, feeling a warmth in his heart. He had indeed forgotten to prepare lunch, and the school didn't provide any. You're welcome. Izumi responded, a wide smile spreading across her face. Come on, let's go to the classroom together. They soon arrived at the classroom. Kirito opened the door and saw that the room was almost full. Their entrance didn't draw much attention, as most of the students were focused on Uchiha Itachi, who had arrived earlier. Kirito could hear the hushed excitement of the girls around him. Wow, Uchiha Itachi is so cool, one girl whispered. Yeah, he's the son of the Uchiha clan leader, another chimed in. Girls in the Naruto world tended to mature quickly, just like Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, who were always ready to support each other until their friendship was strained by their rivalry over Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing the girls fawn over Itachi, Kirito couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed at how easily they were infatuated. Seeing this, Izumi thought Kirito might be feeling envious of Itachi and quickly tried to comfort him. Well, I think you're more handsome than Itachi. Remembering how Kirito had bravely rescued her a month ago, Izumi's cheeks flushed again. Let's just find a seat and sit down, Kirito suggested, trying to shake off the awkwardness. It's them, Itachi noticed Kirito and Izumi as well. He hesitated, wondering if he should go over to say hello, but ultimately decided against it. Itachi wasn't great at expressing his emotions and didn't feel close enough to them to strike up a conversation. Soon, the teacher arrived. He was a slightly plump chunin with a beard. After writing his name on the blackboard, he introduced himself briefly and then asked the students to introduce themselves one by one. The classroom buzzed with excitement as the students shared their names and backgrounds. After the introductions, the teacher handed out the textbooks, including Modern History of Konoha, The Will of Fire, detailed explanation of chakra refinement, the 3 basic techniques, basic taijutsu training methods, and ninja tool throwing, from beginner to mastery. There were also books on subjects like humanities, geography, and mathematics. These books would guide the students throughout their 6-year journey at the Ninja Academy unless they managed to graduate early. As a veteran of the Hokage series, Kirito first opened Modern History of Konoha for a quick look. To his dismay, the book glossed over the first Hokage's efforts to end the Warring States era and establish the village, as well as the second Hokage's contributions. There was no mention of the Uchiha clan joining forces with the Senju clan to create Konoha. The 4th Hokage, who sacrificed himself for the village, was briefly mentioned, but most of the book was dedicated to praising the 3rd Hokage, hyping him up as the strongest Hokage in history, a ninjutsu master, and a ninja hero who led Konoha to victory in the 2nd and 3rd Ninja Wars. The over-the-top glorification was almost laughable, yet it seemed to work. Many civilian students were wide-eyed with admiration. Uchiha Itachi, who had been well-versed in ninja knowledge since childhood, couldn't put down The Will of Fire and Modern History of Konoha, especially the former. His eyes lit up as he read it, and it was from this moment that Itachi began to adopt the so-called Hokage way of thinking, leading to a rebellious attitude towards his own family. When it came to the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, he started believing that the Uchiha's arrogance was beyond redemption, all while overlooking the mistreatment his clan had suffered from Konoha's leaders. Despite eventually realizing more about the situation, confessing to Sasuke before his death, it was too late. By then almost the entire Uchiha clan had perished. Kirito couldn't help but think that these misleading textbooks were highly toxic. Had he not been a time traveler, he might have actually believed the propaganda about the 3rd Hokage. After skimming through The Will of Fire, Kirito tossed it aside, uninterested in the exaggerated history and more eager to dive into the ninja knowledge, like the detailed explanation of chakra refinement, the 3 basic techniques, basic taijutsu training methods, and ninja tool throwing, from beginner to mastery. By noon, Kirito and Izumi met up on the rooftop to have lunch together. After eating, Kirito, feeling a bit cheeky, shamelessly asked Izumi, a well-off young lady from the Uchiha clan, for some ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Izumi put down her lunchbox, looking puzzled. Didn't the teacher go over the 3 basic techniques this morning? That's too easy, Kirito said with a smirk. Using his trained perception, he made sure no one was watching and then showed off by performing the 3 basic techniques one by one for Izumi. Since learning the God's Breath, Kirito could master low-level ninjutsu almost instantly. He could even perform the 3 basic techniques without using any seals, simply relying on ordinary chakra. Moreover, Kirito had discovered that after using regular chakra to perform the 3 basic techniques, he could activate Sage Mode and mimic the chakra flow of these techniques, allowing him to perform them without hand seals. This realization thrilled him. If he could reach the level of the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara, he could make anything happen just by clapping his hands and calling it out. The first Hokage, Madara, are you going to use a hand seal? Madara, I don't need to use a hand seal. What about you, Hashirama? The first Hokage shook his head, no need for seals when you can just clap your hands and make it happen. Kisame, Zabuza, and Kakashi, they all fainted from disbelief. End of chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 5. Wow, Kirito-kun, you're amazing. Uchiha Izumi was astonished to see that Fujiwara Kirito had mastered the 3-body technique on the first day, and she couldn't stop praising him. SHH, Fujiwara Kirito quickly covered her mouth, gesturing for her to be quiet. Please keep this a secret. I don't want others to know. Izumi, blushing, nodded in agreement. Of course, but why don't you want anyone to know? With your looks, you could be as popular as Itachi-kun, she thought to herself. If too many people notice, I won't be able to get free meals here anymore, Kirito made up an excuse. Izumi took his words seriously, her blush deepening. I do have a collection of ninjutsu at home, but most are clan secrets. If I give them to you, it might cause trouble. She hesitated before suggesting, how about I teach you the fire style, great fireball, shadow clone technique, and body flicker technique? These are common in Konoha, so my clan wouldn't mind. Thank you. Kirito eagerly took her hand. These were the techniques he needed most, especially the shadow clone technique, which allowed him to create physical clones that shared experiences with him. It felt like cheating. The body flicker technique also excited him, as it could enhance his agility. In peacetime, ninja schools focused on both training genin and teaching necessary life skills. In the morning, the teacher introduced chakra refinement and the 3-body technique, with formal classes starting in the afternoon. Despite many students from powerful families like the Uchiha, the first lesson still centered on chakra refinement. As the evening approached, the day's classes ended. The next day, Kirito received the fireball, shadow clone, and body flicker techniques from Izumi. He reviewed the first-year curriculum and found it focused on basics like stealth, traps, and ninja knowledge, with no actual combat. Shadow clones could handle this easily. After mastering the shadow clone technique that night, he rarely attended school. Instead, he trained in a secluded grove. Uchiha Itachi also started using shadow clones to attend school. Though Kirito didn't particularly like Itachi, he had to admit that Itachi was a true genius, mastering skills quickly and even surpassing his teachers. If Kirito hadn't read the original story, he might have thought Itachi was also a time traveler. 1 year later, in the Konoha Hokage building, all the Konoha elders members, including Saratobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato-en, and Yutain Koharu, were present, seated in leadership positions. Below them stood the Chunin teacher responsible for teaching Kirito and Itachi's class. Just as in the original story, Uchiha Itachi had a conflict with an older student, revealing his shadow clone ability and cementing his reputation as a genius. Near the end of the school year, his Chunin mentor reported him to Konoha elders, recommending early graduation. Kirito, aware of the original plot, learned of this through his shadow clone. To avoid drawing attention, he attended school more frequently during this time. A genius. Danzo remarked with a calm expression. His right eye was covered by a bandage, but his left eye showed a mix of emotions, fear, cunning, and even a hint of malice. He had always been the staunchest critic of the Uchiha clan, envying their unique Sharingan while despising them. Yes, Lord Danzo. He mastered the clone jutsu in last year's graduation exam and even learned the shadow clone jutsu. He's excellent in all aspects and doesn't need to stay in the ninja school any longer, the Chunin teacher responded respectfully. Danzo, always at odds with the third Hokage, countered, isn't it good? There's precedent for this. But times are different now, the third Hokage started to argue, only to be cut off by Danzo. He's a genius, Danzo declared. The Chunin teacher confirmed, I've never seen a student like him. The third Hokage reluctantly agreed, saying, letting Itachi graduate early might be for his own good. The Chunin teacher continued reporting on other outstanding students, most from well-known families. The third Hokage remained silent until Fujiwara Kirito, a commoner, was mentioned. Is he the child of the Fujiwara family? The Hokage asked. Yes, Hokage-sama. Among the first-year students, besides Itachi, the orphaned child of Jonin Fujiwara has the best talent. He's not as exceptional as Uchiha Itachi, but he's still excellent and has a bright future with proper training, the Chunin teacher replied. The third Hokage thoughtfully repeated, it seems Fujiwara gave birth to a good child. No one knew what he was thinking, while Danzo and the others remained focused on Uchiha Itachi, dismissing the so-called civilian genius like Kirito. Of course, this was exactly what Kirito wanted. End of chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 6. Kirito-kun, have you heard? Itachi-kun seems to be graduating early. He has only been enrolled for 1 year, and he's already graduated. That's amazing. Uchiha Izumi looked out the window at Uchiha Itachi, who was the center of attention of thousands, and spoke to Fujiwara Kirito, who was standing beside her. It's really amazing, Fujiwara Kirito praised without reservation. Before they knew it, the two had been together for a year. Although Fujiwara Kirito seldom came to school, through the memories of his shadow clone, he had come to deeply understand that Izumi was a gentle, kind, and considerate girl. At this time, there were still 6 years before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Fujiwara Kirito was not such a saint as to save the entire Uchiha clan. Even if he tried, people might not be willing to believe him. But it would be wrong to let Uchiha Izumi die at the hands of 2 lunatics, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Perhaps, by that time, it would be time to leave this village. After all, his original plan was to join the Akatsuki group. That Konan. Ugh, the red cloud and black robe, I've been craving it for a long time. And Kirito-kun is also very capable. If Kirito-kun took the graduation exam now, he would definitely be able to graduate early. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi's voice interrupted Fujiwara Kirito's thoughts. You flatter me too much, Fujiwara Kirito said modestly. In terms of talent alone, Uchiha Itachi was a true genius. His combat IQ was extremely high. If it weren't for the bonus of his martial arts, Fujiwara Kirito believed that he was far inferior to Uchiha Itachi. The only shortcoming was emotional intelligence, which was almost zero. It was no wonder that in the original work, while being feared by Obito, Itachi was also played around by Konoha's top leadership. No, Kirito-kun is really amazing. Uchiha Izumi whispered in Kirito's ear, her warm breath and pearl-like voice entering his ears. Kirito-kun must be like Itachi-kun, always using shadow clones to learn. How did you find out? Kirito looked at Uchiha Izumi in surprise. Although he knew that she activated the Sharingan because she lost her parents on the night of the Nine Tails attack, the Sharingan did not have the ability to identify shadow clones, it could only be inferred by comparing them with the original body. But he almost never showed his original body and shadow clone at the same time in front of outsiders. Kirito-kun, a girl's heart is always more delicate than you think. Uchiha Izumi took a step back, closed her left eye slightly, forming a shallow crescent, and said with her red lips slightly parted. Then tell me, am I real or fake now? Kirito was clearly intrigued, with a faint smile on his face. Uchiha Izumi covered her lips with her jade hand, looked Kirito up and down again, pondered for a moment, and said affirmatively, real. No matter how similar a clone is, it is still a clone after all. Only the eyes can't deceive. Just like Kirito-kun, his eyes have been different recently. It should be because he saw Itachi-kun was discovered as a shadow clone and was worried about being exposed, so he used his real body to go to school. You are really smart, but perhaps only you could discover this. Who else would pay attention to me every day like you do? Kirito showed a gentle smile on his face, and his right hand inadvertently stroked Uchiha Izumi's head. This made Uchiha Izumi blush. Kirito smiled awkwardly and quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry. Sorry, Izumi is so cute, I couldn't help myself. Uchiha Izumi nodded bashfully, turned her back to Kirito, raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, and murmured in a voice that only she could hear, Kirito-kun is too cunning. The actions of the two were seen by several girls in the corner of the classroom, and gossip was instantly ignited in their hearts. Wow! Kirito-san and Izumi-san are so sweet. How come I never noticed this handsome guy Kirito-san before? So kawaii. That's because you only have eyes for Itachi-san. I've been supporting this couple Kirito-san and Izumi-san for a long time. Is it true? Tell me now. I want to listen to. The Hokage's exclusive office. Sir Third Hokage, this is the information on Fujiwara Kirito and his parents that you requested. An Anbu ninja handed the information respectfully to the Third Hokage. Name, Fujiwara Kirito. Gender, male. Date of birth, November 10th. Parents, Ichiro Fujiwara, deceased, Rika Fujiwara, deceased. Blood type, O. Ninja way, protect Konoha, don't want to see bloodshed again. Hobby, helping old ladies cross the street. The person I admire most, the Third Hokage. Dream, to become a great ninja like the Third Hokage. Instructor's evaluation, he is an outstanding civilian talent. If he is nurtured, his achievements will be no less than those of children from famous families. The Third Hokage took the information and quickly scanned it. Overall, he was quite satisfied. Whether it was shuriken, kunai throwing, or other aspects, they were all excellent, and there were basically no shortcomings. Although he was not as dazzling as Uchiha Itachi, one must not forget that Fujiwara Kirito was just a commoner. Firstly, he didn't have the excellent bloodline like Uchiha Itachi, and secondly, he didn't have the training of a big family. It was already very good that he could grow to this point. But this was not the point. The most important thing was that he saw the will of fire in this young man. Anyone who could admire Saratobi Hiruzen and dream of becoming a great ninja like him must have a high level of ideological awareness. And what he needed was exactly this kind of civilian genius. The Fujiwara family has given birth to a good son. The Third Hokage lit his pipe, puffed out smoke, and sighed in his heart. After a moment, he asked again, how are this child's interpersonal relationships? Basically, he can get along well with his classmates, but... At this point, the Anbu ninja's voice stopped abruptly. Go on. Third Hokage tapped his pipe and raised his eyebrows imperceptibly, his expression showing no emotion. Fujiwara Kirito seems to have a good relationship with a little girl from the Uchiha family. It is said that on the night of the Nine Tails invasion, Fujiwara Kirito once saved the little girl from the Uchiha family, and the two became acquainted because of this. Nowadays, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is becoming increasingly tense, and Uchiha is now a sensitive topic. Is that so? The third Hokage's frown instantly relaxed, and he had an idea in mind. Perhaps, he could use the child's admiration for him to brainwash him. Oh no, enlighten him, and let him find out information about the Uchiha clan for Konoha. Observe whether he is suspected of rebellion. But before that, the child needed to become a real ninja. Thinking of this, the third Hokage said to the Anbu ninja, let the school take good care of that child and try to make him grow up as soon as possible. The village needs such talents. Yes, the Anbu ninja responded respectfully, and then he used the instant body flash technique to suddenly disappear from the room. Looking at the place where the Anbu ninja disappeared, the third Hokage lit his cigarette again, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and sighed, peace. End of this chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 7. Uchiha Itachi had graduated, and Fujiwara Kirito's life returned to peace once more. Aside from training, he often went shopping with Uchiha Izumi, and they exchanged gifts frequently. Of course, most of the time, it was Uchiha Izumi who gave Kirito gifts. For example, all his clothes were provided by Izumi. There wasn't much else to do. It was Kirito's fault for being so poor. He lived on a subsidy from Konoha, which was just enough to keep him fed but not starving. If it weren't for the help from the well-off Izumi, he would barely be able to make ends meet. As time passed, the relationship between the two grew closer. Kirito clearly noticed that Izumi was gradually developing deeper feelings for him, and he didn't dislike it. He let things take their course, thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to live this way in the future and embrace the peaceful life. Before long, Fujiwara Kirito was already 11 years old. He was nearing the age to graduate from the Ninja Academy. He had grown much taller, and his skills had advanced to the 4th level. He had mastered the God's Breath and was now able to store an extremely large amount of magical chakra in his body. In other areas, he had also made significant progress. During the 5 years at the Ninja Academy, he used the Shadow Clone technique to fully integrate all the martial arts moves recorded in the God's Breath. He visited the ninja tool shop and bought some chakra test paper, which showed that he possessed both fire and lightning chakra natures. After much persuasion, he obtained various collections of ninjutsu from Uchiha Izumi's family. In his words, what's mine is yours and what's yours is mine. The worst that can happen is that I won't perform the Uchiha clan's unique ninjutsu before I reach the legal age. This comment made Uchiha Izumi blush and run away with a flushed face. But the next day, she returned carrying a small bag and delivered the ninjutsu scrolls to Kirito. The only downside was that her family only had a few fire-style ninjutsu scrolls, writings on how to practice changing the nature of fire attribute chakra, and some illusion and summoning techniques that required the Sharingan, but no lightning-style ninjutsu. In desperation, Kirito practiced the changes in the chakra properties of fire style according to the notes given by Uchiha Izumi. Along the way, he also perfected the body flicker technique, combining it seamlessly with the flash skill of God's Breath to create a new version of the body flicker technique. But, as luck would have it, there was always a way out. When he was 9 years old, Kirito met a little girl. The system assigned him a task, and he learned the perfect lightning attribute chakra nature change. It was a winter day, with everything covered in snow. The cold weather, with wind and snow, made the streets empty. At that time, Kirito had just spent the new year at home with Izumi. After sending Izumi home, on his way back, he passed by a snow-covered corner of Konoha and encountered a beautiful girl with pure white eyes. She was wearing black clothes, running wildly in the snow with tears in her eyes. She fell to the ground, her face full of fear and confusion. Finally, she squatted in the snow, shivering and sobbing with her hands covering her face. Kirito didn't think much about it at the time. He carried her on his back and took her home. It wasn't until he saw the large characters Haiga on the gate that he realized this little girl was Haiga Hinata. At the same time, he learned that this day was the funeral of Haiga Hisashi, Hinata's uncle, and the death anniversary of Haiga Niji's father. In a daze, Kirito recalled the peace agreement signed between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja some time ago. Saratobi Hiruzen, as the person who promoted this contract, had specially arranged for a warm welcome ceremony. The whole village was bustling with activity, but unfortunately, his actions were seen as a sign of weakness by the Cloud Ninjas. That night, they went to the Haiga clan and kidnapped 3-year-old Hinata, trying to steal the Haiga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. The result was predictable. The intruders were killed by Haiga Hayashi, the leader of the Haiga clan. Despite the failure, the Cloud Ninjas refused to admit their actions and instead accused Konoha of killing the Cloud Ninja. They threatened war with Konoha and demanded that Haiga Hayashi be handed over, still attempting to get their hands on the Byakugan. The third Hokage, who had always been weak in foreign affairs but strong internally, compromised once more. This eventually led to the tragedy of Haiga Hisashi dying in place of his brother. Today was also a cold and snowy winter day. The snow was falling all over, and it seemed to flash with a cold chill, wrapping Konoha in a thick cotton coat. At this time, it was almost dark. Kirito, who had just finished a whole day of training, took a shower and changed into clean, tidy clothes. Just like in previous years, he was preparing to spend the new year with Uchiha Izumi. As he passed by a snowy corner of Konoha, an unexpected situation made Kirito stop in his tracks. Not far ahead, 3 naughty kids, 2 boys and 1 girl, were bullying a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. I heard you're from the Hokage family, so show us the Byakugan. If you don't want to, then don't look over here. Those eerie eyes, you must be a monster, a white-eyed monster. The girl had short lavender hair, pure white eyes, and a beautiful appearance. The 3 naughty kids were mocking and ridiculing her, causing the girl's large eyes to well up with tears. She covered her face and cried. Hinata. Kirito murmured as he looked at the familiar face of the little girl. At that moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded in Kirito's mind. Ding, as the strongest protector of little girls, how can the host sit back and watch the little girl in front of him get hurt? Go help her. One step forward to help, so that the little girl no longer suffers from the bullying of her peers. Reward, Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change Skills. To ignore it and receive a hidden reward, Danzo's secret underwear. Underwear again? And it's Danzo's, how much do you like Danzo's underwear? Kirito was speechless for a moment and chose option 1 without hesitation. As the saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. Although he didn't have Earth Release Ninjutsu to learn yet, he would eventually. However, if he wanted to solve the problem of bullying, directly intervening wasn't enough. The reason was simple. Kirito was much older than them. If he stepped in now, they might run away out of fear, but they would still bully Hinata next time. This would only be a temporary solution. The key was to teach Hinata to stand up for herself. Thinking of this, Kirito formed a seal with his right hand. The transformation technique was performed. With a puff of smoke, Kirito transformed into a 6-year-old child. Hey, do you guys think it's fun to bully people? The 3 naughty kids were taken aback by Kirito's words, as they were used to being the bullies. Seeing Kirito, who was not very tall, walking over, they burst into laughter. Where did this little guy come from? Trying to play hero and save the girl in distress. Haha, the little monster wants to save the white-eyed monster. After all, they're both monsters. It's normal for the little monster to want to save the white-eyed monster. As they said this, the leading kid stepped forward, ready to punch Kirito. The other 2 kids watched with smirks, feeling amused. They weren't from ordinary families, their parents were both ninjas. Although they hadn't entered the academy yet, they had already started ninja training. Naturally, they fought more often than children from ordinary civilian families. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Facing the attack from the leading naughty kid, Kirito simply raised his right hand slowly, easily blocked the punch, and then countered with a straight punch, hitting the kid in the face. Before the other 2 could react, Kirito stepped forward and punched both of them simultaneously. The 3 naughty kids slowly squatted down, covering their bleeding noses, and burst into tears. End of the chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 8. Kirito confronted the bullies, warning them, if you ever bully others or call people names again, I'll make sure you regret it. Understand? He didn't use excessive force, just enough to make their noses bleed. After they had cried for a while, he smiled mischievously and spoke. As the saying goes, sometimes tough love is the best teacher. When adults intervene, kids might behave for a while, but they'll soon revert to their old ways. However, when someone their age, or worse, naughtier than them, steps in, the lesson sticks. Got it, wah, the 3 bullies responded tearfully, their bravado completely shattered by the sight of Kirito's playful yet menacing smile. Once he stopped looking at them, they were so scared that they wished they could run away even faster. Hinata Hyga, still with tears in her eyes, looked at the boy who had suddenly appeared like a hero to save her. She felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though she had seen him somewhere before. Mustering up her courage, she walked up to Kirito, blushing, and bowed, thank you. No need to thank me. Kirito formed a hand seal, and with a puff of smoke, everything returned to normal. As Hinata watched Kirito, who had suddenly grown larger, the sense of familiarity grew stronger. She hesitantly asked, have we met before? It seems you still remember that winter day 2 years ago, when you got lost in the snow. Do you recall? Kirito squatted down, chuckling. You're the big brother who took me home. Hinata exclaimed, the memory flooding back to her. Kirito nodded and gently patted her on the head. Hinata immediately lowered her head shyly. Kirito then glanced at a male ninja with the same white eyes at the end of the road and at a blonde boy hiding behind a tree nearby. He whispered to Hinata, you're a Hyuga, with Byakugan, and you've been trained as a ninja since childhood. So why couldn't you handle those bullies? Next time, don't retreat or cry. Learn to fight back. Remember, others can only protect you temporarily, no one can guard you forever. If you want to protect what you hold dear, you must learn to take the initiative. With that, Kirito turned and disappeared from Hinata's sight. Shortly after, a Chunin from the Hyuga clan ran over, scolding, Miss, why did you sneak out again? What if you encountered danger? Fortunately, that boy didn't cause any harm. Also, did you get near that blonde kid? The clan leader has forbidden it. Hinata ignored the guard's words, her thoughts focused on the place where Kirito had disappeared. She noticed the blonde boy secretly following him and whispered to herself, see you next time, big brother. From that day on, Hinata began to change. She became more interested in practicing her clan's gentle fist technique. Besides her daily training, she would privately practice more, seeking advice from her father whenever she encountered difficulties. Her newfound dedication surprised and pleased her usually strict father, Hyoga Hayashi, who eventually praised her progress. This praise motivated Hinata to work even harder, and she gradually began catching up to the clan's prodigy, Niji Hyoga. But that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, Kirito made his way back to Ichiraku Ramen. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. Looks like my efforts weren't wasted, Kirito thought, a faint smile playing on his lips as he heard the system notification. Glancing behind him, he spotted a little blonde boy clumsily hiding behind a telephone pole, occasionally peeking out. When the boy noticed Kirito looking back, he quickly ducked behind the pole, embarrassed. Come on out, you've been following me for quite a while. Aren't you tired? Kirito sighed, a bit exasperated. Nii-san, do you remember me? I'm Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy said, stepping out with a shy smile. Of course, I remember, Kirito replied. They had met 2 years ago when Kirito had taken Hinata home. Naruto, who had no family, was wandering the streets then. If it weren't for Kirito's intervention, Naruto would have been the one to rescue Hinata, only to get beaten up afterward. During that chance meeting, Kirito had felt sorry for Naruto and treated him to a bowl of ramen, something the young boy had clearly never forgotten. Naruto's light blue eyes lit up with excitement and joy. Kirito was one of the few people, besides the third Hokage, who didn't look at him with suspicion or disdain. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen was another. Just then, Naruto's stomach growled loudly. You haven't been eating properly again, have you? Kirito remarked, noticing Naruto's embarrassed expression as he glanced longingly at the brightly lit ramen shop. His throat tightened as he swallowed hard. Just as I thought. Come on, I'll treat you to some ramen, Kirito said, casting a brief glance at the Anbu ninja hiding in the shadows, monitoring Naruto, before leading the way into Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed, his face glowing with excitement. In the shadows, one of the Anbu tasked with watching Naruto whispered, someone's approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Should we report it to the Hokage? The other Anbu replied, no, it's just a kid feeling sorry for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and buying him dinner. Let's keep observing. Hey, it's Kirito. Where's your girlfriend today? What'll you have? Ichiraku greeted with a smile. Give him a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, Kirito said, pointing at Naruto. He placed some money on the counter and added, Uncle Ichiraku, this should cover his meals until New Year. Make sure he gets a bowl of noodles every day. Naruto. Ichiraku looked at the boy with a complicated expression, recalling the time 2 years ago when Kirito had brought Naruto in. Knowing Kirito's past, Ichiraku sighed, you're really a good person, Kirito. Kirito smiled but started to leave, when Naruto's hopeful voice stopped him, Nii-san, aren't you going to eat with me? No, I've got an appointment, Kirito replied, shaking his head. He had a New Year's Eve dinner to attend with a friend, and without another word, he left. Naruto stood there, feeling a bit lost, but his thoughts quickly shifted to the delicious ramen in front of him. Today had turned out to be a good day for Naruto. Although he missed meeting his future wife, he gained a New Year's worth of ramen. End of chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 9. By the time Kirito arrived at Uchiha Izumi's house, night had fully settled in. Kirito, you're too slow, Uchiha Izumi greeted him as soon as he walked through the door, brushing off the snow from his clothes like a concerned housewife before taking his scarf and coat. Sorry, I got held up by something, Kirito apologized as he removed his ninja boots, feeling slightly awkward. He had to admit, these ninja shoes, though comfortable, exposed his toes to the cold. Without his God's Breath jutsu for protection, they would have been unbearable. Never mind, I'm just glad you're here, Izumi smiled, handing him a pair of slippers. Sit for a while, I'll go warm up the food. As she spoke, Uchiha Izumi took the dishes from the table into the kitchen, one by one. Kirito sat by the kotetsu, feeling a bit bored, so he began to activate his abilities, sending out waves of perception to scan the surroundings. Only after confirming that no one was spying on him did he turn his attention to the system. System, open my personal panel. Ding, the Lolita control panel is opening. Host, Fujiwara Kirito. Gender, male. Age, 11 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, thunder, earth, yin, yang. Chakra amount, 30 cards. Secret techniques, God's Breath Jutsu, reached the 4th level, with built-in protective chi and flash skills. Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, 3 Body Jutsu, Instant Body Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, no summon beast yet. Illusion, Kyoka Suijutsu, the enemy only needs to see the Shikai once for it to act directly on the soul, controlling the 5 senses, spiritual power sensing, etc., and can also control chakra sensing in the Naruto world. Taijutsu, Basic Konoha Taijutsu, God's Breath Jutsu Son moves, Uchiha style shuriken throwing, kunai throwing. Chakra attribute changes, fire, thunder, earth. Inventory, Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, Kunao times 15, Shuriken times 11, some clothes, space storage scroll, substitute wooden stake times 9. Looking at the system panel, Kirito was slightly surprised and muttered to himself, when did I gain yin and yang chakra attributes? And this enormous chakra amount, is it because of the God's Breath Jutsu? He stopped practicing his skills and exited Sage mode, noticing that his chakra attributes reverted to fire, lightning, and earth. His chakra amount reduced to 3 cards, meaning the 4th level of God's Breath Jutsu not only increased his base chakra but also multiplied his chakra by nearly 10 times. It seems like, soon enough, I might be able to reach Jonin level chakra reserves. Kirito thought, casting a thoughtful glance at Uchiha Izumi, who was busy in the kitchen, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. There were less than 2 years left before the Uchiha clan's demise, and Uchiha Shisui would soon return from the Hidden Mist village's borders. When that happened, Shisui would naively reveal his Mangeki Sharingan abilities to the Konoha higher UPS, only to be targeted by Danzo. By that time, it would be Kirito's turn to act. Winter passed, and spring arrived, bringing warmer weather and blooming flowers. Kirito was now in his 6th year at the Ninja Academy, where a new batch of students had just been welcomed. Where the leaves dance, the fire will burn. The flames will illuminate the village and let new trees sprout. The will of fire will never die. On the podium, the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, delivered his traditional first-day speech, instilling the will of fire into the fresh students. In the 6th grade classroom, Kirito stood by the window, looking down at the scene below, secretly scoffing. Illuminate the village and allow new trees to sprout, hey. Sure, burn down all of Konoha to illuminate you, 3rd Hokage, and let the Saratobi clan flourish, Kirito thought ironically. If he hadn't witnessed the 4th Ninja War, where the Saratobi clan assembled an army, he might have actually believed this old man's words. Saratobi Hiruzen, you've become corrupt, just a parasite draining Konoha's life. What are you looking at, Kirito-kun? Uchiha Izumi approached Kirito, noticing his deep black eyes and realizing it wasn't a shadow clone. Hey, you actually came here by yourself today. Nothing, just thought I'd check on you, Kirito replied with a smile, his eyes briefly scanning the playground outside, where Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Koji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Shino Aberame stood, before returning to his seat. With Hyuga Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee already enrolled last year, all the 12 Guardian Ninja were now here. Kirito-kun, have you been worried about something lately? You've seemed unhappy since the new year, Uchiha Izumi asked with concern, sitting next to him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just thinking about how time flies. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Even the brat in Uchiha Attack His Arms has started school, Kirito chuckled. Kirito-kun, it's not polite to give others nicknames. I've told you many times, his name is Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, not some brat, Uchiha Izumi corrected him. Alright, Uchiha brat, Kirito teased with a grin. Fine, call him whatever you want, but don't let our clan leader hear it, Izumi sighed helplessly, then whispered in Kirito's ear. She returned to the earlier topic, but Kirito-kun, if something is bothering you, please tell me. As she spoke, she held his hand gently. I will, Kirito said, his gaze drifting out the window again as he thought, I'm sorry, Izumi. It's better if you don't know what's coming. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the Ninja Academy ended for the day. Kirito chose not to train but instead decided to walk Uchiha Izumi home. Kirito-kun, it's been a while since we walked home together after school, Uchiha Izumi said, hurrying to Kirito's side, placing her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly, and smiling as she walked backward. Yes, it has, Kirito replied, walking alongside her. From now until graduation, I'll walk you home every day. Really? Uchiha Izumi's face lit up, though she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Kirito had been acting strange lately, and she couldn't help but feel that something bad was about to happen. But don't you need to train? Is this really okay? She asked, worried. It's fine. I can afford to take a little extra time, Kirito reassured her with a smile. Just then, a young, arrogant voice rang out behind them, Humph, you finally realize you can't keep up with my brother. No matter how much you train, you'll never catch up to him. End of chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 10. The two turned around and saw a young boy, bearing a slight resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, confidently striding towards them with a proud expression, a single shoulder backpack slung over his back. Oh, isn't this the little brat? Kirito said with a playful grin. Having visited the Uchiha family often, Kirito had become acquainted with Sasuke. For some reason, he always felt the urge to tease this future hero of the Uchiha clan. After a few interactions, the two had grown familiar with each other. However, for now, Sasuke's cocky attitude was bound to get him in trouble. He had a bad habit of challenging opponents beyond his level, and each time he got beaten, he'd never learn his lesson. Yet, once the bruises healed and the pain faded, Sasuke would be back, feeling invincible again. Sasuke's face reddened with frustration. How many times do I have to tell you? My name is Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, not some brat. And you're just my brother's defeated opponent. Kirito continued to tease him, alright, brat. But how do you know your brother actually defeated me? You've never seen us fight. Humph. It's obvious, Sasuke replied, his face full of pride and admiration at the mention of Uchiha Itachi. Just as he was about to say more, he realized something and snapped, how many times have I told you not to call me brat? Okay, brat, Kirito responded, clearly enjoying the reaction he was getting. You jerk. My name is Sasuke, not brat. Sasuke's face flushed even deeper, and he charged at Kirito with his fist raised. As expected, Kirito easily dodged the attack, leaving Sasuke stumbling. Watching the two figures chase and flee in front of her, the dark cloud hanging over Uchiha Izumi's heart seemed to lift. She glanced up at the sky and thought to herself, maybe I was just overthinking things. In the distance, two figures stood atop the highest building in Konoha, observing the scene below. Itachi, is that your younger brother? I didn't expect him to grow up so quickly. And who is that academy student with him? It's rare to see someone who doesn't shun the Uchiha, said Uchiha Shisui, the strongest illusionist of the Uchiha clan. His name is Fujiwara Kirito. He was in the same class as me at the academy. Since he's close to Izumi, he doesn't share the hostility towards Uchiha that most villagers have, Uchiha Itachi replied calmly, though his tone was tinged with unease. Uchiha Shisui, noticing this, looked at Itachi in surprise. From the way you are talking, it seems like something's bothering you. What's going on? Activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi said, this person is extremely dangerous. Why do you say that? Uchiha Shisui asked, almost instinctively activating his own Sharingan. His pupils dilated with shock as he whispered, what is this? Have you noticed? Kirito isn't a Jinchuriki, nor is he from the Uzumaki clan, yet he possesses a chakra reserve far beyond what his age would suggest. There aren't many people in all of Konoha with more chakra than him, Uchiha Itachi explained solemnly. Uchiha Shisui frowned, perhaps you're overthinking this. Just because he has a lot of chakra doesn't make him dangerous. Maybe he was just born that way. It's too early to judge him solely on that. I'm not the only one who feels that Kirito isn't as simple as he seems, Uchiha Itachi said, his voice serious. Don't worry, Uchiha Shisui said, patting Itachi on the shoulder. I think you're just tense because of the clan's recent troubles. Even if this boy, Kirito, is hiding something, he hasn't harmed Konoha or the Uchiha clan. Not everyone in this world is eager to flaunt their talents. Maybe, Uchiha Itachi conceded, deactivating his Sharingan. You haven't told anyone else about this, right? Uchiha Shisui asked. Uchiha Itachi slowly shook his head. Good. If he doesn't want attention, then let's not draw any to him, Uchiha Shisui said with a sigh. Sometimes, I envy those who come from humble backgrounds. At least they don't have to deal with all of this. Let's meet at our usual spot tonight. With that, Shisui disappeared in a blur. Uchiha Itachi cast one last, long look at Kirito, who was now walking away. He opened his mouth as if to say something but then thought better of it and vanished as well. The moment they left, Kirito gently pressed his hand against Sasuke's forehead, stopping him from attacking again. He glanced in the direction where Itachi had been standing earlier and muttered to himself, they're gone? As expected, no one in the Uchiha clan is simple, but their emotional intelligence could use some work. What are you looking at, Kirito-kun? Uchiha Izumi asked, following his gaze. Nothing. Let's go, Kirito said, shaking his head and sighing inwardly. Now that Uchiha Shisui was back, it wouldn't be long before Danzo set his sights on him. Meanwhile, Shisui had already reached the rooftop of the Hokage building and knelt before Saratobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Just as in the original timeline, Shisui reported to Saratobi Hiruzen about the details of his encounter with the Hidden Mist ninjas. He then revealed that the Uchiha clan was planning a coup and proposed a solution. At first, Saratobi Hiruzen didn't seem too concerned. He knew that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, more specifically, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher UPS, had reached a point of no return. It wasn't until Shisui mentioned the technique Koda Amatsukami that a glint of interest flashed in the old Hokage's weary eyes. Koda Amatsukami? Is that your Mangeki Sharingan technique? Saratobi Hiruzen kept his back to Uchiha Shisui, making it impossible for the younger man to gauge his thoughts. Yes, Hokage-sama. It's a technique I gained after awakening the Mangeki Sharingan. It allows me to control others without them even realizing it, completely and permanently altering their thoughts and will. However, due to its immense power, it takes over 10 years to recharge after each use. Shisui didn't hold back, explaining his plan clearly. I intend to use this technique on the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, during tomorrow's clan meeting to prevent the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Saratobi Hiruzen was taken aback, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, though he maintained a calm exterior. He turned and walked past Shisui, saying, I see. Consider this a top-secret mission. Just proceed as planned. Return to me at this time tomorrow, and I'll arrange for someone to assist you. Knowing that only the Sharingan could effectively counter the Sharingan, he planned to have Uchiha Itachi keep an eye on Shisui, just to be safe. Understood, Lord Hokage, Shisui replied respectfully before disappearing in a flash. Saratobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation after returning to his office. It was clear that Uchiha Shisui's Koda Amatsukami was a power far beyond what he could comfortably control. As the most powerful Hokage in Konoha's history, he knew he had to take precautions before things spiraled out of hand. End of the chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 11. Saratobi Hiruzen had great confidence in his powers of persuasion, or rather, his ability to influence others. He was convinced that Shisui would never betray him. Yet, there was always the risk, however small, that everything Shisui had done over the years was just an elaborate act. If things took a wrong turn, the most powerful Hokage in history could fall victim to Kota Amatsukami, turning him into a puppet of the Uchiha clan. This was something he could not allow. However, as Hokage, Hiruzen had to maintain a public image of righteousness. Even if he couldn't tolerate the threat Shisui posed, he could not take direct action against his subordinate. Such dark tasks were the domain of Danzo. With this in mind, he summoned an Anbu. Go, inform Danzo to meet me here tomorrow. Tell him it's to discuss the Uchiha clan. Also, summon Itachi. Hiruzen wasn't ignorant of Danzo's desire for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. He knew that once Danzo learned of Shisui's Mangeki ability, he would stop at nothing to take it for himself. But this alone wasn't enough to neutralize the threat Shisui posed. As a final safeguard, Hiruzen intended to use Itachi. If Shisui was wise, even if he escaped from Danzo, he would likely take his own life for the sake of Konoha, thereby stifling the Uchiha clan's ambitions for a time and averting the coup. It was a plan that killed two birds with one stone. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha Izumi residence, Kirito slowly opened his eyes, retracting his sensory perception. As he had anticipated, Uchiha Shisui had foolishly gone to inform the third Hokage about his Mangeki ability, effectively sealing his fate. Tomorrow was the Uchiha clan's festival. Kirito recalled that the Uchiha were growing increasingly dissatisfied with Konoha and planned to use this opportunity to discuss a coup. Little did they know that their plans had already been betrayed by two members of their own clan. The outcome was inevitable. Shisui's suicide would leave the problem not resolved. A clan full of misguided individuals, the overly loyal Uchiha Itachi, the naive Uchiha Shisui, and the delusional Obito. Even the clan leader was indecisive and weak. It was a wonder they had survived this long. At that moment, Izumi's voice interrupted Kirito's thoughts. Kirito, dinner's ready. Coming, Kirito replied, getting up and heading to the dining table. The next day, Kirito entered sage mode, focusing on monitoring the chakras of Uchiha Shisui and Danzo. In the evening, after escorting Izumi home, Kirito sensed that the chakras of Shisui and Danzo had finally converged. Donning a disguise, he stealthily followed them to a secluded corner of the Senjo clan's ruins within Konoha. As expected, the sequence of events mirrored the original timeline. Saratobi Hiruzen, after learning of Shisui's Mangeki ability, had called Danzo to a meeting. There, in front of Shisui, Hiruzen had revealed Kota Amatsukami's power and Shisui's plan to use it on Uchiha Fugaku, promising that the Uchiha clan's treatment would improve afterward. The outcome was inevitable. Danzo set his sights on Shisui's Sharingan. Before Shisui could attend the Uchiha festival, Danzo had summoned him, laying a trap to seize his eye. To be honest, Kirito didn't dislike individuals like Shisui. At the very least, Shisui was easier to deal with than hypocrites like Saratobi Hiruzen or snakes like Danzo. If Kirito chose to intervene, saving Shisui wouldn't be difficult. But their values were completely at odds. Anyone familiar with the history of Konoha knew that Uchiha Shisui was a staunch supporter of the will of fire. Even in death, he believed in the leadership of Konoha. While Kirito possessed the power of the Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, which could potentially counter Mangeki Sharingan abilities like Tsukuyomi by controlling the five senses or even break through them with the immense spiritual and physical energy granted by the Zanpakuto, Kota Amatsukami was a different beast. Its power to dominate others' wills was a significant threat, capable of turning anyone into a puppet. If Kirito ever became an enemy of Konoha, Shisui would undoubtedly be the first to oppose him. It was safer to eliminate such a dangerous ability or take control of it. That was the best option. Kirito had no desire to live in constant fear, relying on Kyoka Suijutsu to guard against Shisui. As long as Shisui is alive, I won't be able to sleep soundly. With this thought, Kirito coldly observed the exchange between Danzo and Uchiha Shisui from the shadows of his black robe. The meeting is about to start, Shisui asked, puzzled. If we take action against Uchiha Fugaku and reorganize the Uchiha clan, but the village doesn't change its treatment of them, what will you do? Danzo asked, his right eye concealed beneath a bandage, his left eye narrowing as he refrained from acting immediately, instead probing Shisui's intentions. Shisui's response only deepened Danzo's determination to seize Kota Amatsukami. Hokage-sama assured me that there would be changes, Shisui replied firmly. Even if we convince the third Hokage, the village's distrust of the Uchiha won't vanish, Danzo said, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes at the mention of the third Hokage. He then stared at Shisui, his gaze filled with greed and desire. Trusting in Konoha, Shisui failed to recognize the looming danger, holding fast to his naive ideals. I understand, but in time Shisui began, only to be cut off by Danzo. That's enough. A man like me won't change his mind so easily. What will you do then? Danzo lowered his head slightly, his face shrouded in shadow, while the Sharingan beneath his bandage prepared to activate as an Agi. But, Lord Danzo, Shisui tried to continue, but Danzo interrupted once more. Will you use Kota Amatsukami against me as well? As he spoke, Danzo slowly raised his head, a fierce expression crossing his features. Discarding his cane, he reached out with his left hand to seize Shisui's eye. Leave your Sharingan to me. Startled, Shisui reacted quickly. He was, after all, a genius of the Uchiha clan and not so naive as to be easily subdued. He grabbed Danzo's left hand and cast a genjutsu to immobilize him. This is just a simple genjutsu. You'll break free soon enough, Shisui said with a trace of disappointment, releasing Danzo's hand and turning to leave. Startled, Shisui reacted quickly. He was, after all, a genius of the Uchiha clan and not so naive as to be easily subdued. He grabbed Danzo's left hand and cast a genjutsu to immobilize him. This is just a simple genjutsu. You'll break free soon enough, Shisui said with a trace of disappointment, releasing Danzo's hand and turning to leave. But before Shisui could take more than a few steps, Danzo, having broken free from the genjutsu, suddenly appeared before him. With a swift and powerful punch to Shisui's abdomen, Danzo struck, his left hand reaching for Shisui's right eye. A sharp line of blood trailed through the air as Danzo's movements, precise and efficient, were executed flawlessly. Shisui, now blinded in one eye and in intense pain, clutched at the hollow space where his right eye had been, quickly leaping back to put distance between himself and Danzo. End of this chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 12. It's time. Just as the two were about to separate, at that critical moment, Kirito, who had been hiding in the shadows and waiting patiently, made his move. He unleashed the fourth level of the God's Breath, combining its flash skill with the body flicker technique, moving at an almost unimaginable speed. No one, not even Shisui, who was writhing in pain after losing his right eye, could see what had happened. All they saw was a flash of a sword passing between the two men. When they separated, Shisui was missing his right eye, and Danzo had lost his entire left arm. What the hell just happened? Danzo, who thought he had won, stared blankly at his left arm that now lay on the ground. His palm was open, and the Sharingan was long gone. The next moment, a searing pain surged from deep within his soul, causing Danzo to let out a gut-wrenching scream. Ah! Kirito smirked coldly and walked away without lingering. Danzo's left arm was now completely ruined. Kirito's Zanpakuto had severed not just his flesh, but also his soul. In the days to come, unless Danzo replaced his arm with a puppet limb, even if he tried to transplant a new arm, it would become necrotic and he would no longer be able to gather chakra. Let him deal with that mess. Lord Danzo. The root ninjas, who had been hiding in the shadows, were equally stunned and immediately appeared to protect Danzo. They hadn't even seen what had transpired. They only saw a blur before their eyes, and then Danzo's left arm was gone. Shisui also reacted quickly. Clutching the empty socket where his right eye had been, he looked at Danzo, whose left arm had been severed. Realizing a third party was involved, he swiftly formed seals with both hands. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball suddenly engulfed Danzo and the root ninjas. These root ninjas had been deployed by Danzo to deal with Uchiha Shisui. Upon seeing this, they simultaneously formed seals. Water style. Water wave. Water clashed with fire, sending a huge cloud of steam rising into the air. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shisui quickly made his escape. The root ninjas turned to Danzo. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Shisui has escaped. Damn it, who did this? Danzo's face was twisted in anger as he clutched his left shoulder, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. He had always prided himself on being a master strategist, but today he had been outmaneuvered. This was simply unacceptable. Lord Danzo, should we pursue them? One of the root ninjas suggested. Chase? What for? Retrieve my left arm and take me back to the root base immediately, Danzo roared. Though he hadn't seen who cut off his arm, he was certain it wasn't Shisui. In that situation, Shisui didn't have the ability or the courage to do so. Now that Danzo's Sharingan had been used up, and his body had suffered severe damage, with his right hand, which had been infused with the first Hokage's cells, still sealed, he was in no condition to use any more risky tactics in Konoha. If that mysterious attacker struck again, his life would be forfeit. Meanwhile, after Kirito had secured Kota Amatsukami from Shisui, he chose not to reveal himself just yet. Instead, he headed to the Nanhi River, where Uchiha Shisui would eventually meet his end. Is this the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan? Looking at Shisui's right eye, which he had taken from Danzo, Kirito felt a wave of disgust and casually stored it in his system warehouse. In the system warehouse, time and space were completely frozen. He had previously tested this by placing rabbits and fish inside, and they had remained safe and sound, so he was confident the Sharingan would be preserved perfectly. As for transplantation, Kirito had no interest in that. He would never do something as gruesome as gouging out his own eyeballs. He had no desire to end up like Kakashi, burdened by the Sharingan and eventually going blind due to not having Uchiha blood. That would be too tragic. Another reason was that the Sharingan alone was too unsightly. Instead of going that route, he'd rather emulate Uchiha Itachi and transplant the Sharingan into the eyes of a summoning beast. Wouldn't that be more convenient? However, just as he tossed the Sharingan into the system warehouse, a long-awaited system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, the system has detected the Sharingan from the Naruto world in the warehouse. Would you like to merge it? What will happen if I merge it? Kirito asked internally, slightly taken aback. Ding, after merging, it will replace the host's right eye. Are you kidding? What's the point of merging? I don't want to become another Kakashi. Kirito's mouth twitched in frustration as he glanced up at the cliff above, his eyes flickering with thought. System, what would happen if I threw Uchiha Shisui into the system warehouse? Ding, the host may experience split personalities if you proceed. Damn it. Only an idiot would try that. Kirito cursed in his mind. He didn't care about the rest. Regardless of whether Shisui was dead or alive, he would just toss him into the system warehouse and see what happened. At the same time, Uchiha Shisui and Itachi had reached the top of the cliff. This was a place where they had often played together as children. Shisui, your eye. Uchiha Itachi, who was usually terrible at expressing his emotions, maintained a calm facade, but murderous intent brewed beneath the surface. As you can see, it's been taken. Shisui turned around, revealing the hollow socket where his right eye had been, a self-mocking smile playing on his lips. He continued, the Uchiha coup can no longer be stopped. If a civil war breaks out in Konoha, other nations will surely seize the opportunity to invade, sparking the Fourth Shinobi World War. I had hoped to use Kota Amatsukami to prevent the coup, but Danzo took my right eye. I was too naive. Danzo has never trusted anyone. He'll protect the village in his own way, even if it means sacrificing everything. Unfortunately, in the end, all my efforts were in vain, and I was merely paving the way for someone else's gain. At the moment when Danzo took my right eye, a mysterious figure appeared and severed Danzo's left arm. His speed was incredible, beyond even what my body flicker technique could achieve. Now, I fear my left eye has become his next target. Danzo won't give up. With that, Shisui pondered for a moment before removing his remaining left eye. So, before my left eye is taken as well, I plan to entrust it to you for safekeeping. Shisui. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi, who normally remained stoic, could no longer hide his emotions. His eyes glistened, and he spoke with difficulty. After all, you're the only friend I can trust with this. You must protect the village and our clan. Uchiha Shisui smiled, relieved, and extended his left hand, revealing his bloodied eye. At that moment, he had resolved to meet his end. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes in sorrow, summoning a crow to take Shisui's eye. I have taken your eye. What will you do next? If I die, things will change. The Uchiha-ku will falter. I've left behind a suicide note. Uchiha Shisui slowly stepped backward toward the edge of the cliff. Wait. Shisui. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi could no longer remain composed and reached out to stop him, but Shisui said, don't stop me, if you still consider me a friend. With that, Uchiha Shisui leaned back and let himself fall from the cliff, his figure slowly vanishing into the darkness below. End of this chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 13. Uchiha Shisui met his end. To prevent the Uchiha coup and avoid a civil war, and to help Uchiha Itachi awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, Shisui spread his arms wide, fell off the cliff with a smile, and died peacefully. At the moment Shisui perished, 2 lines of blood and tears slid down from Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and the 3 tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, forming the shape of a windmill. He had successfully awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Kyito, who had been waiting patiently, swiftly placed Shisui's body into the system warehouse. Ding! Special bloodline organisms have been detected in the system warehouse, do you want to extract them? Extract. Kyito was puzzled. Are you sure it's not fusion? Ding! The host can choose fusion. Then extract it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of the Uchiha family bloodline. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. Do you want to consume it? Consume it. Ding! Consumption successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Uchiha bloodline. Ding! Sharingan detected in the system warehouse, do you want to devour it? Consume it, Kyito commanded, knowing that with the Uchiha bloodline, he needn't worry about closing the Sharingan. Ding! Consumption successful. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Mangeki Sharingan in the right eye. Kyito walked to the riverside, looked at his reflection in the water, and couldn't help but complain, one eye. So ugly. If the Mangeki Sharingan is overused without the implantation of Hashirama's cells, there is a risk of blindness. However, the Eternal Mangeki eliminates that risk. By finding another Mangeki user, devouring their Sharingan and bloodline, one can break the limitation that only blood relatives can fuse and awaken the Eternal Mangeki. But Kyito had no intention of using this power for now. He didn't want to become a one-eyed man. Quickly closing his eye, he commanded, System, open my personal panel. Ding! The Lolita control panel is opening. Host, Fujiwara Kyito. Gender, male. Age, 11 years old. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Chakra attributes, fire, lightning, earth, yin, yang. Chakra amount, 30 calories. Secret technique, God's breath, reached the 4th level, with protective energy and flash skills. Ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, fire style, dragon fire technique, shadow clone technique, 3-body technique, body flicker technique, summoning technique. Summoning beast, crow. Genjutsu, Zanpakuto, the enemy only needs to see the initial release once, without chakra interference, it directly affects the soul, controlling the 5 senses, spiritual power, etc. In the Naruto world, it also controls chakra sensing, Kota Amatsukami, Sharingan Genjutsu. Taijutsu, basic Konoha Taijutsu, God's breath own techniques, Uchiha style shuriken and kunao throwing. Chakra affinities, fire, lightning, earth. Warehouse, Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, Uchiha Shisui, deceased, Kunao times 15, Shuriken times 11, various clothes, space storage scroll, substitution log times 9. Inherited genjutsu and the summoning beast, and the body is well preserved, Kirito murmured, turning his head towards the downstream of the Naga River, where a figure was quickly approaching. Is that Uchiha Itachi? In that case, I'll keep this Kota Amatsukami Sharingan safe for now. With that, Kirito took out Shisui's body from the system warehouse, placed it back in its original position, carefully erased all traces, and disappeared from the area in a flash. Kirito planned to reclaim this eye during the Fourth Ninja World War. At that time, Obito's Manjiki and bloodline would be his third target. The second target was naturally Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, at the root base. After returning, Danzo could no longer bear the pain of his severed arm and damaged soul, and immediately summoned a medical ninja to repair his left arm. Hurry up, it's unbearable, Danzo kept urging, screaming in pain. At this moment, he had no idea that his soul had been severed in his left arm. He only felt immense pain at the wound, a searing agony that almost made him faint. Lord Danzo, it's healed now, the medical ninja wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Reattaching a severed arm required great skill. This was only possible because the person who cut it was an expert with the blade, making a clean cut. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to reconnect with medical ninjutsu. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the arm that had just been reattached began to wither at a visible rate, becoming lifeless and mummified. In the original series, Orochimaru's hands looked just like this after being sealed by the third Hokage during the Konoha crush. What the hell is happening? Danzo roared. The medical ninja, having never encountered such a situation, was immediately frightened and stammered, Lord Danzo, I reconnected all the muscles, bones, blood vessels, nerves, and other tissues. This has never happened before. Then check it again, quickly, Danzo snapped impatiently. Yes, Lord Danzo, the medical ninja quickly exited the room, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. Grimacing in pain, Danzo clenched his teeth, his mind racing. He did not doubt the medical ninja's words. At root, he had placed a curse mark on every ninja, making betrayal impossible. The problem, then, must be with the person who cut off his arm. But who could it be? This person not only had a teleportation ability surpassing Shisui's but could also inflict such irreversible damage. Could it be the one who controlled the Nine Tails 6 years ago? It's possible. The more Danzo thought about it, the more terrified he became. If that were the case, it would be disastrous. If Shisui's eyes fell into such hands, it would be a calamity for Konoha, rivaling the Nine Tails attack. No, I am Konoha's root. I can't just sit here and do nothing. With this in mind, Danzo turned to the root ninja beside him. Where is Orochimaru now? Lord Danzo, Orochimaru has rarely contacted us since his defection. It is said he has joined a mysterious organization, but his exact whereabouts are unknown, the root ninja replied. Useless. All of you are useless, Danzo ceded, his face darkening. Go, find Orochimaru at all costs. Also, keep a close watch on the Uchiha clan. Report any movements immediately. Since losing his bid to become Hokage, Danzo had never suffered such a significant loss as today. Not only did he lose the Manjiki Sharingan he had acquired, but he also lost his left arm. He placed the blame squarely on the Uchiha. Orochimaru was a genius in many areas, and it was Orochimaru who had transplanted the cells of the first Hokage into Danzo's right arm. With Orochimaru's help, there might still be hope. Yes, the root ninja responded respectfully before vanishing from the room. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office. Late at night, Saratobi Hiruzen was still puffing on his pipe, waiting for news of the Uchiha's gathering. Saratobi Hiruzen had a keen understanding of human nature, whether it was the Uchiha or Danzo. In truth, he was not worried about the Uchiha causing trouble. He knew exactly what kind of man Uchiha Fugaku was. Fugaku was someone who hesitated when making decisions and was even more cautious in dealing with external matters. At this gathering, even if Shisui hadn't used Kota Amatsukami on Fugaku, losing such a significant force as Shisui meant the coup would fail. What Saratobi truly wanted was news of Shisui's death. End of the chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 14. There is no other option. Just like the White Fang of Konoha back then, no matter how tolerant and great he is, the strongest Hokage of all time can never allow the existence of someone in Konoha who is beyond the Hokage's control. This is a matter of principle. He carries the weight of Konoha on his shoulders. If Uchiha Shisui had evil intentions, the damage he could cause would far surpass that of the Nine Tails, potentially turning the Hokage into a puppet. As the third Hokage pondered this, an Anbu ninja knocked urgently on the door. It's not good, Hokage-sama, the Anbu said. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Saratobi Hiruzen's mouth. Even through the door, he could sense the urgency. It seemed Danzo had succeeded. Come in, Saratobi ordered, keeping his face expressionless despite the slight joy in his heart. The office door creaked open, and the Anbu ninja quickly approached, kneeling on one knee before the Hokage. He clenched his right fist and placed it on the ground, keeping his head lowered, only looking up when the Hokage would ask him a question. What happened? Saratobi Hiruzen asked softly, already knowing the answer. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shisui is dead, the Anbu ninja reported. A brief flash of joy crossed Saratobi Hiruzen's eyes, but he feigned surprise, standing up suddenly and widening his eyes in apparent shock. What? Shisui is dead? How did this happen? He asked, his voice full of pain. Reporting to Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shisui is indeed dead. The Anbu ninja in charge of surveillance saw his body with their own eyes. It is said that he committed suicide and left a note, but the cause of death is still under investigation. The Anbu ninja, seeing the third Hokage's apparent concern, organized his words and continued, however, it seems that Shisui's eyes were removed, and it was reported that he was summoned by Danzo's route earlier today. Danzo. The mention of the name darkened the third Hokage's eyes. It appeared his old friend had gained something significant, but he knew he needed to give him a warning to prevent any ill intentions towards himself. Meanwhile, in the Land of Water, in the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Obito was controlling the 4th Mizukage, methodically implementing the Blood Mist Village's policy and his plan to kill the Bloodline ninjas to avenge Nohara Rin. Just as Obito was contemplating his next move, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Obito, something big has happened in Konoha, Black Zetsu said in his hoarse voice. I've told you many times to call me Madara-sama, Obito replied coldly, frowning under his mask. Okay, Madara-sama, Black Zetsu responded respectfully, though he secretly harbored disdain, knowing that both Obito and Uchiha Madara were mere pawns in his plan to resurrect his mother. Obito's tone softened slightly. Tell me, what happened? White Zetsu spoke first. Uchiha Shisui, known as the strongest illusion user of the Uchiha clan, is dead. Uchiha Shisui is dead. Obito was startled. When? Since the death of the 4th Hokage, Obito had feared no one in Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, they were nothing compared to his divine power. But Shisui was different. The man had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, with abilities that were strange and powerful, even to someone like Obito. Yesterday. The Uchiha clan is holding a funeral now, Black Zetsu answered in his unsettling voice. White Zetsu added, it's said that he committed suicide. You believe that nonsense? Obito said impatiently. Black Zetsu continued, Uchiha Shisui did commit suicide. The Uchiha clan was on the brink of launching a coup, and to prevent a civil war in Konoha, Shisui chose to sacrifice himself to dampen the Uchiha clan's morale and combat power. But before committing suicide, he attempted to use his Mangekyou Sharingan to control Uchiha Fugaku, reorganize the Uchiha, and stop the coup. However, he was ambushed by Danzo and lost his right eye. Humph, such naivety. A man with such eyes and power, yet he still fell into Danzo's hands. How ridiculous, Obito scoffed disdainfully. So, is Shisui's eye in Danzo's possession now? No, it seems Danzo did not obtain the Sharingan, Black Zetsu clarified. According to information from the root organization, not only did Danzo fail to acquire Shisui's right eye, but a mysterious person suddenly appeared, cut off his left arm, and took the eye. White Zetsu, grinning, added, now Danzo suspects you were behind it. Mysterious man? Interesting. It seems Konoha is more complicated than it appears, Obito mused. And the left eye? We're not sure. However, Black Zetsu hesitated before continuing, the first person to discover Shisui's body was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was a close friend of Shisui's. After Shisui's death, Itachi also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. I believe Shisui's left eye is in his possession. Itachi. Obito frowned. Another troublesome individual. What will you do, Madara-sama? Black Zetsu asked. Although the Uchiha coup was halted this time, it's only a matter of time before it resurfaces. Once we're done here, we'll head to Konoha and find an opportunity to recruit Itachi into Akatsuki, Obito replied. Anyone from the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan is worthy of this and will be useful in our quest to capture the tailed beasts. Also, find out who stole Shisui's right eye. Anyone who could snatch it from Danzo within Konoha must either be a master of space-time ninjutsu or someone from Konoha's inner circle. I understand, Black Zetsu replied, merging into the ground and disappearing. The next day, the news of Uchiha Shisui's death spread like wildfire. The Uchiha clan, having lost the support of their strongest Mangekyou Sharingan user, was deeply affected. For the time being, morale was low, and even the hawkish elders of the clan remained silent, refraining from any talk of a coup. Konoha entered a brief period of peace, but it was only the calm before the storm. End of the chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 15. In the fully enclosed conference room of the Konoha Hokage building, Saratobi Hiruzen summoned Uchiha Itachi early in the morning. The two Hokage advisors, Yudin Koharu and Mito Homura, were also present. Saratobi had sent word to Danzo as well, but he hadn't shown up yet. Hiruzen assumed Danzo was busy with Shisui's eyes, so he decided not to wait and planned to discuss matters with him later. The topic of this meeting was the death of Uchiha Shisui. I deeply regret what happened with Shisui. It was my fault for putting too much pressure on him, leading him to take his own life for the sake of the village and to prevent a civil war in Konoha, Saratobi Hiruzen said with a heavy heart, emphasizing Shisui's sacrifice. This moved Uchiha Itachi, who knelt on one knee and said, Hokage-sama, you are too kind. Shisui was a central figure for the young Uchiha. His death has significantly reduced the clan's combat effectiveness and morale. But this was Shisui's choice, Yudin Koharu said, narrowing her eyes. However, Danzo has informed me that some in the Uchiha clan suspect you were involved in Shisui's death and that you took his eyes. Danzo, Uchiha Itachi muttered, clenching his fist as he suppressed his anger. Shisui and I both cared deeply about the Uchiha clan's future. These accusations are nothing but baseless rumors spread by those with ulterior motives. As Itachi's frustration grew, threatening to spiral out of control, Saratobi Hiruzen, who knew the truth about Shisui's death, quickly shifted the conversation. I trust that Itachi, like Shisui, carries the will of fire. These rumors are mere fabrications from those with their own agendas. Itachi, you are dismissed. The village will not forget Shisui's sacrifice, and we still need you to manage the Uchiha. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi responded respectfully before leaving the room. After Itachi left, Yuta and Koharu expressed her dissatisfaction. Hiruzen, why did you defend Uchiha Itachi? He's a prime suspect in Shisui's death. Midokado Homura agreed. Koharu is right. Uchiha Itachi is no longer trustworthy. The village has just regained some stability. We still need Itachi to manage the Uchiha clan, so we must avoid conflict, Saratobi Hiruzen replied, though he couldn't reveal that Shisui's death was orchestrated under his plan with Danzo. But we can't let Itachi act alone, Yuta and Koharu insisted. After a moment of thought, Saratobi Hiruzen said, I understand. I will assign someone else to monitor the Uchiha clan. Do you have someone in mind? Midokado Homura and Yuta and Koharu looked surprised. Yes, Kirito, Saratobi Hiruzen said. During the Nine Tails attack, he saved Uchiha Izumi, and they've grown closer over the past 6 years. He frequently enters the Uchiha compound, so he can easily replace Shisui and monitor the Uchiha without raising suspicion. Saratobi Hiruzen clapped his hands, and someone immediately brought in Kirito's dossier. The two advisors exchanged glances, and Yuta and Koharu noted, this boy has a clean record and good ideological awareness. He's a good choice, but he hasn't graduated from the academy yet. Saratobi Hiruzen reassured them. Don't worry. He's already at the level of a graduate. He's been training diligently and is just a bit low-key. With a little guidance, he has a promising future. After considering this, Midokado Homura and Yuta and Koharu agreed. Then let him graduate early. There's no point in him staying at the academy for another year. But who will lead his team? After some thought, Saratobi Hiruzen suggested, let Kurenai handle it. She doesn't have any missions currently. We can pair Kirito with 2 genin who passed the Chunin exams last year to form a team with Kurenai. They can test Kirito's abilities and, after some training, if he meets the minimum Anbu standards, he'll be recruited as an undercover agent to monitor the Uchiha. Graduation. Kirito looked at the Chunin instructor with surprise. The instructor smiled. Yes, Kirito, you've mastered the clone jutsu and excelled in other areas. We're proud of you. Congratulations on your graduation. Graduation? But the school year just started, Kirito said, suspicion in his eyes. The instructor smiled awkwardly. You're sharp as always. This is actually an order from Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Kirito's curiosity piqued, his energy renewed. Seeing this, the instructor smiled even wider and patted Kirito on the shoulder. Yes, Hokage-sama has been watching your progress. Really? Kirito asked, playing along with exaggerated enthusiasm. Of course. This is your forehead protector, along with a ninja tool bag and a kunao pouch. Hokage-sama himself gifted these to you, the instructor said, handing over the items. I will not let Hokage-sama down. I will do my best for Konoha, Kirito said with feigned admiration. The Chunin instructor smiled. Good luck. The instructor then announced Kirito's early graduation to the entire class. There were no objections, aside from the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, Kirito was the most outstanding student in his class. That evening, Uchiha Izumi celebrated Kirito's promotion to genin. The next morning, Kirito equipped himself with his new gear, strapped Kyoka Suijutsu to his waist, and headed to the academy to meet his new team as instructed. When Kirito arrived in the classroom, his teammates were already there. One of them was a blonde girl with twin ponytails named Akatsuki. She had a youthful, innocent face, but her figure was surprisingly mature for her age. A striking contrast between a childlike face and a voluptuous body. End of the chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 16. Kirito's new team included 2 other members, a strong, rotund boy from the Akimichi clan named Akimichi Ponji. His name was as amusing as his appearance, resembling the Akimichi Koji from the original Naruto series. Ponji was a food lover just like Koji, and he hadn't stopped talking about his favorite foods since the moment they met. Due to the absence of Yamanaka and Nara clan members in their class, they couldn't form the traditional Inoshikacho team, so they ended up being grouped here instead. After a brief introduction, the team members sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Kirito expected they would be stuck waiting for their sensei all day, much like Kakashi's Team 7 in the original series. However, the classroom door suddenly swung open. A stunning woman walked in, catching everyone's attention immediately. She had black, curly hair parted in the middle, striking red eyes, and a cool, beautiful face with a figure to match. Despite looking like she was in her early 20s, she exuded a maturity that set her apart from younger women, creating an overall impression of elegance and sensuality. Tisk, those eyes, that hairstyle, that figure. Could it be Yui Kurenai? Kirito wondered, his mind racing. The beautiful woman walked to the podium, nodded slightly at the 3 students, and wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard, Yui Kurenai. My name is Yui Kurenai. I'm a newly promoted special jonin in Konoha. I enjoy ramen, vodka, and octopus, but I hate cakes. I specialize in genjutsu. This is my first time leading a team. From now on, you are my students. You can call me Kurenai or Ui, she introduced herself confidently. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourselves. The first to speak was Akatsuki, the only girl on the team. She raised her hand eagerly. My name is Akatsuki Eri, and, Kurenai-sensei, you're so beautiful. Akimichi Ponji, busy munching on potato chips, spoke next. I'm Akimichi Ponji. I love potato chips and barbecue. I don't dislike any food. I'm good at the Akimichi clan's techniques. When it was Kirito's turn, he was suddenly interrupted by the familiar sound of the system prompt in his mind. Ding! As the most capable host of your generation, how can you allow this beautiful and strong woman before you to end up with someone else? Make your choice. 1. Introduce yourself, then kiss Ui Kurenai's hand and confess your love to her. You will be rewarded with perfect water chakra affinity. 2. Do nothing and allow Ui Kurenai to end up with Izumi Saratobi. You will be rewarded with Yuta and Koharu's old underwear. Kirito almost choked on air. Underwear again? And from that old lady Koharu, he gritted his teeth, trying not to lose his composure. Akatsuki Eri, noticing his hesitation, gently nudged him. Kirito-kun, it's your turn. Kirito nodded, deciding on his response. My name is Kirito. I like scrambled eggs with green peppers, and I hate vegetarian and animal organs. I specialize in taijutsu. After a deep breath, he added, Kurenai-sensei, do you have a boyfriend? The unexpected question caught Kurenai off guard. Not yet, she replied, blushing slightly. Kirito took a step forward, gently took her hand, and kissed it. Then date me, Kurenai-sensei. The classroom fell silent as everyone's eyes widened in shock. Akatsuki Eri and Akimichi Ponji stared, their jaws practically on the floor. Even Kurenai, usually composed, was left speechless, her mind blank for a moment. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring perfect water chakra affinity. Kirito released Kurenai's hand, a slight smile tugging at his lips. It seems I'm still too young for you, Kurenai-sensei. But we can date when I'm older. He returned to his seat, ignoring the bewildered looks from his teammates. Eri even gave him a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his audacity. Kurenai finally snapped out of her daze, her expression darkening. Kirito-kun, she called, her voice deceptively calm. Yes. Kirito turned, knowing full well he had pushed her buttons. You just confessed to your teacher, didn't you? Kurenai asked, her tone laced with danger as she appeared behind him in a flash, gently brushing her hand against his cheek. Is this the speed of a special jonin? Kirito thought, remaining calm. Yes, I did. Then until you officially become a chunin, I'll make sure to love you well, Kurenai said with a dangerous smile before turning to Eri and Ponji. All right, you three, meet me at the training ground. I want to assess your abilities. And Kirito, prepare yourself. The trio exchanged uneasy glances before following Kurenai to the training ground. Once there, Kurenai crossed her arms, her expression cold. You'll have some time to discuss tactics before you attack me together. Don't hold back. Consider this a real battle. Oh, and Kirito. Her gaze sharpened. I'll be showing you just how much love I can give. Eri and Ponji both nodded seriously, sensing the tension. Eri turned to Kirito. Kirito-kun, I admire your bravery, but Kurenai-sensei seems serious. We can't possibly match her, especially since she's a genjutsu specialist. Let me act as the bait. Ponji will use the multiplication technique to attack, and when she dodges, you can use your taijutsu to strike. Understood, Kirito replied, eyeing Kurenai thoughtfully. When she met his gaze, he drew his Zanpakut, Kyoka Suijutsu, from his waist. Its blade shimmered with a white light. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu, he thought, completing the hypnosis ritual before sheathing the sword. Are you not going to use your sword? Eri asked, surprised. Kirito shook his head, raising his voice. This isn't a life and death battle. I wouldn't want Kurenai-sensei to get hurt. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. Not far away, Kurenai Ui noticed that Kirito didn't even bother calling her teacher. Annoyed, she sighed impatiently, have you all finished discussing? I'm in a hurry. Oh, we're ready now, Kirito replied with a smile. Then let's begin. Kurenai's demeanor changed instantly, her aura shifting into a combat-ready state. Kirito exchanged glances with his teammates. Akatsuki Eri took the lead, throwing several shurikens and drawing her kunai. Kurenai didn't even need her own kunai, with a few quick sidesteps, she easily avoided Eri's attacks. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Eri, grabbed her kunai, and punched her in the stomach. Eri gasped as the force sent her flying backward, immediately incapacitating her. At that moment, Ponji's oversized fist, enlarged through his clan's technique, came crashing down with a roar, shaking the ground and creating a shallow crater, dust billowing everywhere. Did it work? Ponji retracted his fist, swallowing nervously as he stared ahead. Not yet, Kirito's voice sounded next to him, followed by Kurenai's voice, too naive. Before Ponji could react, Kurenai's foot landed squarely on his neck, kicking his large body away. A dull thud echoed in the shallow pit, where a decaying wooden log had replaced her. It was clear Kurenai had used the substitution jutsu. Now it's your turn, Kirito. Kurenai finally addressed the last member of the team, who hadn't moved since the fight began. Alright. But if I manage to win, sensei, you'll have to promise to go on a date with me when I'm older. Kirito grinned mischievously. If you can pull it off. Kurenai's competitive spirit flared, and she dashed forward. While Eri had said Kurenai was an expert in genjutsu, her taijutsu was still formidable as a special jonin. But Kurenai quickly regretted engaging Kirito in close combat. Despite his age, Kirito handled her physical attacks with ease, his strength far beyond what she had expected from a child under 12. Every time their limbs clashed, a numbing sensation shot through Kurenai's body, as if she were fighting someone made of steel. Who is this kid? Does he train like Guy? Kurenai thought in shock. Eri and Ponji, watching from a distance, were equally stunned. He's holding his own against Sensei. Sensei, it looks like you're destined to be my second wife, Kirito teased as he continued to dodge and counter her attacks with basic physical techniques. Don't get cocky, Kurenai retorted, frustrated by how the battle was unfolding. She needed to remind him who was in charge. Quickly retreating from the fight, she formed hand seals and vanished into a pool of liquid, disappearing from sight. At the same time, a small sapling sprouted beneath Kirito's feet, rapidly growing into a massive tree that bound his limbs. She had activated her Narakumi no Jutsu. Too naive, kid, Kurenai's voice came from the ground as her real body floated up. Is that so? Kirito's voice whispered in her ear. Kurenai's eyes widened in shock, and a chill ran down her spine as she felt the cold touch of a kunai against her neck. From a distance, Eri and Ponji were utterly confused. They couldn't understand what had just happened. What's going on? How did Kirito get the upper hand? Eri asked Ponji, who was still nursing his bruises while eating potato chips. Ponji shook his head, mouth full of chips. No idea, but it looks pretty cool. How did you do it? Kurenai asked, trying to maintain her composure despite her defeat. Kirito removed the kunai and pointed at the clone still tied to the tree across from them. He chuckled. Sensei, the textbook says genjutsu disrupts chakra and interferes with the senses, right? Knowing you specialize in illusions, I started disrupting my chakra before the fight even began. That made your genjutsu ineffective. Then I used a clone to throw you off. You let your guard down, sensei. As soon as Kirito finished speaking, both his clone and the tree vanished, the ground returning to normal. I see. I was careless. Kurenai sighed, a self-deprecating smile crossing her face. You beat me using just the basic clone technique. The third Hokage wasn't wrong, you really are a genius. Sensei, you're too kind. You were just going easy on me. If this had been a real battle, I wouldn't be standing here right now, Kirito said humbly, though a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. He knew the third Hokage had ordered people to monitor him, but Kirito's sharp senses had always detected them. Over the past few years, Kirito had made it a habit to cast illusions on himself, ensuring that most of what the third Hokage saw was just a false image. Thanks to his mastery of senjutsu and chakra control, Kirito had managed to keep his true abilities hidden. His display of power today was merely a preview of what he could truly do. A loss is a loss, Kurenai admitted, smiling slyly as she suddenly added, but, why not just call me Kurenai now? Are you serious? Kirito asked, raising an eyebrow. He met her gaze with a playful grin. The two stared at each other for a long moment, until Kurenai finally looked away, blushing. You really are something. I don't know what you've been learning at school. Turning to Eri and Ponji, Kurenai added, what happened today stays between us. Be on time tomorrow, we won't wait for stragglers. With that, she glanced back at Kirito one last time before disappearing into the trees. As she vanished, Kirito's smile faded, and he muttered to himself, she's still just a kind-hearted girl. End of chapter. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Heart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 18. After leaving the training ground, Kurenai headed straight for the Hokage's office in Konoha. Hokage-sama, she said upon entering. Saratobi Hiruzen, putting down his pipe, asked gently, you're back, Kurenai. How is Kirito? Is everything alright? I lost, Kurenai admitted plainly. Oh. Saratobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. According to the reports, Kirito showed promise, but he wasn't expected to be strong enough to defeat Kurenai. Could it be that the boy had been hiding his true capabilities? Tell me everything that happened, Hiruzen requested, his expression calm but curious. He liked geniuses but was wary of those he couldn't control. Kurenai then recounted the battle between her and Kirito in detail, though she omitted the parts where Kirito had teased her. I see. It seems you were indeed a bit careless, Hiruzen commented. Upon learning that Kirito had used basic knowledge from the ninja school to break Kurenai's genjutsu, Saratobi Hiruzen's concern eased. A young ninja with talent but no special bloodline was nothing to worry about in the grand scheme. A genius, but without a Kekii Genkai, Kirito could only become someone like Kakashi, helpful to the village, but not a major threat, the Hokage thought, calming himself. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I let you down, Kurenai apologized. Don't worry. Just be careful next time. Don't underestimate anyone, Kurenai. I think that boy has a natural talent for genjutsu. Teach him more about it in the future, Hiruzen said, offering advice. He then added with a thoughtful tone, this boy's life has been hard. He's much like you. Kurenai was taken aback. Like me. Hiruzen nodded. His parents died during the Nine Tails attack, sacrificing themselves for the village. He's been alone ever since, much like how you lost your father, Yui Shinku, during the same disaster. Hearing this brought a rush of painful memories to Kurenai's mind, as she recalled her father's selfless act to protect the village from the Nine Tails. It struck her heart deeply. I understand, Lord Hokage, Kurenai responded, bowing before leaving the office. As she walked away, Kurenai placed her hand on her chest, feeling the familiar ache of loss. She knew firsthand how difficult it was to lose one's parents. Kirito had been even younger than she was when it happened to him. As she reflected on the battle, she realized she might have overestimated Kirito. His physical abilities were impressive, but the techniques he used were nothing more than basic ninja school skills like the substitution jutsu. Her loss could be attributed to her not taking the fight seriously enough. Still, Kurenai felt embarrassed as she remembered how Kirito had teased her during the fight, even daring to confess to her in front of her students. Her face flushed with both anger and embarrassment. Next time, I'll teach that brat a lesson, she swore to herself. Just after Kurenai left, an Anbu ninja entered the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama is here, the Anbu reported. Let him in, Hiruzen said, though his tone revealed a hint of frustration. He's waiting in the conference room, Hokage-sama. Danzo-sama said it's inconvenient for him to come to your office, the Anbu added nervously. I see, Hiruzen replied, his displeasure evident. He had asked Danzo to come days ago, yet the man had delayed until now. Still, Saratobi Hiruzen forced himself to remain calm, maintaining the gentle and approachable demeanor expected of him. In the enclosed conference room, Hiruzen met with Danzo, who now wore a prosthetic on his left arm. Hiruzen, you're here, Danzo greeted him. Danzo, look at what you've done. Saratobi snapped, not hiding his frustration. You already know. Danzo's expression shifted slightly. Could Hiruzen already be aware of his failed attempt to seize the Sharingan? You've gone too far this time, Saratobi continued, accusingly. Danzo sneered. Too far? Everything I do is for the sake of the village. Ninjas exist to make sacrifices. Sacrificing someone like Uchiha Shisui is a small price to pay for Konoha's safety. Danzo's words were resolute as he sat down, maintaining eye contact with Saratobi Hiruzen. I know what you're thinking. That Shisui was a great ninja, carrying the will of fire, just like his mentor Kagami. But have you considered the danger if he had turned on us? If Shisui had controlled you or me with his Sharingan, the Uchiha could have staged a coup. Konoha would be destroyed. Danzo stood up, his voice rising as he declared his belief in the necessity of his actions. He saw the Uchiha as a ticking time bomb, one that had to be defused before it was too late. And that's why you took his eyes? Hiruzen asked, trying to gauge the full extent of Danzo's intentions. Danzo, however, was caught off guard. What are you talking about? I never got Shisui's eyes. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his prosthetic arm, and explained how his plan to steal the Sharingan had failed and how he had lost his arm in the process. You're serious? Saratobi Hiruzen's tone shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Do you think I would sacrifice my arm just to lie to you? Danzo snapped back, his frustration evident. Though Hiruzen didn't like Danzo's methods, he knew the man wasn't lying. Danzo, for all his faults, was terrified of dying. He wouldn't give up a limb lightly, even in pursuit of his misguided ideals. Saratobi Hiruzen remained quiet, contemplating the implications of Danzo's failure and what it meant for Konoha's future. End of the chapter. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 19. Congratulations to the brother Gaganpreet for becoming the first member of the family Heavy Black Heart. Saratobi Hiruzen lit his pipe and asked in a serious tone, do you have any suspects? Danzo replied gravely, I initially suspected you. However, upon reflection, you always bask in the sun. You wouldn't do something like this. Then there's only one possibility, Danzo continued. Hiruzen quickly inquired, who? Danzo sat back down and gloomily responded, do you remember who controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha? Is it him? Hiruzen suddenly understood. Danzo nodded, besides the deceased second and fourth Hokage, and the fourth Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, no one else has that level of instant body movement. Not even Shisui. Only the Uchiha thief who controlled the Nine Tails can do it. Danzo emphasized the last words, Uchiha thief, with particular disdain. Hiruzen fell silent for a long time before saying, I understand. But the village has just stabilized. This matter ends here. I will send someone to investigate. Danzo retorted, is it Uchiha Itachi again? He was the last to see Shisui. It's likely Shisui entrusted his left eye to him, but he hasn't mentioned this to you. Uchiha Itachi is no longer trustworthy. No, it's not him, Hiruzen responded, explaining how he sent Kirito as an undercover agent. You're mistaken, Danzo said angrily. Hiruzen, how do you know that boy won't be swayed by the Uchiha clan? What if he leaks information to them? Hiruzen replied, Danzo, you are too suspicious. Kirito is the child of the Fujiwara family. Both his parents sacrificed themselves for the village. He has inherited their will and is determined to protect Konoha. He is just a civilian, not an Uchiha. That's hard to say. If he marries into the Uchiha clan, he becomes one of them. It's better if I... Danzo made a throat-slashing gesture with a sinister look. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen stood up and slammed the table. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo gritted his teeth, slammed the table, and left, more determined to become Hokage. The next day, Kirito arrived at the training ground as planned with Kurenai Ui. Every new team goes through an initial bonding period without missions. The lead ninja assesses each member's strengths and provides ninjutsu guidance if needed. Since Akatsuki Eri and Akimichi had family support for their ninjutsu, Kurenai gave them simple guidance before sending them off to practice. When it was Kirito's turn, Kurenai performed the 3 absolute cherry blossoms illusion on him. Kirito, you have a natural talent for genjutsu. This technique confuses enemies with petals, allowing for a surprise attack. At a high level, you can control the petals to immobilize and even suffocate enemies, Kurenai explained. As she spoke, Kurenai's figure dissolved into petals and vanished. Do you understand? Kurenai's voice sounded next to Kirito's ear as the petals reformed into her shape. Kirito nodded. With Shisui's blood and the power of Kota Amatsukami, his illusion talent was unparalleled. He quickly formed hand seals as instructed, turning into petals and disappearing from Kurenai's sight. What is this? Surrounded by cherry blossoms, Kurenai was shocked. She watched in disbelief, eyes flashing with excitement. Sensei Kurenai, did I do it right? Kirito's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. The petals reformed into Kirito's figure. At that moment, Kurenai saw a resemblance to her father, Ui Shinku, in Kirito. She was momentarily lost in thought until Kirito's voice brought her back. She exclaimed, "You are amazing, Kirito. You will surpass me, no, even the Uchiha clan, in genjutsu." Kirito smiled calmly, not denying her words. Half a year flew by, and the new Chunin exams approached. Kirito, now almost 12, had completed many missions with Kurenai. He faced various opponents, including senior ninjas, and defeated them all with his superior genjutsu. His efficiency in missions made him well known among Konoha ninjas. In the Hokage's office, team leaders recommended their students for the Chunin exams. When it was Kurenai's turn, she respectfully handed over Kirito's information, along with that of his teammates. Saratobi Hiruzen schemed through Akatsuki Eri and Akimichi's information and passed it to Danzo and the others. He lingered on Kirito's file, saying, "Kurenai, I've heard Kirito has been very active in missions." "Yes, Hokage-sama. He is a true genjutsu genius, with exceptional talent in ninjutsu and taijutsu as well. I have nothing more to teach him," Kurenai replied respectfully. The room fell silent. Kurenai's high praise suggested that Kirito had the strength of a jonin. Danzo glanced at Hiruzen and finally spoke, breaking the silence, "Kurenai jonin, are you saying Kirito has the strength of a jonin, or even surpasses you?" "Yes, Lord Danzo," Kurenai confirmed. Only those who trained with Kirito could understand his terrifying talent. In their time together, Kirito's strength grew visibly with each passing day. He had mastered all her genjutsu and surpassed her in ninjutsu and taijutsu. She truly had nothing left to teach him. Perhaps this is what people mean by a genius. End of the chapter. Read chapters ahead in patreon.com/John_Smith_right . Creator's thoughts. Stephen_Hart 78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 20. This chapter is dedicated to Surge 1301, the second member of the family. After Ui Kurenai finished speaking, the previously quiet Hokage office became filled with murmurs as the team leaders began whispering among themselves. However, Danzo looked particularly displeased. Naturally suspicious and envious of others' talents, he even felt a hint of murderous intent towards Kirito. He rationalized his feelings quickly. On one hand, Kirito had developed a close relationship with a young girl from the Uchiha clan. Danzo suspected that Kirito might be aligning himself with the Uchiha, possibly even planning to marry into their family. On the other hand, Danzo feared that Kirito could become the next Minato Namikaze. The current Konoha leadership Saratobi Hiruzen and his close allies were all getting old. Even though Saratobi had retaken the Hokage position, he could only hold it for maybe another 10 years, at most, before stepping down for good. At that point, the race for the position of 5th Hokage would begin. With Kirito's impressive talent, clean background, and clear admiration for Saratobi Hiruzen, it was highly likely that Saratobi would groom Kirito as his successor, just like he did with Minato Namikaze. If Saratobi backed Kirito, the families aligned with the Hokage, such as the Inoshikacho trio, would undoubtedly follow suit. Given Kirito's relationship with the Uchiha girl, even the Uchiha might lend him their support. Danzo, after all his patience, had waited for the third Hokage to step down and then Minato to rise and fall before Saratobi took power again. The thought of yet another prodigy like Kirito blocking his path to the Hokage seat was unbearable for Danzo. Unaware of Danzo's deep thoughts, Saratobi Hiruzen was similarly amazed by Kirito's rapid progress, though he wasn't as concerned. He reassured himself that Kirito didn't belong to the Uchiha clan, had no special bloodline, and came from a simple background. At best, he would become another skilled shinobi like Kakashi or Ui Shinku. Feeling more at ease, Saratobi exchanged looks with his 2 advisors, Koharu and Homura, who seemed to agree with him. Just as they were about to speak, Danzo intervened, not wanting to let Kirito gain any further prestige within Konoha. Danzo used the same tactic he'd once applied to Uchiha Itachi, excessive praise. He intended to guide Kirito's path early, hopefully steering him into darkness and bringing him into the ranks of root. Since Kurenai believes that Kirito's strength rivals that of a Jonin, Danzo began, I suggest he shouldn't participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. He turned to Saratobi Hiruzen and proposed, how about we, the leadership, arrange a special test for him? If he passes, we promote him to Chunin immediately. What do you think? Saratobi hesitated, replying, it's not impossible, but there's no precedent for such an action. Danzo's idea, however, aligned with Saratobi's private concerns. The Uchiha clan was growing more restless by the day, and tensions were higher than ever, especially since Uchiha Shisui's death. If a civil war broke out, it would be catastrophic for the village. An undercover agent within the Uchiha ranks was needed. Danzo pressed further, comparing Kirito to Uchiha Itachi. Just like Itachi, who became a key asset in Konoha within a year of graduating from the academy, Kirito could follow a similar path. The underlying message was clear, Danzo was subtly agreeing to Kirito being placed as a spy within the Uchiha, so long as Kirito was promoted quickly. Saratobi, convinced by Danzo's argument, turned to his advisors Koharu and Homura, asking for their thoughts. The two, ever neutral and often siding with the strongest opinion, voiced no objections. The decision was made. After leaving the Hokage building, Kurenai found Kirito and his teammates to inform them of the new plans. Kirito, she said, you won't need to participate in the Chunin exams next month. The Hokage will arrange a separate test for you in a few days. As for your teammates, Eri and Ponsu, they'll be placed on a new team with other senior genin. Kirito, however, saw right through the situation. They're just flattering me, he thought. It looks like those old guys are getting desperate. But that plays right into my hands. Soon, they'll all be under the spell of my illusions. Eri, standing nearby, was visibly upset at the news. She hugged Kirito tightly, her soft body pressing against him, as she cried, Kirito, I don't want to leave you. After spending half a year together, the three teammates had developed a bond. Though Kirito often kept to himself, he had saved them several times, proving his reliability. Eri had grown especially fond of Kirito, though it was more like the affection of an older sister for her younger brother, rather than romantic love. Kirito, caught off guard by the embrace and Eri's tears, blushed. The softness of her hug and the faint scent of her perfume made the situation awkward. Meanwhile, Kurenai, watching from the side, was growing increasingly annoyed. She recalled how Kirito had once confessed his feelings for her, and now seeing him in Eri's arms, she was consumed with jealousy. She tried to calm herself down, repeating, don't get angry, don't get angry. The tension was palpable, while Ponji stood by, munching on chips, seemingly oblivious to the drama. Sensing the rising jealousy in Kurenai, Kirito quickly freed himself from Eri's embrace. There's no need to be so emotional, he reassured her. We'll still see each other. But I can't bear to leave you, Eri replied tearfully. The situation only diffused when Kurenai spoke up, and Eri finally let go of Kirito. Then she suggested, how about this? When Kirito-kun gets promoted to Chunin, we'll all go to my family's barbecue restaurant to celebrate. Barbecue. Ponji's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of food, his round face beaming with excitement. Wait, your family owns a barbecue restaurant? Kirito asked, surprised. End of chapter. Read chapters ahead of web novel. Patreon.com/John_Smith_. Creators thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 21. Kirito knew that, aside from the Uchiha clan's area, there was only one barbecue restaurant in the Hidden Leaf Village. He had visited it several times with Uchiha Izumi. I think it's called Sayasen Barbecue. That's right. My father owns it. Eri beamed, placing her hands over her chest. Her pretty face turned slightly pink as she spoke with pride. Kirito stood tall with messy black hair, a Leaf Village forehead protector, and striking facial features. His outfit consisted of a tight black combat suit, a ninja tool bag strapped to his waist, and a kunao pouch tied to his right leg. A sword, Kyoka Suijutsu, rested on his back. At over 1.7 meters tall, his figure was both lean and muscular. 3 days later, under Kurenai's guidance, Kirito arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, I've brought Kirito, Kurenai said. Kirito, come greet the Hokage. Hello, Hokage-sama, Kirito began. I've admired you since I was young. You are the strongest and greatest Hokage in the history of the village. My dream is to become a great ninja, just like you. Without hesitation, Kirito showered Saratobi Hiruzen with praise, rattling off his legendary resume from the academy textbooks. His fanboy enthusiasm was palpable. Kurenai twitched at Kirito's words. She realized Kirito wasn't the reserved person she knew anymore. Hiruzen, meanwhile, sized up Kirito, observing his sincerity. Seeing the admiration in Kirito's eyes, his impression of the young ninja improved. Danzo must be overthinking this one, Hiruzen thought. How could someone so dedicated to the will of fire in the village ever betray Konoha? Chuckling, the third Hokage said, you are a bright young man, Kirito. This is our first formal meeting, but I've been aware of you since you were young. Like your parents, you've inherited the will of fire. I'm proud of you. With a serious expression, Kirito replied, thank you, Hokage-sama. I will work hard for the village and Hokage-sama, even to the point of death. Kirito's tone and expression conveyed complete loyalty. His words suggested he would die happily if the Hokage asked. Devotion to the cause until death, Hiruzen repeated. The more he looked at Kirito, the more he liked him. It's good to have that mindset, but this isn't wartime. What you need is to grow. Konoha depends on the next generation. I will live up to your trust, Kirito responded with a respectful nod. Flattery is free, after all, he thought. Kurenai, standing beside them, felt a shiver. Is this really Kirito, she wondered. Hiruzen, oblivious to Kurenai's thoughts, was pleased with Kirito's flattery. I assume Kurenai has told you about the Chunin promotion, he asked. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kirito said. Good. Kurenai tells me you have Jonin level strength, so this will be a great test. If you demonstrate the required skill, I can promote you directly to Jonin. Hiruzen led the way as they exited the office with Kirito and Kurenai following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at an open field near the Forest of Death. Almost all of Konoha's core members were there, including Danzo, the 2 village advisors, and several Anbu. Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi were also present. Most of the attendees showed little reaction to Kirito's arrival, but Uchiha Itachi's face, hidden under his mask, grew serious. Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, he noticed how Kirito's chakra was mysteriously strong and concealed. Could it be you, Itachi thought. Asterisk, did you steal Shisui's right eye? Kirito, you've suddenly become so bold. What are you up to? Asterisk. Itachi was starting to suspect that Kirito might be behind Shisui's missing eye, though he hadn't ruled out another potential suspect, Uchiha Obito, the masked man who had killed his teammates years ago. Kirito, always alert, noticed Itachi's intense gaze but didn't dwell on it. His focus was on his own objective, which would soon be achieved. Kirito, Kurenai whispered, pointing to 3 elder figures. These are the Hokage advisors, Yutane Koharu-sama and Mito Kato-en-sama. And that is Shimura Danzo-sama, head of the Root Division. Kirito flashed a sunny, respectful smile, bowing to the 3 elders. Honored advisors, Lord Danzo. Koharu and Mito Kato nodded approvingly at Kirito's attitude, while Danzo remained cold and distant. Let's get started, Danzo said. Your opponent will be him. Kakashi, step forward. At Danzo's command, a tall figure with white hair and wearing an ANBU uniform and dog mask emerged from the group. Kirito's eyes gleamed with amusement. Hitaki Kakashi? I didn't expect to face you like this, he mused. End of the chapter. Chapters available up to 35 only for $6 with regular updates. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 22. Danzo continued, you must have heard of the name of the copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. Jonin Kurenai Ui mentioned that your strength has surpassed even hers. Today, as long as you can hold out for the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn in a fight against Kakashi, you will pass the Chunin exam. Additionally, if you can demonstrate exceptional strength and earn the recognition of Konoha's high-level officials and ANBU elites, you could be promoted directly to Jonin, Danzo added. I understand, Lord Danzo, Kirito replied solemnly. Then everyone, take your positions, Danzo commanded, his face still stern as he waved his hand dismissively. Konoha's senior leaders, including Saratobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the 2 Hokage advisors, sat in the VIP section. Kurenai Ui and Uchiha Itachi, dressed in his ANBU uniform, stood by Saratobi and Danzo. The rest of the ANBU squad remained hidden in the surrounding trees, observing. In the cleared-out arena, Kirito and Kakashi stood 20 steps apart, preparing for battle. An ANBU member took position between them, ready to serve as the referee. Let's begin, Saratobi Hiruzen said calmly. Fight, the referee announced, before leaping back to vacate the battlefield. Both Kirito and Kakashi simultaneously formed the tiger seal with their right hands, a sign of mutual respect before combat. The moment the referee's voice trailed off, Kirito made his move, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, his entire body transformed into petals of cherry blossoms and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Genjutsu. 3 Absolute Sakura Technique. Kirito executed the illusion. A genjutsu already? This boy's abilities have improved significantly, Saratobi Hiruzen mused, as he quickly disrupted his own chakra to dispel the illusion. The others, aside from Uchiha Itachi with his Mangekyo Sharingan, followed suit and dispelled the illusion themselves. They were impressed by how far Kirito had come with his genjutsu techniques. Suddenly, a flash of light sliced through the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of a blade. Before most of the spectators could fully break free from the genjutsu, a white blade emerged, and Kirito appeared out of thin air, his sword aimed directly at Kakashi's head. He's fast. His speed, precision in seals, and strength are all outstanding, Kakashi thought, no longer underestimating Kirito. He swiftly drew the katana from his back and blocked the attack. Shatter. Kyoka Suijutsu, Kirito whispered under his breath. Instead of using full force, Kirito held back, activating his sword's unique ability, Kyoka Suijutsu. He subtly placed the entire field under his illusion, ensuring no one noticed. Kirito and Kakashi's blades clashed repeatedly, sparks flying as their swords met. Not only his genjutsu, but his taijutsu and speed are also exceptional. He's already on par with the top jonin, Saratobi Hiruzen commented from the judges' table, clearly impressed. Indeed, the two Hokage advisors nodded in agreement. Danzo, on the other hand, remained stoic, his eyes dark and unreadable. Uchiha Itachi, observing the fight closely, was deep in thought. Thanks to his Manjiki Sharingan, he could see things no one else could. Kirito was clearly holding something back, keeping his true strength hidden. Kurenai, it seems you've done an excellent job as his teacher, Saratobi Hiruzen added with a calm smile. Kurenai humbly replied, Hokage-sama, I've only guided him a little. Kirito's growth is all thanks to his own efforts. As they conversed, Kyito and Kakashi continued their intense battle, utilizing shuriken, kunao, and body flicker techniques, along with the occasional substitution jutsu. To the untrained eye, it seemed as if the two were moving faster than light, their forms nothing more than blurred after images clashing in midair. Finally, with the incense stick nearly burned out, both fighters came to an unspoken agreement to halt their hand-to-hand combat. They realized that their current tactics would lead to a stalemate, with no clear victor. Kakashi-senpai, your skills are truly incredible. Kirito said with respect, quickly forming hand seals. You're impressive too, Kirito. Be prepared, the next wave of attacks is coming, Kakashi warned, his voice filled with admiration. He planted his sword into the ground and rapidly formed seals with his hands. Inwardly, Kakashi couldn't help but think that Kirito was a genius on par with Uchiha Itachi. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Kakashi exhaled a massive fireball from his mouth, its intensity resembling a miniature sun. As the fireball shot toward him, Kirito stood motionless, allowing the flames to engulf him. Kirito. Kurenai shouted, fearing the worst. Don't worry. Kirito is much stronger than you think, Saratobi Hiruzen reassured her, his face calm and composed. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kurenai quickly apologized, realizing her outburst. The flames subsided, leaving a shallow pit where Kirito had stood. His body was curled up in the center, severely burned and unconscious. Did it work? Kakashi wondered aloud as he approached the pit to check on Kirito. Just before he got too close, Kirito's body suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Kakashi realized just as Kirito emerged from the ground behind him. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Kirito had used the earth itself to drag Kakashi underground, leaving only his head visible above the surface. Looks like I've won this round, Kakashi-senpai, Kirito said confidently. Not so fast, Kakashi's voice suddenly echoed from behind him, and Kirito felt the cold steel of Kakashi's blade against his neck. The Kakashi trapped in the earth dissipated into smoke. It was a clone as well. How did you know? Kirito asked calmly, not turning his head. Sharingan, Kakashi answered simply. I saw your hand seals, and I knew what was coming. Your combination of techniques was brilliant, Kirito. You're truly something special. End of the chapter. Chapters available up to 35 only for $6 with regular updates. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Kirito smiled and said, it is an honor to receive the admiration of the copy ninja. But after those 2 techniques, I released another. As he finished speaking, demonic illusion, tree binding death had already been activated. Kirito suddenly disappeared from Kakashi and everyone else's sight. At the same time, a sapling grew rapidly beneath Kakashi's feet, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive tree that coiled around him. Clang! The sword fell from Kakashi's hand as his body was bound tightly to the tree, unable to move. And Kirito slowly emerged from the tree, his sword aimed at Kakashi. Using tree binding death? You really are the genjutsu genius Kurenai mentioned. Kakashi looked up at Kirito, acknowledging his skill. Likewise, Kakashi-senpai is formidable. This version of you is probably just a clone, isn't it? Kirito sheathed his sword, releasing the illusion. Yeah, Kakashi replied, his voice low, not denying it. In an instant, his figure flickered into lightning and disappeared, while his real body emerged from the spot where Kirito had earlier used the earth release, hiding like a mole technique. Kirito sheathed his sword, and Kakashi also put his away. Both knew the fight had reached its end as the incense stick burned out. Time's up, the referee announced. The battle officially concluded, and Kirito and Kakashi formed the seal of reconciliation. The fight had reached its end. Clap, clap, clap. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, stood and applauded. Kirito, I didn't expect you to fight Kakashi to this extent. You truly are remarkable. You flatter me, Hokage-sama. Kakashi-senpai was holding back. Kirito said humbly. If he had used his lightning clone to paralyze me and follow up with a strike, I would have been in real trouble. Not to mention, he hasn't even used his signature technique, Chidori. He's not arrogant, nor does he rush things. He truly embodies the will of fire. A fine candidate indeed. Hiruzen thought to himself. Pleased, he addressed the gathered shinobi, I believe you've all seen Kirito's strength. There's no doubt that he's passed the Chunin exam. I mentioned earlier that if Kirito demonstrated sufficient strength, he could be promoted to Jonin. Now, let's vote. Those who agree, raise your hands. As he spoke, Hiruzen was the first to raise his hand. Kakashi, Kirito's opponent, followed suit. Like Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi had sensed that Kirito wasn't fighting at full capacity, though neither had he. The third was Uchiha Itachi himself. And soon, the Anbu present, directly under the Hokage's command, raised their hands as well. After all, if the Hokage approved, how could they disagree? Plus, Kirito's skills and composure made him more than deserving of the Jonin title, particularly his prowess in genjutsu, which left most of the audience impressed. Koharu Yudin and Homura Mito, the two village elders, also raised their hands. They often followed the Hokage's lead and recognized that Kirito's promotion would benefit the village, especially if he could be utilized in matters concerning the Uchiha. Surprisingly, even Danzo, who typically opposed the Hokage, raised his hand without hesitation. His usually grim expression was replaced with a rare calm, though nobody could guess his true thoughts. This unexpected gesture from Danzo caught many off guard. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Very well then. Kirito, from today, you are officially promoted to the rank of Jonin. Congratulations. And Kurenai, Hiruzen turned to her, you've done a commendable job training such an exceptional genjutsu user. You've more than earned the rank of special Jonin. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kurenai Yui knelt respectfully in front of Hiruzen. Kirito, not one to kneel, activated Kyoka Suijutsu, his Zanpakuto, and made a bowing gesture toward the third Hokage. Seeing their sincerity, Hiruzen smiled even more brightly. He waved them up, then continued, Kirito, although you've become a Jonin, your range of techniques could use some expansion. Kakashi, you're free tomorrow. I'd like you to guide him. Not long after, Kirito and Kakashi arranged their next training session. Donning his new Jonin vest, Kirito left the training grounds with Kurenai. As they strolled down the street, Kurenai, dressed in her usual combat attire, broke the silence. Kirito, where did you learn hiding like a mole technique and shadow clone? I don't remember teaching you those. I got them from Izumi, Kirito answered, half-truthfully. In reality, Kirito had learned the basics of hiding like a mole during his Jonin days. But that night at Uchiha Izumi's house when they were younger, he had received some unexpected options that led him to a different path. It was a spring night, with the air thick with the scent of blooming flowers. Kirito stayed the night at Izumi's house. By morning, he had woken up with her in his arms, triggering a series of choices. But in the end, Kirito chose the right path, choosing to merely protect his young companion, knowing they both had their futures ahead of them. Uchiha Izumi, Kurenai murmured. She had heard of her. Then she looked around cautiously before lowering her voice, Kirito, be careful. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village is fragile. It's best not to get too involved with them, especially right now. Kurenai-sensei, are you worried about me? Kirito teased, his deep black eyes gleaming with an unreadable emotion. Their eyes locked for a moment. Kurenai's face flushed, her words caught in her throat. She glanced away, unable to respond. End of this chapter. Read chapters ahead in patreon.com/john_smith_. Access to 20+ chapters. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 24. This was the umpteenth time Kirito had flirted with her. At first, Kurenai Yui didn't take it too seriously, thinking it was just a prank played by a younger ninja. But as Kirito grew more mature and continued to prove his worth on missions, a change began to happen. Kurenai, who had closed off her heart after the death of her father, felt it slowly start to open again. Just as Kurenai was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice called out from afar, Hey, Kurenai. Startled, as if caught red-handed, her face flushed red, and she quickly looked away from Kirito. She turned towards the voice, and saw three familiar figures approaching. All of them wore Konoha Jonin vests. The man in the lead looked strikingly similar to the third Hokage, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, smoke trailing behind him. Behind him were two younger shinobi. One wore a bright green bodysuit, his forehead protector tied around his waist, and had an unmistakable watermelon-shaped haircut along with thick eyebrows. He shouted about youth every other step. His enthusiasm was obvious. The other ninja seemed more composed, sporting a bandana wrapped around his forehead protector and a senbon cigarette between his lips. He walked with a casual air, a bit scruffy but undeniably confident. These three were none other than Asuma Saratobi, Might Guy, and Genma Shiranui Konoha's respected Jonin, and comrades of Kurenai Yui. It seems like your friends are here. I'll see you tonight, Kirito said, glancing at the three approaching men. With a swift bow to Kurenai, he disappeared using the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Asuma and the others arrived just as Kirito left. Kurenai, was that man also a Jonin from Konoha? I don't think I've seen him before, Asuma asked casually, though there was a hint of suspicion in his voice as he glanced in the direction Kirito had vanished. Oh, him? That's my student, Kirito. I've mentioned him before. He just completed the Jonin test and was promoted today, Kurenai replied, a little distracted. Upon hearing that the young man was Kurenai's student, Asuma visibly relaxed, letting out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. His initial worry that Kurenai had some kind of romantic connection with the young Jonin faded. After all, she was still so young herself, right? A Jonin at his age? No way. He can't be more than 12 years old. Genma said, astonished. I know Kakashi was promoted at 12, but seriously. Even Might Guy, known for his lack of recognition in faces, was puzzled. Who's Kirito? He asked bluntly, clearly confused. Kurenai sighed, ignoring Guy's usual behavior. It's true, believe it or not. Kirito's abilities are already beyond mine. That's incredible, Shiranui Genma said, grinning. He made Jonin faster than you, his own teacher. Well, actually, I've also been promoted to full Jonin recently, Kurenai said proudly. So Genma, I'm afraid it's just you and a few others still at the special Jonin rank. Genma's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? Asuma, keen to keep the conversation going, asked with curiosity, is Kirito really that strong, Kurenai? If you want to know, just ask Kakashi. He was Kirito's opponent during the test. Kurenai glanced at her friends and changed the subject, anyway, what brings you guys here? We just got back from a mission, Might Guy explained enthusiastically. And Asuma wanted to invite you to a gathering tonight. Asuma immediately went red, glaring at Guy for revealing the plan too bluntly. He looked to Kurenai with a hopeful expression. Ah, I see. Sorry, I already have plans tonight. My students and I are celebrating Kirito's promotion, Kurenai said with a slight smile, though her mind was still occupied with Kirito's earlier teasing. She waved her hand gently, bidding her friends goodbye as she disappeared down the street. Asuma stood there, visibly disappointed at the rejection. Guy looked confused as ever, while Genma was still recovering from Kurenai's unexpected news about her promotion. Meanwhile, word of Kirito's promotion spread quickly through Konoha. In no time, people throughout the village were talking about it. To further elevate Kirito's position, the village council even gave him the title of Phantom God Kirito in recognition of his exceptional genjutsu prowess, comparing him to none other than Uchiha Shisui, famed for his illusions. Unbeknownst to Kirito, the village leadership was pushing this narrative to solidify his role. They hoped that with his connection to Uchiha Izumi, Kirito could be used to monitor the Uchiha clan from within as tensions in the village grew. Kirito was not surprised. He had a good understanding of Saratobi Hiruzen's strategies. The Hokage wanted him close to the Uchihas as a potential spy, using his personal ties to Uchiha Izumi. And as for Danzo, his support of Kirito's promotion was also expected. Danzo, who sought power above all else, probably saw this as a way to gain leverage over Kirito. But Kirito knew all too well that Danzo didn't trust anyone. He valued Konoha above all but was more than willing to sacrifice individuals, even his own shinobi, to achieve his version of the village's protection. Once Kirito had outlived his usefulness, Danzo would undoubtedly act. The Uchiha clan was headed for destruction, and anyone linked to them, whether it was Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, or even Kirito himself, would face grave consequences. Kirito was prepared for that day. He knew it was only a matter of time. End of chapter. Visit our Patreon for 20+ chapters. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Creator's thoughts. Steven_Hart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 25. In the evening, after picking up Uchiha Izumi and taking him home, Kirito arrived at Zayasen barbecue restaurant on time to keep the appointment. Eri has a sister. Her sister did not become a ninja, but chose to help out at a barbecue restaurant. Her name is Akatsuki Arena. As for Eri's mother, she was a ninja of Konoha. She was often away from home, mainly responsible for the protection of the daimyo's wife, and rarely went home. After dinner, everyone went back home to see their mothers. After filling his stomach, Ponji went back satisfied. Eri stayed in the store to help her family. As for Kirito, at this moment he was being asked by Kurenai to accompany him for drinking. Yes, Kurenai was drunk. She always liked to have a drink in the evening, but perhaps because Kirito was about to leave the team, she drank a little too much and started to act crazy. Hey, Kirito-kun, time flies by so fast. In the blink of an eye, you will become a jonin, and you have grown into a handsome man. You don't look like a 12-year-old kid at all. Kurenai held the wine glass in one hand and gently stroked Kirito's face with the other. Her delicate face, with a blush on it, became even more beautiful and charming under the light. Just as Kurenai said, Kirito has indeed grown a lot taller. Because he practiced God's breath and absorbed natural energy all year round, he was only 12 years old, but his height had reached 1.7 meters. The childish look on his face was almost completely gone, and he could be said to have grown up completely. Teacher Kurenai, you are drunk. Kirito picked up the tea and took a sip, feeling a little helpless. If it were any other time, facing a beauty like Kurenai, he would definitely not be able to resist teasing her and taking advantage of her. After all, who isn't a man? But now there is less than a year left until the night of the Uchiha clan genocide. By then, he would definitely leave for Izumi. There is nothing worth lingering here. If you get into a situation with Kurenai, it will only bring trouble to her. At least during the third Hokage in power, they should not have too much conflict with Kurenai. After all, Konoha elders is very cunning. Mitarashi Anko is a living example. Since Orochimaru defected, she has been almost tortured crazy by the Konoha interrogation department. This is also the reason why he has only interacted with them as an ordinary team member over the past 6 months. You're so unreasonable. I'm not drunk. Kurenai let go of Kirito, pouted her red lips, drank a glass by herself, then slammed the table and complained under the influence of alcohol, I really want to fall in love. I'm so beautiful and have a good figure, why doesn't anyone want to chase me? Having said that, Kurenai did not forget to pout her red lips and secretly glanced at Kirito. Seeing that the other party was still unmoved, she immediately mustered up his courage, as if he was going to press his entire body against Kirito, bringing with it a gust of fragrant wind. Hey, hey. Kirito-kun. You say. Feeling the softness of Kurenai's body, the faint body fragrance, and the faint smell of wine in the air, Kirito couldn't help but blush and answered. Do you really like your teacher? Kurenai raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and their bodies moved closer. Everyone loves beauty. The teacher is so beautiful, who would not like her? Kirito said frankly. What a cunning kid. Kurenai avoided Kirito's sight with a blushing face, and then whispered to Kirito, then leaned close to his ear and exhaled a breath of alcohol. Actually, it's not impossible. As she spoke, she actually closed her eyes and moved her red lips towards Kirito. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded in Kirito's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the Lolita control option. 1 kiss Ui Kurenai and get a raise Nan as a reward. 2 half-heartedly only hug her and use the hands of her, rewarded with thunder release. Chidori. 3 get out of the way and you will be rewarded with poison water. Please select. Kirito. This choice is a bit too exciting. Although this is indeed a good idea, the second option is definitely not an option as it is illegal and you are not old enough. But forget about the first one. I'll just die if I do. Today, I, Kirito, am going to give you my first kiss. Teacher Kurenai, your favorite mustard octopus is here. Just as their lips were about to touch, Eri walked in with a tray of food. Kurenai was startled and sobered up instantly, while Kirito subconsciously dodged. Eri, listen to me, things are not what you think. The three looked at each other. Kurenai wanted to explain, but Eri said, I'm sorry, I seem to have disturbed you too, you continue. As she spoke, Eri slapped her forehead, made a cute gesture, covered her mouth, and left with a snicker. Before leaving she did not forget to give Kirito a meaningful look. As if to encourage him, he made a cheering gesture. Only Kurenai and Kirito were left staring at each other. Kurenai turned her face away, not daring to look at Kirito again, but she still glanced at Kirito from the corner of her eyes from time to time. Perhaps because of the effect of alcohol, or because of shyness, her face became even redder, and even her neck was stained with a layer of crimson. She covered her forehead with her hands, feeling extremely upset. Why did she say such shameful words and almost kissed her own student? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Kirito's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the poison water. Isn't it finally underwear? Kirito's mouth twitched fiercely. He looked at Kurenai, then looked at Eri who was hiding outside the box and peeking, and sighed, Teacher Kurenai, you are drunk, I will take you home. As he spoke, he stood up and extended his right hand towards Kurenai. Oh, okay. Okay. Kurenai stood up with a blushing face. She didn't dare to look at Kirito, but still held Kirito's hand. Kirito's palm was warm, which made her feel at ease. Neither of them spoke again after that. Kirito said bye to Eri, and walked out of the barbecue restaurant with Kurenai on his back. Ui Kurenai's home is located in the bustling area of Konoha, and Kirito has been there once. Following the route he remembered, he quickly sent her back home. He took off his shoes, put her on the bed, boiled some hot water, and cleaned the house. Finally, I gave her a simple wash. Just as Kirito was about to leave, Kurenai appeared and grabbed his sleeve. Thank you. It's okay. Are you feeling better now? Kirito poured her a glass of boiled water. Yeah, much better. Kurenai nodded, took the cup of water, but did not drink it. She hesitated and said, about what happened at the barbecue restaurant before. End of this chapter. Ch updated up to 45. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 26. I know. Kirito sat down beside the bed and gently stroked Kurenai Ui's face. He knew that after today, if he didn't make his feelings clear, he might not have another chance. He immediately said seriously, Kurenai, are you willing to wait until I grow up? What do you mean? Her cheeks flushed with the glow of the setting sun. She was happy, but a sense of uneasiness stirred within her. It means exactly what it says, a confession. Kirito smiled. A confession? Kurenai was taken aback. Joy, hesitation, excitement, worry, and a whirlwind of other emotions flashed through her eyes until her mind went blank. Yes, it's a confession, Kirito nodded. Are you serious? I'm 7 or 8 years older than you. I have a bad temper, a lot of bad habits, and I like to drink late at night, she blurted out, listing her perceived flaws. A woman who's 3 years older than her husband is a treasure, Kirito chuckled. As for those other things, I don't see them as flaws. After all, no one is perfect, and I have shortcomings too. Kurenai was stunned. What are your shortcomings? He was young, handsome, talented, powerful, and always calm except when facing the Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi. He carried himself with such confidence, as if he were a seasoned veteran in life, even though he was still so young. If there was a flaw, it was perhaps that he was a bit too charming. She knew that Kirito, while showing interest in her, had also caught the eye of a certain Uchiha girl. It seems you already know. Kirito's smile faded. Before Kurenai could react, he gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, for a long time to come, we may be apart. I might even distance myself from you and seem different. But no matter what happens, please believe that I will always be the me you know. In another 10 years, the fourth great ninja war would begin. By then, everything would change. The next day, Kirito arrived at the agreed meeting place with Kakashi, a secluded mountaintop outside Konoha. It was nearing noon, and the sun was scorching. Kakashi had been there for a while, nearly exhausted by the heat. You're late, Junior, Kakashi remarked as soon as he saw Kirito. Sorry, Kakashi-senpai, I got lost on the road of life today, Kirito said, borrowing Kakashi's own line from the future and tossing him a bottle of cold water. Kakashi caught it, gave him a look that screamed, I don't believe you, then turned around, pulled down his mask, and drank the water in one gulp. How about this, as compensation, I'll treat you to lunch later. Anywhere you want, Kirito offered. Then I won't be polite, Kakashi replied, turning back toward him. The Hokage asked me to teach you some ninjutsu that would suit you. Have you measured your chakra nature yet? Thunder and earth, Kirito replied, concealing the fact that he also possessed fire, water, yin, and yang chakra natures. The latter two, especially, were beyond most ninjas' understanding, so it was better not to mention them. He had already mastered fire-style techniques like the Great Fireball and Phoenix Flower Jutsu, so there was nothing more Kakashi could teach him there. He had also used earth-style jutsu like the Earth Core beheading technique in front of others, so that couldn't be hidden. As for water-style techniques, Kakashi wasn't particularly skilled in that area, and Kirito figured he could just copy those later. What Kirito really wanted to learn from Kakashi was Chidori, his signature lightning-style technique. However, he knew he couldn't reveal too much at once, otherwise, it might attract unwanted attention from the Hokage. Born with 2 chakra natures, and you're also talented in illusions? Plus, lightning, which is rare. You're quite the genius, Kakashi remarked. So, have you decided what kind of ninjutsu you want to learn? Kirito pretended to think. I'm skilled with genjutsu, which gives me an advantage in most fights. But against someone like you, Kakashi-senpai, with the Sharingan to break illusions, I'd be at a disadvantage. So, I'd like to learn one defensive and one offensive jutsu. For defense, I'd like to learn the earth-style earth flow wall. And for offense, well, I think your Chidori would suit me perfectly. You've got quite the appetite. Kakashi's eye twitched. I see Kurenai's told you a lot about me. The earth flow wall is fine, but Chidori, well, that's a different story. I'm not questioning your talent, Kakashi continued, but Chidori has a fatal flaw. You need to move at high speed, which makes it hard to see your target. Without the Sharingan, it could leave you vulnerable to a counterattack. I can't teach you this. Don't worry, senpai. I was born with exceptional dynamic vision different from most people. It's nothing I can't handle. Besides, I plan to use it as a supplement to my genjutsu, not for direct attacks. Kirito explained calmly. Is that so? Kakashi seemed to reconsider. Well, if that's the case, let's get started. The Hokage has only given us 1 day actually, half a day, so it depends on how quickly you can learn. Kakashi glanced up at the blazing Sunday. We've got half a day left. It doesn't matter. Let's begin, Kirito replied confidently. For someone like Kirito, who had already mastered the nature transformations for both earth and lightning chakra, learning these techniques wasn't going to be a challenge. Half an hour later, Kakashi stood staring in disbelief. Behind Kirito was a massive earth flow wall, with a dog head etched into it as a tribute to Kakashi's ninja dogs. In Kirito's hand, lightning crackled as he flawlessly executed Chidori. You mastered a B-rank earth-style jutsu and an A-rank lightning-style jutsu in less than half an hour, Kakashi said, his mouth twitching. You're a monster. If it weren't for your normal eyes, I'd think you had a Sharingan. Haha, senpai, you're hilarious. I don't have the nerve to transplant the Sharingan, and I certainly don't have the bad taste to dig out my own eyes. Kirito smiled wryly. Of course, I'm not talking about you. After all, your Sharingan was a gift from your best friend. End of the chapter. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Updated till 44. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 27. Your words of comfort are really not pleasant to hear at all, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Since you have already learned it, let's go down the mountain. If you don't understand something in the future, just come and ask me. In this damn weather, if you stay any longer, you will be dried up by the Sunday. It's just right. It's not time for lunch yet. Let's go have lunch together. This will be my way of thanking you. What would you like to eat? How about Ichiraku ramen? Kirito said. Haven't you already decided for me? Kakashi said weakly. Perhaps it was because Kirito had been in and out of the Uchiha clan for many years and had a close Uchiha friend like him. He didn't have much aversion to Kirito. He just thought that this was a junior with a bit of a sinister side. Soon, the two arrived at Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Here, they met an unexpected person, Uzumaki Naruto. Kirito and Ai-san. After a year since last winter, Naruto was particularly excited to see Kirito again. Perhaps even Kirito himself did not know that he had only treated Naruto to ramen twice, both times by intercepting Hinata, but he still made Naruto feel the warmth of family love. Replacing Irika and becoming the first person to enter his heart. Oh, it's you. Why are you still so short after a year? Have you been busy eating instant noodles again and not eating properly? Kirito walked forward and gently rubbed Naruto's yellow hedgehog head as if petting a dog. After seeing his teacher's orphan, Kakashi's expression suddenly changed, and his face under the mask looked extremely unnatural. Hee. Naruto chuckled, really enjoying the time spent with Kirito. Then, he said excitedly in an admiring tone, Kirito and Ai-san, I've heard about that. You've only graduated from the ninja academy for less than a year, and you've been promoted to Jonin. In the future, I want to become an excellent ninja like you, and then become Hokage. Is that so? Then keep working on it. If it's you, I believe you can do it, Kirito responded casually and sat down. Boss, give me 3 bowls of pork bone ramen. As for the side dishes, add whatever you like. It's my treat today. Okay little Kirito, Toki responded happily and started preparing the ramen. After hearing Kirito's words of encouragement, Naruto was stunned for a moment. Invisibly, Kirito had gained another label in Naruto's heart and became the first person to recognize him. Kakashi noticed the changes in Naruto's expression and said nothing the whole time. It was not until after lunch that Naruto had to return to school, so he ate quickly and left early. Kakashi finally spoke and asked hesitantly, Kirito, are you familiar with that kid? Kirito pretended to be stunned for a moment and replied, not really. Including today, I have only met him 3 times in total. I treated him to ramen a few times because he was lonely. Is that so? Kakashi repeated and continued to ask, then you should know his identity. If I remember correctly, your parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Can you tell me why you don't hate that brat? Why should I hate him? The Nine Tails is the Nine Tails, Naruto is Naruto, and this little guy was just a newborn baby at best. What could he do? Kirito asked back first, and then began to make indirect accusations. I don't know who spread the rumor that Naruto is the Nine Tails, and it made a good child, who was already an orphan, live in the hatred and enmity of the villagers during his childhood. He drank expired milk and ate instant noodles. When he wanted to buy something, no one was willing to sell it to him. He was hungry all day long. It's a miracle that he can survive till now. At this point, he did not forget to add, if I find out who it is, I will report it to the Hokage immediately. Rumors. Kakashi thought of his father, Konoha's White Fang. His father was killed by rumors. Then he thought of Naruto's current situation and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Although the third Hokage had ordered that no one was allowed to approach the Jinchuriki, he, as a disciple of Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze, had never cared for his teacher's orphan for all these years. What on earth have I been doing all these years? It was getting close to evening and the sun was setting. The sunset in the west and the major buildings of Konoha complemented each other, making it look particularly beautiful and prosperous. And at this moment, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Saratobi Hiruzen had his hands behind his back. Behind him was Hitaki Kakashi, who had changed into Anbu ninja attire and was kneeling on one knee. How is it, Kakashi? What impression do you have of that kid Kirito? Saratobi Hiruzen asked with his back to Hitaki Kakashi, his eyes hollow. Of course, he wouldn't be so kind as to ask Kakashi to teach him the Kirito's ninjutsu. It was more of a test for Kirito. Although Kurenai had reported to him everything about Kirito, and he trusted Kurenai very much. But in the final analysis, Kurenai and Kirito are master and disciple. Given his own experience with Orochimaru, it was inevitable that Kurenai would hide some unimportant details from him, the Hokage. And these details can often truly reveal a person's character. This is why he assigned Kakashi to test the waters before sending Kirito undercover as an Uchiha. Kakashi lowered his head and thought for a moment before speaking his mind. He said respectfully, excluding the bloodline limit, there is no doubt that he is a genius who is no less than Uchiha Itachi. He learned the B-level Earth Release Ninjutsu and the A-level Ninjutsu Chidori in less than half an hour. As a person, he is not a wicked person. On the contrary, he has a strong sense of justice and can look at problems rationally. Perhaps because he is also an orphan, he has sympathy for the weak. I see. Saratobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Overall, Kakashi's evaluation was not too different from the information he had. But being able to look at the problem rationally is a bit tricky. What he needed was a chess piece who worshipped him blindly and went undercover as an Uchiha. He didn't need a Kirito who had independent thinking ability. If the situation was not handled properly, there was a possibility that Kirito would do something against the will of the Hokage for the little girl of the Uchiha family, as Danzo said. This was something Saratobi Hiruzen didn't want to see. It seems that I have to spend some more time to guide him. That kid's will of fire is not pure enough, Saratobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. Hokage-sama. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen was thinking about how to instill that will of fire into Kirito, Kakashi's voice interrupted his thoughts. End of this chapter. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 28. Saratobi Hiruzen asked with some surprise, is there something else? Kakashi, with a heavy expression, replied, today, I saw Sensei's son. After parting ways with Kirito, Kakashi didn't return to report to the Hokage immediately. Instead, he went to observe Naruto in secret. The result left Kakashi feeling disheartened. Naruto was undisciplined, isolated by the villagers, and resorted to pranks to gain attention and recognition. Unfortunately, this only made people resent him more. His financial situation was dire, barely managing to afford food. He often ate instant noodles, which provided no nutrition, and even drank expired milk that the villagers had sold to him. Naruto was unaware of any of this. His education was equally disastrous. Without parental guidance, he made mistakes in the basics, including chakra control. Aside from the transformation jutsu, he was ignorant of the 3 basic techniques. It was difficult to fathom how Naruto had survived so long under such circumstances. Minato's child. Saratobi Hiruzen mused. He was well aware of Naruto's struggles. Although part of the issue was rooted in Danzo spreading malicious rumors, most of it was due to his own tacit approval or, at the very least, his indifference. After the Nine Tails attack, the villagers needed someone to direct their anger toward, and Naruto became the scapegoat. As Hokage, Hiruzen could have ensured Naruto lived as a hero's son, but he deliberately allowed this situation to develop. His reasoning was calculated: as long as the villagers despised, isolated, and rejected Naruto, Naruto would grow up lonely, desperate for recognition and love. That's where Hiruzen would come in, providing comfort and guidance. By doing so, Naruto would become attached to him, relying on him as his only source of warmth and hope. This emotional manipulation ensured that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki remained firmly under the Hokage's control. The boy's current life is unbearable, Kakashi continued. He's living off instant noodles and expired milk. Hokage-sama, I request permission to provide Naruto with the minimum living security he deserves. I understand. This is my negligence as Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen responded, feigning regret. I will personally ensure this doesn't happen again. Even though Kakashi's concern was genuine, Hiruzen had no intention of allowing him to get too close to Naruto. He deflected the responsibility to himself as he often did, making it seem like he was personally wronged by the situation and would now take action. Kakashi, upon hearing this, felt immediate gratitude, not realizing Hiruzen's manipulation. In this way, any potential distrust Kakashi might have felt toward the Hokage was swiftly averted, and his faith in Hiruzen as the strongest Hokage grew even stronger. If Kirito had been present to hear this conversation, he would have sneered inwardly at Hiruzen's words, thinking, asterisk, what have you been doing all this time? Only when someone brings it up do you act, as if to right a wrong asterisk. If even a fraction of the 4th Hokage and Kushina's inheritance had been used for Naruto's care, he wouldn't have had such a miserable childhood. Meanwhile, as Kakashi spoke with the 3rd Hokage, outside Konoha village, Kirito had already returned to the mountaintop where he had once trained with Kakashi. Lightning crackled from his right hand, his entire body occasionally enveloped in it. At times, the lightning transformed into bolts that shot outward, piercing the surrounding rock. Other times, it turned into chains of electricity, cutting and binding everything in its path. In some instances, the lightning morphed into a hound, crashing into and shattering boulders. Other times, it shaped into a perfect copy of Kirito himself, continuously shifting forms. Finally, the lightning condensed into a sharp spear, cutting and piercing through everything in its way. These were the evolved forms of Chidori that Kirito had developed based on Kakashi's and Sasuke's original techniques, using perfect mastery over the lightning chakra nature: Chidori Stream, Chidori Senbon, Lightning Chain, Lightning Beast Tracking Fang, Lightning Shadow Clone, Chidori Sharp Spear, and a series of other lightning techniques. Soon, the mountaintop was utterly devastated by the training session. With perfect control over the lightning chakra nature, combined with the original techniques from Kakashi and Sasuke, it's surprisingly easy to elevate Chidori to new heights, Kirito thought with satisfaction. It seems I can begin experimenting with the possibility of developing a Kekii Genkai or even a Kekii Ita in the future. Looking over the wreckage of the mountaintop, Kirito mused silently, System, show me my personal stats. Ding, opening the status panel. Host, Kirito Fujiwara. Gender * male. Age * 12. Bloodline limit * Sharingan. Chakra attributes * fire, lightning, earth, water, yin, yang. Chakra reserves * 5 cards, up to 60 cards in Sage mode. Secret techniques * Tiangangju, 5th level, includes defensive energy and flash step. Ninjutsu * fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, 3-Body Jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Chidori Series, Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu, Earth Flow Wall. Summoning Beast * Crow. Special abilities * Kaika Suijutsu, once witnessed, it directly affects the soul and controls the five senses, including chakra perception. Illusions * Koda Amatsukami, Sharingan Genjutsu, Tree Binding Death, Cherry Blossom Triple Illusion. Taijutsu * Basic Konoha Taijutsu, Tiangang-Ju's unique moves, Uchiha Shuriken and Kunao throwing techniques. Chakra nature transformations * Fire, Lightning, Earth, Water. Inventory * Kaika Suijutsu, Zanpakut, Kunao times 225, Shuriken times 311, various clothes, space storage scrolls times 5, substitution logs times 39. After reaching the 5th level of Tiangang-Ju, my chakra reserves increased to 5 cards, and my sage mode multiplier rose from 10 to 12 times. Chakra exhaustion won't be an issue from now on, Kirito thought with satisfaction. Just then, Kirito sensed someone approaching rapidly. It was Kakashi. Quickly, he sheathed Kaika Suijutsu at his waist, activating its power to alter the appearance of the mountaintop. By the time Kakashi arrived, the damage appeared minimal, with only a few marks from Chidori remaining, disguising the true extent of Kirito's destructive training. I knew you'd be here, Kakashi remarked, glancing around. You've really improved. My limit is 4 Chidori in a day, and that's already pushing it. You've used 4 or 5 today, and you still seem fine. It's impressive. You have your own burdens, Kirito smiled, shifting the conversation. So, what brings you here? Kakashi's expression grew serious. Hokage-sama has requested your presence. End of chapter. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 29. After a while, Hatake Kakashi brought Kirito to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Kirito said respectfully, dropping to one knee, using Kyoka Suijutsu to create an illusion of him kneeling. Kakashi greeted Hiruzen and then took his leave. At this moment, Hiruzen Saratobi, as usual, was smoking his pipe. Seeing Kirito and Kakashi arrive, he put out his pipe, showing a warm and kind smile. Kirito, you're here. Please, stand up, there's no need for such formality. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kirito responded, maintaining the respectful illusion as he stood. Saratobi began to show concern for Kirito, engaging in small talk. He rambled on for a while, testing Kirito's loyalty and mindset. Though Kirito was internally impatient, he kept up his respectful act, appearing to hang on every word of the Hokage. After nearly half an hour of meaningless conversation, Saratobi finally got to the real reason for the meeting. Kirito, do you remember the Nine Tails attack from 6 years ago? Of course, Hokage-sama. My parents died in that disaster, and I was powerless to save them. Kirito used Kyoka Suijutsu to create a look of deep sorrow and anguish, his eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. Seeing Kirito's reaction, Saratobi felt a sense of pride, knowing his manipulation was working. Actually, Kirito, it wasn't a natural disaster. It was a man-made calamity. A man-made calamity. Kirito feigned shock. Yes, Hiruzen said gravely. The Nine Tails was being controlled by someone. The only people capable of controlling the Nine Tails, aside from the first Hokage with his wood release, are those with the Sharingan. Hokage-sama, are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan was responsible? Kirito asked, putting on an expression of fear. There is no conclusive evidence, Hiruzen replied, but we cannot rule out the possibility. The Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan is the only thing that can control the Nine Tails. Kirito, you are a smart young man, so I think you understand what I'm implying. I am ready to dedicate my heart and soul to Konoha and to you, Hokage-sama, Kirito said solemnly, pressing his fist to his chest, giving the exact response Hiruzen had hoped for. Good, Saratobi said, nodding approvingly. From today onward, I am assigning you to the Anbu. Your task will be to monitor the Uchiha clan. I also need you to act as an undercover agent. You will infiltrate their ranks, and at the right moment, you are permitted to share minor bits of information to gain their trust. Report back to me on their activities. Hiruzen's tone became serious as he added, this is a top-secret mission. No one else must know of this. Kirito didn't answer right away. Instead, he hesitated, displaying a look of uncertainty. Saratobi noticed and asked gently, Kirito, is there something troubling you? Kirito nodded. If the Uchiha clan is truly responsible for the Nine Tails incident, I hope that only those directly involved are punished. I ask for leniency for innocent members of the clan, especially the civilians. Ah, is this about Uchiha Izumi? Saratobi's expression softened, clearly pleased with this revelation. He had been concerned that Kirito had no weaknesses, no ties to manipulate. But this Kirito's affection for Izumi was exactly what he needed. You care about that girl, don't you? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Hokage-sama. She, too, lost her parents in the Nine Tails attack, just like me, Kirito replied. Saratobi nodded seriously. I give you my word that Uchiha Izumi will not be harmed, no matter what. Of course, Saratobi added to himself, unless the Uchiha clan does something to endanger the village. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kirito said, though inwardly, he didn't trust Hiruzen in the slightest. He knew better than to believe this man. After all, he had seen what happened to Sasuke in the original story. If it weren't for Itachi threatening Danzo, Sasuke likely would have been eliminated. Hiruzen then called for an Anbu operative. The masked ninja entered and knelt before the Hokage. From today, Kirito is a member of Anbu. Take him to complete the necessary registration, Saratobi ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Anbu member replied, before escorting Kirito out. Once Kirito was gone, Shimura Danzo, along with Koharu Yuden and Homura Midokado, entered the room. Danzo got straight to the point. Hiruzen, did the boy agree? Yes, though he made one condition, that we ensure the safety of Uchiha Izumi, Saratobi said, sitting back in his chair and lighting his pipe once more. I knew the boy had attachments to the Uchiha. It seems his loyalty is not as pure as we had hoped, Danzo said with a slight sneer. Though Danzo spoke these words, there was no real anger behind them. He was relieved. Kirito's demand to protect Izumi meant that the boy would never be a true candidate for Hokage, eliminating him as a rival to Danzo's ambitions. Koharu Yuden offered a different perspective. Having attachments makes him easier to control. A person with no weaknesses is far more dangerous. Someone who has a heart can be guided. Homura Midokado nodded in agreement. For once, the four elders were in complete agreement. Meanwhile, the Anbu ninja led Kirito to the registration area. This will be your personal locker from now on, the ninja said, gesturing to one of the storage units. Your Anbu gear has also been prepared. You can collect it from the window over there. End of the chapter. Updated till 48. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 30. Thank you, Tenso, Kirito nodded. No need for formality, the Anbu ninja said, taking off his mask to reveal his forehead protector, and his tone became gentler. We're comrades now. Just call me Tenso, that's the code name Lord Hokage gave me. He glanced at Kirito's sword, Kyoka Suijutsu, and remarked, that's a fine sword, but it stands out too much. Anbu missions are all about secrecy. I recommend switching to the standard issue Anbu ninja sword. I understand, Tenso, Kirito nodded, thinking to himself, so this is the wood release ninja, Yamato. I've told you before, don't call me senior, Tenso chuckled, sighed, and patted Kirito's shoulder before turning to leave. Change into your uniform. I'll introduce you to the other members soon. A short while later, Kirito emerged in his new Anbu gear, choosing a mask with a smiley face. He stored Kyoka Suijutsu in his personal space and joined the others outside. A group of Anbu, including Kakashi, Yamato, and Uchiha Itachi, awaited him. Since Kirito had sparred with Kakashi before, he was spared from the hazing usually inflicted on new recruits, unlike Itachi when he first joined. How's everything, Kirito? Settling in all right? Kakashi asked, removing his dog mask. Thanks to you, everything's going smoothly, Kirito said, his demeanor now much more humble behind the mask. Glad to hear it, Kakashi replied, glancing over at Itachi, who was perched on a nearby tree trunk wearing his fox mask. Itachi, come here. Yes, Captain Kakashi, Itachi responded instantly, appearing in front of them and removing his mask. This is Uchiha Itachi. I assume you two know each other, so no need for introductions, Kakashi said. Kirito, only you and Itachi are aware of the top secret mission from the Hokage. I'll leave the specifics to the two of you. Kakashi paused before adding, for now, just report to Anbu as scheduled. I won't be assigning any extra missions. Yes, Captain, Kirito replied respectfully. Follow me, Itachi said coldly, placing his mask back on and disappearing in a blur. Kirito used the body flicker technique to follow him, and soon they arrived at a tall building overlooking the Ninja Academy. I didn't expect you to get involved in this, Itachi said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the academy where his brother Sasuke was attending class. Is it because of Izumi? Kirito leaned against a pillar, arms crossed. And you, Itachi? You're the eldest son of the Uchiha clan's leader, yet here you are, acting as a spy for the village. Ironic, isn't it? Is it because of Sasuke? So, you know about him, Itachi said, turning to face Kirito, his expression cold as his dark eyes bore into Kirito. You're not as simple as you appear. Neither are you, Kirito responded calmly, removing his mask. His tone was relaxed despite the serious air. Before continuing, Itachi narrowed his eyes, activating his Sharingan. Kirito's body froze momentarily, his pupils dilating under the genjutsu's power. But in the next instant, Kirito's form dissolved into a swirl of cherry blossom petals, wrapping themselves around Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan spun quickly as he used his asterisk technique to reverse the genjutsu. The illusion shattered, but it didn't reflect back on Kirito. He stood calmly, watching with a smile. That was close. You almost turned my illusion back on me, Kirito admitted, feigning relief. Your Sharingan is impressive. Good thing you haven't unlocked the Manjiki yet, or things would have been troublesome. Despite his relaxed tone, Itachi couldn't help but sense an underlying power in Kirito. So, did you get the confirmation you wanted? Kirito asked. I suppose, Itachi responded, though his suspicions deepened. The mysterious person who had stolen Shisui's right eye came to mind, and Itachi couldn't help but feel wary of Kirito. Turning away, Itachi placed his mask back on and said seriously, I'll inform the Uchiha Higher UPS about your promotion to Jonin and your new Anbu role. Because of Izumi, they'll likely extend an olive branch and propose that you marry her. All you need to do is act as usual with her. Someone from the clan will approach you soon. Is it really that simple? Kirito asked, finding the whole situation oddly easy. Yes, it's that simple, Itachi replied before vanishing in a flash. Kirito remained behind, musing to himself. Itachi is brilliant in many ways, but he's already suspicious of me. He probably suspects I'm involved in the theft of Shisui's eye But how could someone so intelligent be so easily manipulated into slaughtering his entire clan for the village? Even the innocents who had nothing to do with the coup. He's truly a tragic figure Kirito thought before using his own teleportation technique to disappear. A moment later, a large pitcher plant emerged from the wall, slowly revealing the strange half-black, half-white figure of Zetsu. Who is that guy? He seems unaffected by the Sharingan's illusions, White Zetsu commented. He didn't face Itachi's Mangeki, so we can't be certain, Black Zetsu rasped. But the chakra he released during that genjutsu was powerful. It seems Konoha has a new talent on their hands. So, should we report this to Obito? Or to Madara? White Zetsu asked. No, this doesn't concern them yet. A genjutsu user without the Sharingan isn't a threat to our plan. Our priority is still finding the person who took Shisui's right eye. With that, Zetsu retreated into the wall, vanishing without a trace. However, as they disappeared, Kirito re-emerged from the shadows, muttering, looks like I've piqued their interest. I barely sensed Zetsu spying on me. I'll have to stay on my guard. End of chapter. Read 12 chapters ahead. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 31. In the evening, Kirito changed into his regular clothes and arrived at the Ninja Academy on time to pick up Uchiha Izumi and walk her home. Have you been waiting long? Uchiha Izumi asked as soon as she saw Kirito. At this time, Uchiha Izumi had not fully matured, but her grace was already apparent. Her waist-length black hair, smooth and sleek without any accessories, flowed behind her. She wore a lavender high-collared dress, her delicate features highlighted by fair skin and a warm smile that could easily touch hearts. It's fine, I just got here, Kirito replied, raising his right hand. Under the envious eyes of many academy students, Uchiha Izumi naturally handed over her backpack, and the two walked side by side. Time flies. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Izumi sighed. Yeah, you're about to graduate, right? Kirito smiled and asked casually, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Uchiha Izumi thought for a moment, then, blushing slightly, she took Kirito's arm and said, maybe I'll become a bride. She recalled the night they first met. It was the night the Nine Tails attacked, a natural disaster. Her father had died, her mother was gone, and she was overwhelmed with confusion and helplessness. In that moment of crisis, Kirito had unhesitatingly pulled her from an alley on the verge of collapse and led her to safety. That image of a young boy saving her remained vivid in her mind, even after 6 years. As they grew older, the two naturally grew closer. To her, it wouldn't be bad if things stayed that way forever. Kirito was momentarily surprised but then smiled slightly, leaning in close to whisper, then I'll be your groom. Uchiha Izumi was stunned, her cheeks flushing even more deeply. Her face pressed against Kirito's arm, and there was no need for more words. Soon after, they arrived at Uchiha Izumi's home. Not long after they entered, just as Uchiha Itachi had hinted, Uchiha clan members came knocking at the door. Itachi-kun. Uchiha Izumi asked in surprise upon seeing the visitor. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi himself. Uchiha Itachi nodded expressionlessly and looked toward Kirito. Kirito, my father wants to see you. I understand, Kirito said, turning to Uchiha Izumi. I'll be back soon. Come back before dinner, Uchiha Izumi responded, not questioning why the clan leader wanted to see him. Kirito reassured her with a smile, gently patting her head, and then followed Uchiha Itachi out of the house. Kirito soon found himself at the Uchiha residence, where he met Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's mother, Mikoto, and their younger son, Sasuke, who had just returned from the academy. After a long discussion, it was agreed that Kirito would marry into the Uchiha family. In return, Kirito was expected to provide information to the Uchiha clan. As time passed, the situation escalated to the eve of the Uchiha clan's impending downfall. The sun was setting over Konoha village in the Land of Fire, but a strange atmosphere loomed over the Uchiha clan's district. Since Uchiha Shisui's death more than a year ago, tensions between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha leadership had grown. Dissatisfaction had reached its peak, and a coup seemed inevitable. At that moment, in a secret meeting room in the Hokage building, Konoha's leadership Shimura Danzo, Homura Mito Kato, Hiruzen Saratobi, and Koharu Yudin sat in their seats of power. Kneeling before them was Uchiha Itachi, dressed in his Anbu gear. With his head lowered in shadow, Uchiha Itachi made a solemn decision. He spoke in a low, respectful tone. In 3 days, the Uchiha clan plans to launch a coup during the clan's festival. The 4 Konoha elders exchanged serious glances. Danzo, who had long harbored a deep hatred for the Uchiha, was the first to speak. We must strike before they rebel, he said, turning to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, however, shook his head, looking troubled. The Uchiha were once our comrades. I want to resolve this without bloodshed. There has to be a way to communicate with them. Although he voiced this sentiment, it was clear that Hiruzen did not have a concrete plan in mind. Danzo narrowed his eyes but held his tongue, knowing that Hiruzen, as Hokage, would not tolerate insubordination in front of the others. Still, he muttered to himself, Hiruzen, you'll regret this. After some tense silence, Hiruzen finally spoke again. Itachi, you may go. Yes, Lord Hokage, Uchiha Itachi replied, his expression unreadable. He donned his Anbu mask and disappeared. As Itachi left, Koharu turned to Hiruzen. What do you intend to do, Hiruzen? Hiruzen hesitated. I'm not sure yet, but I believe there is a way. In truth, Hiruzen's primary concern was not the Uchiha clan, but Konoha's future and, more specifically, his position as Hokage. A conflict with the Uchiha could lead to a weakened Konoha, vulnerable to outside threats, possibly sparking a 4th great ninja war. Additionally, if he were seen as ordering the massacre of an entire clan, his legacy as Hokage would be forever tarnished. Someone else would need to take the blame for what was to come. Naturally, Danzo was the perfect candidate. Hiruzen knew that with Danzo's methods, the Uchiha clan could be eliminated without an open war. As if reading his mind, Danzo took the opportunity to speak. It seems you have no other solution, Hiruzen. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen lit his pipe, signaling his reluctant agreement. Koharu and Homura, understanding that Hiruzen would not take further action, turned to Danzo. Danzo, what do you propose? Koharu asked. Danzo smirked, already formulating a plan. Leave it to me, he said, knowing he would soon take what he wanted, the Sharingan, and the end of the Uchiha clan. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 32. Hiruzen roughly guessed what Danzo was thinking. Danzo, please don't mess around. Hearing this, the other 2 Hokage advisors couldn't help but look worriedly at Danzo. But they knew very well that Danzo was a person who never considered the consequences of his actions and would do anything to achieve his goals. Facing the gazes of the 3 people, Danzo smiled slyly, don't worry. What you are worried about is nothing more than a war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, which will lead to a sharp decline in the overall strength of the village. I have my own way to completely eliminate the scourge of the Uchiha without losing a single soldier in the village. Hearing the word eliminate, the 2 Hokage advisors frowned at the same time, feeling horrified by Danzo's ruthless methods. Then they thought of the Uchiha clan that was about to rebel, and they hardened their hearts again. Yuta and Koharu sighed, if that's the case, then this is the only way. What about Uchiha Izumi who just graduated last year? Elder continued. Over the past year, Fujiwara Kirito has been monitoring the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Itachi for us. Although the information provided was not much different from that of Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Itachi did not rebel against the village in the end. Now it seems that sending Kirito over there was a bit unnecessary. But his original condition seemed to be to protect Uchiha Izumi. This is absolutely not possible. According to intelligence, that little girl has already opened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. What if she opens the Mangeki Sharingan because of the Uchiha rebellion, and then uses it to retaliate against Konoha? She will inevitably become another Uchiha Madara, and the consequences will be disastrous. For the sake of the village, we must eradicate the problem completely. Danzo flatly rejected it. Then call Kirito back. Saratobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Saying this is equivalent to implicit agreement. That's not necessary. The corners of Danzo's mouth rose slightly. Ever since Kirito became involved with the Uchiha clan, he had been on the Roots blacklist. He had no intention of letting Kirito live. The same is true for Uchiha Itachi. From the beginning to the end, these people were just his pawns. Saratobi Hiruzen frowned and said, Danzo, don't mess around. Kirito is not an Uchiha. He is a pure successor to the Will of Fire. Of course I know that he is a pure successor of the Will of Fire. Danzo said, but have you ever thought that during the year that Kirito was undercover in the Uchiha clan, he also learned too much about the truth about the Uchiha clan? I'm afraid that the Uchiha's impending coup cannot be hidden from him. Once he learns that Uchiha Izumi is dead, he will inevitably harbor resentment towards the village and leak the truth. I guess you don't want to see something like this happen then. This is all for the village. Hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen fell silent again. Indeed, although Kirito loves the village and loves him, the strongest Hokage of all generations, very much. But at the same time, he also loves Uchiha Izumi. It would be fine if Kirito had not been involved in the Uchiha incident. He could have just been sent out of the village for a random mission. Afterwards, he could just be made to hate the murderer who massacred the Uchiha clan. But Kirito knows too much now. A single move can affect the whole body. Once he, the most powerful Hokage in history, breaks his promise, it is inevitable that Kirito will have wild thoughts in the future. By then, not to mention the collapse of faith. Whether people will still love him as the strongest Hokage of all time is still unknown. Even if he puts the blame on Danzo, who can guarantee that Kirito will not be fooled by Danzo to deal with him? After all, Kakashi was fooled by Danzo once. Alas, what a pity. If I had known, I would not have let the child get involved. The reason he made him Kurenai's disciple was because he saw that his youngest son liked Kurenai, and he originally wanted Kirito to assist Asuma Saratobi. Now it seems unlikely. Thinking of this, Saratobi Hiruzen hardened his heart and said in a deep voice, I will no longer interfere in Kirito's affairs. But there is one thing, don't stigmatize that child. He, like his parents, is the heir of the will of fire and should be a hero. This is what our Konoha owes him. Of course. Ninjas are supposed to sacrifice themselves. For the sake of the village, he deserves this honor. Shimura Danzo smiled wickedly and agreed readily. At this moment, he felt more relaxed than ever before. In the near future, he will not only be able to harvest a large number of Sharingans. He can also get rid of the Uchiha clan who are inherently evil. There was really nothing that made him happier than this. Saratobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, for the sake of the village, I have to suffer the Uchiha. Kirito, don't blame me, this is all for the village. Uchiha clan land. Somewhere in an extremely inconspicuous courtyard. The space suddenly twisted, and a black shadow suddenly appeared from another space. An orange-red single-eye mask with black stripes, long black hair similar to Uchiha Madara's, a black robe, and a lavender samurai sword worn at the waist. This is Uchiha Obito's current appearance and attire. He stood in front of the tree, picked up a piece of gravel thoughtfully, and suddenly, he felt something appear behind him. He put the gravel down casually, twisted the space with his right eye, and disappeared in the yard in an instant with his divine power. That's really cautious enough. Shortly after Obito left, a figure wearing a smiling mask and Anbu uniform slowly emerged from the roof. He took off the mask, revealing a handsome young face. It was Kirito. This was the nth time in the past year that he sensed Obito's presence. 3 days later, it will be the Uchiha's annual festival, and the Uchiha clan will launch a coup on this day. But their clan will be exterminated by Uchiha attack the night before, which is tomorrow night. Originally, he wanted to find Obito to discuss joining the Akatsuki organization, but who knew that this guy was now extremely cautious. Just run away at the slightest sign of trouble. Forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities next time. Thinking this in his mind, Kirito disappeared in the courtyard in a flash. After returning to Uchiha Izumi's residence, Kirito sensed a strange aura that disgusted him before he even stepped into the courtyard. He frowned and appeared in the courtyard in an instant, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air was heard, and 4 sharp kunai shot out from behind Kirito. Kirito swung his body and dodged them easily. Then a root ninja dressed in Anbu clothing suddenly appeared in front of Kirito and said in a domineering tone, Fujiwara Kirito, come with me. Before the root ninja could finish his words, a sapling suddenly sprouted from under his feet and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ancient tree several feet high. It tied him up. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Hart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 33. This is an illusion. When? The root ninja was suddenly startled. By the time he reacted, his limbs had been embedded in the tree trunk, rendering him unable to move. Of course, I released it the moment I stepped into this courtyard. Your disguise is too poor. Kirito appeared in front of the root ninja at some point. Under the latter's astonished gaze, Kirito delivered a swift whip kick to his lower body. With a scream of the root ninja collapsed. The severe pain automatically broke the illusion, and the root ninja, now covering his lower body in agony, convulsed and rolled on the ground. The area was stained with blood. He was no longer a man. Kirito crossed his arms, looking down at him, asking knowingly, tell me, who sent you to sneak into Konoha, and why did you attack me? I'm from Danzo. The root ninja began, intending to say that Danzo had sent him to summon Kirito. But before he could finish, Kirito kicked him again, his voice turning into a sharp, pained scream. Uchiha Izumi, hearing the continuous cries from inside the house, ran out. Seeing Kirito, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she glanced at the root ninja writhing on the ground in pain and asked in confusion, Kirito, what happened? It's nothing, just caught a spy from an enemy nation. I'll take him to Hokage right away. Kirito blocked Izumi's view and delivered another sharp kick. The root ninja twitched a few more times, too weakened by pain to speak. Oh, okay, Uchiha Izumi replied without much suspicion, adding, then come back soon, dinner will be ready shortly. Of course, I'll be back soon, Kirito said, picking up the root ninja as if he were a sack and disappearing from the courtyard, heading for the Hokage building. Before leaving, he left a shadow clone behind for safety. Meanwhile, in a building not far from the Uchiha clan's territory, the Anbu ninjas responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan saw Kirito through surveillance and were startled. Captain Kakashi, it seems Kirito has captured a root ninja. Kakashi's face twitched, you all stay here and keep watch. I'll go check it out. Yes, Captain Kakashi, the ANBU members responded in unison, and in an instant, Kakashi disappeared from the building. Soon, Kakashi caught up with Kirito, who had just left the Uchiha clan's area. Kirito, what's going on? Oh, Captain Kakashi. Just caught a spy from an enemy nation who attacked me. I was about to turn him over to the Hokage. Since you're here, I don't need to make an extra trip. Kirito casually dropped the root ninja at Kakashi's feet, speaking seriously despite his nonsense. Kakashi glanced at the bloodied state of the root ninja and realized he was no longer intact. With a sigh, he explained, he's not a spy. He's a root ninja. A subordinate of Danzo-sama? Really? Kirito feigned surprise, then asked, but why did he attack me out of nowhere? He didn't even say a word before striking me from behind. I was inches away from death. The root ninja, who had already endured more than enough, mentally groaned. I barely said a word and you attacked me, why exaggerate? Kakashi, having served en route before, knew their ways. Hearing Kirito, he quickly pieced things together. You've never dealt with anyone from root before, so you may not know. That's just their standard greeting method. Even in ANBU, new members are tested this way. You were the only exception. I think Lord Danzo likely wants to summon you. Kakashi then turned to the root ninja, asking, is that right? The root ninja nodded weakly, unable to speak after his ordeal. See, you should have told me earlier. Kirito exclaimed. I asked him but he refused to answer. Even if Danzo-sama summoned me, he should have at least said so. Look what happened, what a tragedy. Kirito shrugged innocently. Kakashi didn't know how to respond. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. You know where the Shimura clan's territory is. Danzo-sama is waiting for you there. You should go see him. I'll take this man to the medical department and explain everything to Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama. Thanks a lot, Kakashi-senpai. With that, Kirito disappeared in a flash. He moves fast, Kakashi muttered, looking at the spot where Kirito had vanished. With a sigh, he picked up the injured root ninja and headed toward the medical department. At the same time, at the Shimura clan residence, the sky darkened with looming thunderclouds. Just like in the original story, Danzo summoned Uchiha Itachi. Using Itachi's brother, Sasuke, as leverage, Danzo assigned him the grim task of wiping out the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. The outcome was certain. After painful deliberation, Itachi, cornered and with no choice, agreed. I'm glad you made the right choice for the village, Danzo said with satisfaction. But in addition to the Uchiha clan, there's one more person you must kill. Who? Uchiha Itachi asked, his voice void of emotion. At this point, his heart was numb. His sole focus was protecting Sasuke and avoiding civil war. But when Danzo handed him the target's information, Itachi was shaken. Fear briefly flashed in his eyes. Kirito Fujiwara. He was one of the very few individuals Itachi couldn't fully gauge. What's the problem? Danzo smirked, his aged face twisting into a cruel smile. He should be one of the easiest for you to deal with. After all, your Sharingan specifically counters his genjutsu. You know as well as I do that Kirito is aware of the truth about the Uchiha. If he leaks it, it'll be a massive threat to both you and the village. No, there's no problem, Uchiha Itachi said, shaking his head. Despite his fear of Kirito's power, Itachi accepted the mission, trusting in his Manjiki Sharingan. Good. The operation will proceed tomorrow night, under the full moon. For now, I've suspended Kirito's mission to monitor the Uchiha. Let him enjoy one final evening with Uchiha Izumi. When everything is settled, I expect you to ensure he dies as a hero while protecting Konoha. Danzo's eyes gleamed as he added, it's all for the village. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 34. In fact, Uchiha Itachi was also Danzo's target for elimination. He would threaten Kirito to annihilate everyone in the Uchiha residential area except Uchiha Izumi, in exchange for sparing Uchiha Izumi. Including Uchiha Itachi. Afterward, if Uchiha Itachi killed Uchiha Izumi, Kirito was bound to have a life and death battle with him. In the end, no matter who the winner was, Danzo would send people to eliminate the survivor. Even if Uchiha Itachi, being stronger, won in the end, Danzo could still use Uchiha Sasuke to control Uchiha Itachi. He even planned to mold Uchiha Sasuke into a sharp weapon within the root. A weapon that would help him ascend to the position of Hokage. With this, the Uchiha clan, along with the truth about the Uchiha, would be buried in history and erased. And Lord Danzo himself would become the greatest hero in protecting Konoha. Not only would he eliminate the Uchiha, the cancer of Konoha, but he would also collect a trove of Sharingan. Why not? This is what Danzo was thinking at the moment. Just as Danzo was immersed in these grandiose fantasies, a root ninja suddenly appeared behind him and whispered something in his ear. Danzo calmed his excitement, waved the root ninja away, and then said to Uchiha Itachi, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Remember, I don't want anyone to see you here. Yes. Uchiha Itachi replied, donned his mask, and disappeared from the courtyard. Danzo turned and entered his house. Soon after Kirito arrived in the small courtyard, guided by a root ninja. Kirito had already sensed Uchiha attack his chakra but chose not to expose it. He stood outside the door and respectfully called, "Lord Danzo, you were looking for me." "Come in," Danzo's calm voice called from inside. The door creaked open. Kirito entered and saw Danzo sitting on an armchair, sipping tea. As soon as Kirito entered, Danzo set his teacup down and went straight to the point. "Kirito, I believe you already know the Uchiha clan is preparing to rebel." "Yes, Lord Danzo. I've already reported it to Lord Hokage. He plans to resolve it peacefully," Kirito replied respectfully. Of course, Kirito didn't believe a word from the third Hokage. Regardless of the outcome, he planned to take Uchiha Izumi away from Konoha tomorrow night. Seeing Kirito's demeanor, Danzo felt a pang of disgust. The wound on his left arm, long healed, began to ache slightly. He saw a reflection of Uchiha Shisui in Kirito. The same innocence. The same annoying trait. Death wouldn't be a loss. This civil war is inevitable. When the time comes, all members of the Uchiha clan will be branded as traitors and executed. Including Uchiha Izumi. Danzo delivered the lines he'd rehearsed many times. "No, that's impossible. Hokage-sama promised me he would protect Izumi." Kirito's technique, Kyoka Suijutsu, was silently activated. He projected an expression of extreme agitation and hesitation but internally remained calm as he sat next to Danzo, viewing him as nothing more than a clown. Seeing Kirito's reaction, Danzo was secretly pleased and continued persuading him, "Don't be fooled by the third Hokage's empty promises. When the moment comes, he will choose the village without hesitation. The village can't accommodate the rebellious Uchiha. Unless..." Hearing this, Kirito wisely pleaded, "Lord Danzo, please show me the way." Danzo smirked, picking up his teacup again. "The simplest method is often the most effective. If we stop the rebellion before it starts, Uchiha Izumi won't be affected. What should I do?" Kirito realized that Danzo was trying to manipulate him like he had Shisui. Kirito, with quick reflexes, subtly added some water from the Zimu river to Danzo's drink before he consumed it. Unaware of anything amiss, Danzo continued, "You have two choices. You can either side with the Uchiha and die alongside your lover, or you can protect her by helping the village wipe out the Uchiha clan before the rebellion even begins. Of course, that would make you a traitor, banished from the village. But at the same time, you would have protected Konoha. You would have saved your lover's life. Ninjas must be willing to sacrifice. If we allow the Uchiha rebellion, the village will descend into civil war, and other nations will seize the opportunity to invade Konoha. The consequences would be 100 times worse than the Nine Tails attack. Kirito, as both a spy for Konoha and a member of the Uchiha, no one is better suited to this task. Are you willing to take on the mission of eliminating the Uchiha for the good of the village? You are the biggest threat." Kirito thought inwardly. Yet, he kept up his illusion, maintaining an expression of intense confusion and reluctance. Lowering his head, shadows concealed his eyes as he feigned being swayed by Danzo. "Lord Danzo, if killing the Uchiha clan can protect the village and Izumi, I will do it." "Yes." Danzo nodded in affirmation, feeling confident that he had unearthed the darkness in Kirito's heart. "Does Lord Hokage know about this?" Kirito asked. "There's no need for the third Hokage to know. He's entrusted me with handling it." Danzo, as usual, shouldered the blame. At the critical moment, Danzo still played the role of Hokage's protector. "You are the leaves bathed in the sun, and I am the root that safeguards Konoha. I will bear all the darkness," he mused. "For the village and for Izumi, I will accept this mission. However, I fear my strength alone may not be enough to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan." Kirito stood, donning his mask once more. Originally, he had only planned to take Uchiha Izumi away and avoid the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. But now, both Danzo and the third Hokage had marked him as a disposable pawn. He wasn't Uchiha Shisui, and he had no loyalty to Konoha. Since they had targeted him, there was no longer any need to hold back. If these two old men wanted to wipe out clans, then Kirito would ensure the Shimura and Saratobi clans met the same fate. As for the pregnant water, it was Kirito's way of showing his respect for the Shimura clan. Of course, the Saratobi clan wouldn't be left out either. He'd prepare something special for them too. "You don't need to worry about the police force. Someone else will handle it," Danzo said. "You and Uchiha Itachi only need to focus on wiping out the Uchiha residential area and the commercial district." He accepted this mission under the condition that his brother would be spared. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 35. It was already late at night when Obito and others returned to Uchiha Izumi's house. The sleepy Uchiha Izumi took off Kirito's Anbu clothes and heated up food for him. "Izumi, how is the preparation of the military ration pills I asked you to make going?" Kirito picked up the bowl and chopsticks and took a mouthful of rice. "They're ready. It's enough for several months." Uchiha Izumi stood up and took out the military ration pills that had been prepared earlier from the cabinet. Kirito casually placed the military ration pills into the system warehouse, closed his eyes, and released his perception. After confirming that there was no Anbu surveillance around, he said seriously, "Izumi, I guess you've also sensed something strange within the Uchiha clan recently. Uchiha Izumi nodded. Even though she did not participate in the Uchiha clan's coup, the strange atmosphere within the clan was hard to miss. Kirito continued, the day after tomorrow's celebration, the Uchiha clan will launch a coup. The Konoha higher UPS have already noticed this. Danzo has given me a mission to kill all the Uchiha clan members tomorrow night. The third Hokage has also acquiesced. How could this happen? Uchiha Izumi's eyes suddenly went blank. She covered her mouth in horror, disbelief etched on her face. Don't worry, I won't do that. Kirito gently stroked Uchiha Izumi's forehead. I'll take you away from Konoha tomorrow. But if you do that, you'll become a traitor. And you'll take my name down with you. Uchiha Izumi's eyes filled with tears, unable to stop them from falling. Don't worry, I'm strong enough. Go to bed early tonight, and when you wake up, everything will be settled. Kirito comforted her. The next day, just after dawn, Kirito pressed the acupoints on Uchiha Izumi, who had yet to awaken, causing her to fall into a deeper sleep. Then, he placed her into the system warehouse. Ding, the system warehouse has detected a special bloodline in Sharingan. Would the host like to extract it? Extract your sister. Kirito cursed angrily, set up Kyoka Suijutsu, summoned a crow, and transformed it into the appearance of Izumi before leaving the courtyard. He wasn't in a hurry to find Obito. Instead, he wandered through the streets. He casually bought some daily necessities and then took a look at Kurenai, who was guiding Eri, Ponji, and others in their training. He noticed little Hinata working hard to practice her gentle fist, and Naruto, who was chasing after and competing with Kaiba. Finally, on a high building platform near the Ninja Academy, he met Uchiha Itachi, who was also observing Sasuke. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Sasuke? After tonight, you two will become enemies. Kirito appeared on the roof behind Itachi, standing at the highest point of the building. Itachi glanced at Kirito, his eyes showing no emotion at all. Then, thinking about how both Kirito and Uchiha Izumi were also his targets, and realizing that Kirito knew Sasuke was his weakness, Itachi's expression turned cold. The look he gave Kirito was as if he were looking at a dead man. Meet me at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory at 7 o'clock tonight. Don't be late. After leaving these words, Uchiha Itachi disappeared from Kirito's sight. Even though Itachi knew it was Danzo's conspiracy either to use him to get rid of Kirito or use Kirito to get rid of him, he still had to act. If he didn't kill Kirito, and Kirito learned that Uchiha Izumi had died by his hand, Kirito would undoubtedly target Sasuke. He couldn't allow that. Kirito had to die. Kirito smirked, released his Kyoka Suijutsu and followed. He knew that after leaving Danzo's residence last night, Itachi had met with Obito. Now, he was going to join them to confirm the extermination of the clan tonight. Kirito tracked Uchiha Itachi's chakra, following him to the forest behind the Uchiha clan's territory. We will act tonight. Kirito and I will wipe out all the residents in the Uchiha residential area. The Konoha security department is in your hands. Uchiha Itachi said to Obito. Okay, as agreed, I will lend you a hand. Obito crossed his arms and said calmly, but Kirito is not a simple guy. Like you, he's noticed my presence but hasn't reported it to the Konoha higher UPS. Be careful. I see. Let's proceed as planned. Uchiha Itachi frowned, but replied. He turned to leave when Obito added, remember, I'm helping you with the Uchiha extermination not just for revenge but for other reasons. Just pretend you didn't see them. You don't want me to use the Sharingan to record your actions. Uchiha Itachi turned back. That's right. This is also proof to give your brother a chance to live. I have no need for a child without the Sharingan. Obito said lightly. Don't worry about that. Uchiha Itachi replied, turning around to face Obito. Now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to trust you. If you find yourself with no other option, consider joining my organization, Obito invited. Your organization? A hint of surprise flashed across Itachi's eyes. It's called Akatsuki, Obito responded. I understand. Itachi nodded slightly before disappearing into the jungle. As Itachi disappeared, Kirito, who had been hiding in the shadows, intentionally revealed himself by stepping on a branch, causing it to snap. Obito turned at the sound, glaring toward the tree. Who's there, rat? Come out. Kirito slowly emerged from behind the tree, speaking in an exaggerated tone, have I been found out? You truly are the legendary Uchiha Madara. You're quite capable to have detected me and evaded Itachi's Manjiki to follow us this far. Obito crossed his arms, still not in a hurry to act. Tell me, what do you want? It's simple. I'm very interested in this Akatsuki organization you mentioned. Kirito said calmly. Why? Obito narrowed his eyes, full of disdain. Even without the Manjiki, anyone qualified to join Akatsuki was an S-rank missing nin, famous throughout the ninja world. Each member possessed a bloodline limit, special abilities or years of notoriety and power, almost on par with the Kage. What did Kirito have? Just a few mediocre genjutsu from the Kurenai clan? You'll see if you try. Kirito smirked, drawing his sword Kyoka Suijutsu from his waist, and whispered, shatter it. If you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. You'll die soon anyway, so why not now? Obito sneered. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha size. Obito's right eye, hidden beneath his mask, opened, revealing a blood-red Sharingan with 3 tomo. A powerful chakra flow burst forth, engulfing Kirito. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 36. Come on, then. Kirito smiled as God's breath quietly activated within him. Suddenly, a chakra far more powerful than Obito's surged forth. The chakra flow that Obito had once used to suppress the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was instantly dispersed, and the energy now overwhelmed Obito. This chakra. Obito muttered, stunned, though he quickly composed himself. He reminded himself that Kamui made chakra levels irrelevant, even if it rivaled that of a tailed beast. In the next moment, Obito unsheathed his sword and appeared in front of Kirito. Kirito swung his sword, but Obito easily avoided it by becoming intangible. Seizing this opportunity, Obito thrust his sword straight ahead, piercing through Kirito's chest. Humph, is that all? Obito scoffed. Just then, Kirito's amused voice, ghostly and unexpected, whispered into Obito's ear, really? Obito felt a cold sensation at his waist. His upper body detached, and he saw his lower half separated. At some point, Kirito, whom Obito thought had been killed, was now standing behind him. Am I really going to die? Obito wondered as his consciousness began to fade. In the distance, he saw the image of Rin Nohara. With sheer willpower strong enough to suppress even the Ten Tails, Obito activated the Uchiha clan's ultimate eye technique, Izanagi, instantly reversing his death. Obito materialized behind Kirito and aimed for a strike, but Kirito had already predicted this. With a swift movement, Kirito combined a powerful flash step with the body flicker technique, reappearing in front of Obito and striking with incredible speed. So fast, Obito thought, shocked. He quickly activated the intangibility of his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan to dodge Kirito's blade and counterattacked, slashing at Kirito's back. However, just before Obito's blade could land, Kirito vanished as if he had teleported. When he reappeared, he was beside Obito, cutting him in half once again. The entire exchange happened in a flash. Obito had only just materialized to attack and had no time to react before being struck down once more. Luckily for him, the time limit on Izanagi hadn't expired, sparing him from permanent death. You can become intangible to evade attacks, but you become solid when striking. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan's technique in your right eye? It's quite an advanced space-time jutsu. I wonder how it compares to Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsu Kami. Ignoring Obito's corpse, Kirito looked toward the shadows. Mr. Madara, do you think my strength is adequate? Obito's figure slowly materialized in front of Kirito. This bastard, Obito thought, frustrated after being killed twice in a row. Suddenly, he laughed. Ha, now it makes sense. Kirito, I have to admit, everyone underestimated you. With such massive chakra, incredible teleportation abilities, and illusions even the Mangekyo can't penetrate, it must have been you who cut off Danzo's arm and stole Shisui's right eye. Obito eyed Kirito more warily. He recalled how Danzo's arm couldn't be reattached after it was severed. According to Black Zetsu, it wasn't just the physical arm that had been cut, it was as if its very soul had been destroyed. Such a wound couldn't be healed. Combined with Shisui's right eye, Kirito possessed abilities that could truly threaten Obito's life. This guy is more dangerous than Itachi, Obito thought. If Kirito ever turned his attention to Shisui's eye or posed a serious threat, Obito knew he would have to flee immediately. However, if Kirito intended to join the Akatsuki, he could be a powerful asset for the Moon's Eye plan. First, though, Obito needed to be certain Kirito wasn't a spy sent by Hiruzen Saratobi. Yes, it was me, Kirito admitted openly. So, do I now qualify to join the Akatsuki organization, as you mentioned, Mr. Madara? Of course, Obito replied solemnly. But I have two questions for you. First, what is your purpose for joining Akatsuki? Kirito smiled slightly. To protect the one I love. Danzo has issued a kill order, and if Izumi stays in Konoha, even if she survives this time, there will always be another attempt. I can't just take her and run forever, hiding. We need a place that's truly safe. After Itachi wipes out the Uchiha clan, he'll be branded an S-rank criminal. If Akatsuki is capable of sheltering an S-rank criminal like Itachi, surely it can protect a single girl. Obito nodded in agreement but pressed further. And why should I trust you? Itachi joined Akatsuki because the Uchiha clan's extermination left him with no way back to Konoha. But what about you? What if you're here just to spy on Akatsuki? I doubt you would destroy your girlfriend's family. Of course not. I'm not that insane, Kirito said, a dangerous smile crossing his face. Then how can I be sure of your loyalty? Obito asked, frowning. I have no interest in destroying the Uchiha clan, Kirito replied, but I'd gladly wipe out the Saratobi and Shimura clans. I'm guessing you didn't just wipe out the Uchiha for revenge. You wanted to collect their Sharingan and weaken Konoha's strength. Tonight, while the focus is on the Uchiha, I will go and annihilate the Saratobi and Shimura clans. Does that work as a show of loyalty? Obito was taken aback for a moment, though his composure remained. Even he hadn't expected this. Destroying the third Hokage's family and Danzo's family? That's incredibly reckless. You'll make Konoha your sworn enemy, Obito said. But the Saratobi and Shimura clans are in Konoha's center. If you act recklessly, it could alert many Konoha shinobi. Do you need my assistance? Since Danzo and the third Hokage can decide the fate of other families, they should be prepared for their own family's end. I'm not a monster, though I'll leave some descendants alive, Kirito smirked. What I do need is someone skilled in barrier techniques, to block outside detection. If too many Konoha shinobi are alerted and some manage to escape, the plan won't be perfect. If you're going to exterminate a clan, you must do it properly. No problem. Obito's lips curled slightly under his mask. Zetsu, come out. A moment later, a large, plant-like figure emerged from a nearby tree, opening to reveal a half-black, half-white face. This is Zetsu, Obito introduced. A member of Akatsuki. He specializes in gathering intelligence and is skilled at setting up barriers. However, he has no combat ability. How you deal with the Saratobi and Chimera clans is up to you. When this is over, Zetsu will guide you to meet me. As for Izumi, I can help her leave the village early. Do you need my assistance with that? That won't be necessary, Kirito replied, shaking his head. I'll handle Izumi myself. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 37. Then it's settled. Uchiha Obito tilted his head and said to Zetsu, Zetsu, the task of setting up the barrier is up to you. I understand. Upon hearing this, Zetsu slowly merged into the large tree and disappeared. Watching where Zetsu vanished, Kirito used his Kyoka Suijutsu, Mirror Flower Water Moon, to sense Zetsu and realized he was still hiding within the tree. He sneered inwardly and added. As for Uchiha Itachi, the traitor, I'll leave him to you. After all, he's my future teammate, and I'm sure you don't want him dead by my hands, at least not yet. Tonight, I'll fake my death at his hands. Until everything is settled, I hope you can keep it a secret. With that, Kirito's figure flickered and disappeared from Obito's sight. After walking a short distance, he quietly returned, using Kyoka Suijutsu to isolate Obito's and Zetsu's perception of him. Obito, looking at the spot where Kirito had disappeared, waited until his Sharingan could no longer detect Kirito's chakra. Then he asked, how is it, Zetsu? Is that guy gone? I can no longer sense Kirito's chakra, Black Zetsu responded. Hearing this, Obito let out a sigh of relief, but his fear lingered. Ultimately, he realized he had been overly reliant on Kamui's abilities. He had been careless. In just one round, Kirito had seen through his right eye's intangibility ability and wielded an illusion so realistic it was nearly indistinguishable from reality. It almost cost him his life. If Kirito had intended to kill him then, without any knowledge of Kirito's abilities, Obito would have been in serious danger. Madara, what are you thinking? Do you really want to bring Kirito into the Akatsuki? I can't shake the feeling that he's incredibly dangerous. His teleportation is one thing, but that level of genjutsu, it's far beyond anything we've encountered before, White Zetsu questioned Obito. Obito, upon hearing the name Madara, regained his usual composure. Why not? For now, at least, his interests align with ours. No matter how strong Kirito is, he will eventually pale in comparison to the power of the Rinnegan. That's true, White Zetsu agreed. Black Zetsu, any thoughts on the technique Kirito used? That terrifying speed even the 4th Raikage or the 4th Hokage might not be able to match it, Obito asked, now more cautious than ever. Black Zetsu thought for a moment before replying, it resembles Sage Mode, but it's different from the ones from Mount Myaboku, Ryokai Cave or Shikotsu Forest. His appearance doesn't change, and it doesn't seem like he's absorbing natural energy and balancing it like ordinary Sage Mode users. It's more akin to Orochimaru's curse seals, but far more advanced. His chakra surges to terrifying levels, as if the power is being released from within. His basic chakra capacity is astonishing, probably comparable to an ordinary member of the Uzumaki clan. Being able to control such immense chakra, he's indeed formidable. Sage Mode. Obito repeated, frowning slightly. This guy has a lot of secrets. During the battle tonight, observe him closely. I need more information on him, he's too dangerous. I understand, Black Zetsu responded respectfully, merging back into the giant tree. Kirito, standing next to Obito and Zetsu, had already released Kyoka Suijutsu, ensuring they couldn't detect him. Satisfied that they were holding up their end of the agreement, he disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, now dressed in his Anbu uniform, arrived at the Hokage's office. It was already sunset, and a strange atmosphere loomed not only over the Uchiha clan's territory but all of Konoha. That morning, all Anbu agents monitoring the Uchiha district had been called back to the Anbu base, where they were on high alert, awaiting orders from the Hokage. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Saratobi Hiruzen stood with his hands behind his back, Uchiha Itachi kneeling behind him in his Anbu attire. Have you made up your mind, Itachi? Saratobi asked, still facing away from him. Itachi lowered his head, his tone resolute. Yes, Lord Hokage. Starting tonight, Itachi would bear the burden of annihilating his entire clan, all for the sake of saving his younger brother, Sasuke. This is my failure, Saratobi said with a heavy sigh. I had hoped to resolve this peacefully, without resorting to violence. But don't worry about Sasuke. As long as I live, nothing will happen to him. Thank you, Itachi said, his voice filled with gratitude. After this brief exchange, Itachi donned his Anbu mask and disappeared from the rooftop. Shortly after his departure, Saratobi Hiruzen raised his hand slightly. Two Anbu appeared behind him, kneeling. These two were no ordinary shinobi, they were Saratobi's eldest son and daughter-in-law, Konohamaru's parents. Prepare yourselves, Saratobi commanded in a tone far colder than usual. The Uchiha massacre was one of Konoha's top secrets. Even Kakashi and the other Anbu under the Hokage were unaware of it, left on standby at the Anbu base. Only Saratobi's most trusted aides knew the full extent of the plan. Father, do we need to step in? Saratobi Shinishuk, wearing his patterned mask, asked. Saratobi Hiruzen hesitated for only a moment before responding, if Itachi and Kirito fail. He didn't need to elaborate, the implication was clear. Saratobi did not doubt Itachi's resolve, but the Uchiha were a powerful clan. Should anyone escape, or should Kirito go berserk upon learning of Uchiha Izumi's death, Saratobi's trusted shinobi would be the final line of defense. Even Danzo wasn't privy to this part of the plan. What if Itachi doesn't kill Kirito? Shinishuk asked. Saratobi Hiruzen remained silent, his eyes closed, as he walked back into the building. I understand, Shinishuk said, understanding his father's intentions. He and his wife disappeared. Meanwhile, in the Shimura clan's compound, Danzo stood on a stone platform, leaning on his cane, filled with anticipation. Tonight, the second Hokage's long-standing desire to eliminate the Uchiha will finally be realized through me, he declared. Below him, hundreds of root ninjas stood ready. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 38. Danzo chose not to involve members of the Shimura clan in his plan. After all, he wasn't like Saratobi Hiruzen, who needed to maintain the image of the Hokage by staying in the public eye and avoiding the use of his direct Anbu forces. Danzo, however, didn't have such concerns. He didn't need his subordinates' affection, all he required was the use of his tongue eradication seals to guarantee their loyalty. As Danzo relished his own cleverness, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a wave of nausea. He clutched his stomach, and his cane slipped from his grasp. Lord Danzo, are you all right? Seeing this, his trusted subordinates Abarame Torun and Yamanaka-fu, quickly appeared at his side to support him. I'm fine, just caught a cold last night, Danzo replied, waving them off, though sweat dripped from his forehead. Pushing past the discomfort, he issued orders to his root forces. Let's go. In an instant, hundreds of root ninjas disappeared from the courtyard, heading towards the Anbu base, with Danzo following closely behind, supported by Torun and Fu. Tonight was the night Danzo, following the will of the second Hokage, would wipe out the Uchiha clan. He couldn't let years of planning be derailed by a minor stomach ache. Meanwhile, on a high rooftop near the Shimura clan compound, Kirito stood silently. Kirito, I've already set up the barrier. Every Shimura clan member is here except Danzo. Shall we begin? Asked Black Zetsu, emerging from the building beside Kirito alongside White Zetsu. Of course, I'm in a hurry, Kirito replied as he closed his eyes, carefully sensing the area. 78 people. This Shimura clan sure is full of talent. Danzo must have focused all his efforts on the route. With that, Kirito donned his Anbu mask and vanished from the platform, reappearing in front of the Shimura clan's gates. Who are you? What business do you have here? Barked two guards stationed at the entrance. Due to the Anbu's secrecy and Kirito's habit of not using the front door, they didn't recognize him. Without hesitation, Kirito drew his blade, his killing intent palpable. The guards raised their weapons to block him, but he moved faster than they could react. I'm here to kill your clan, he said coldly. In an instant, Kirito activated his body flicker technique, moving so quickly he seemed to teleport several feet with each step. Before the guards could respond, they lay in pools of their own blood, and Kirito entered the Shimura mansion. What followed was a one-sided massacre. That movement speed rivals the fourth Hokage's. No wonder he could keep up with Obito, White Zetsu remarked from the rooftop, watching the slaughter unfold. Black Zetsu, with his usual hoarse voice, added, no, it's even faster. When he fought Obito, it was much faster than this. If Obito didn't have his Nagi, he would have died. Alright, let's not get distracted, Black Zetsu continued. The Shimura clan has no real talents left. Kirito will finish them in a minute or two. This is the heart of Konoha. If someone passes by, it could get exposed. We need to clean up the bodies at the entrance and head to the Saratobi clan to watch the battle. Since the third Hokage took office, the Saratobi clan has been quietly growing. It's now as large as the Uchiha, with no shortage of Chunin and Jonin. We might see something interesting there. White Zetsu's interest was piqued. That's something I'm looking forward to. With that, the two disappeared back into the building, leaving Kirito to his task. Having finished with the Shimura clan, Kirito quickly moved to the highest point of the Saratobi compound. He closed his eyes to sense the chakra in the area. There were more than 2,000 Saratobi clan members present, including Saratobi Konohamaru. Among them were over 30 individuals with Jonin-level chakra, 7 to 800 Chunins, and countless Genin. The third Hokage has really been quietly amassing power, Kirito muttered to himself. No wonder the Saratobi clan formed a small army during the Fourth War. At that moment, Black Zetsu appeared beside him, having cleaned up the aftermath of the Shimura massacre. The Shimura clan has been taken care of. Unless Danzo returns soon, no one will notice for a while, Black Zetsu said. But what are you going to do about the Saratobi clan? There are so many of them, and I can't guarantee that all the key players are present. It'll be difficult for you to handle them alone. Kirito smirked. Who said I'm going to kill them all? With a hand sign, a puff of smoke appeared, and when it cleared, 25 shadow clones stood beside Kirito. I left an offering for Danzo. I can't let the third Hokage be shown favoritism, Kirito said. And I'm not alone. With that, 26 Kirito clones vanished from the rooftop, heading toward the Saratobi clan compound. This plan was about swift, decisive action with minimal noise. Too many clones would draw attention, but with 25 clones, each could handle 70 to 80 opponents easily. The battle would be over in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. As for the incense left for the third Hokage, Kirito planned to leave Konohamaru alive though not unscathed. According to the timeline from the original events, Asuma should be in a dango shop with Kurenai Ui, Genma Shiranui, and Might Guy. By the time the clan was exterminated, Asuma would likely return. The third Hokage would have no time to grieve, but there would still be a chance for Saratobi to continue the family legacy. Kirito planned to leave Saratobi's youngest son to ensure the clan's future. Meanwhile, White Zetsu, watching the 26 Kiritos move swiftly through the compound, marveled, what an unbelievable amount of chakra. Even after splitting it 26 ways, the amount Kirito retains is terrifying. Of course, Black Zetsu replied. That's the power of Sage Chakra. It can amplify the user's chakra by several times, if not dozens. Kirito's chakra was already monstrous. In Sage mode, creating over 20 shadow clones barely affects his overall strength. End of the chapter. Updated to CH65. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 39. That's true. But then again, is there anyone else alive in the Shimura family besides Danzo? White Zetsu couldn't help but ask. I've confirmed that there are no survivors in the clan, Black Zetsu replied. Then why did Kirito say that he left incense for Danzo? Hey, it seems Kirito's shadow clone over there has met an opponent, White Zetsu exclaimed. In one of the houses within the Saratobi clan's compound, Kirito was surrounded by several jonin, 7 or 8 special jonin, and a dozen chunin. Kirito, what are you trying to accomplish? Why are you attacking the Saratobi clan? The leading Saratobi ninja questioned Kirito with a grim expression, hearing the screams of their clansmen in the surrounding courtyards. While others might not recognize Kirito, the direct relatives of the Hokage wouldn't mistake him. They had been handling Saratobi Hiruzen's dirty work for years, rivaling the root organization in secrecy. This allowed the Saratobi clan to grow from a small family into a powerful clan, comparable to the Uchiha. You can ask the third Hokage when you meet him in the afterlife, Kirito said coldly. He raised his right hand, and with a sound like birds chirping, lightning surged in his palm, forming a sharp spear that extended dozens of meters and pierced through the lead Saratobi Jonin's throat. The Jonin didn't even have time to scream before he lost consciousness, his life drained away instantly. Kill him. Terrified by Kirito's display, the remaining Saratobi ninjas charged at him. Kirito swung his Chidori spear, cutting through the advancing Jonin and special Jonin in one swift motion, leaving them in a pool of blood. Run. It's a rogue ninja. Someone go inform the Hokage. The remaining Saratobi Chunin and Jonin, shocked and terrified by what they saw, scrambled to flee. But Kirito wouldn't let them escape. The Chidori in his hand transformed into countless bolts of lightning that shot towards the Saratobi clan members. In moments, all of the clan's high-ranking fighters were dead. What is that, lightning release? So powerful. White Zetsu marveled. Black Zetsu, the explainer, responded, that's Chidori, the lightning release ninjutsu created by Kakashi. Kirito not only learned it but also altered its form. It now has medium and long-range capabilities, perfect for group attacks. Unbelievable. Even with just his shadow clone, he's able to unleash such powerful lightning ninjutsu. He's a monster. As the massacre continued, elsewhere in Konoha, at the three-colored meatball shop. What the hell is up with the weather? It's almost 7 o'clock, and it should be dark by now. This is unsettling, Asuma Saratobi remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall, then at the blood-red sky outside. He couldn't shake a feeling of unease. It's strange, Kurenai Ui agreed, placing a hand on her chest, feeling anxious. Nearly a year had passed since Kirito had confessed his feelings to her and said those cryptic words. During that time, they hadn't spoken or seen each other. If it weren't for running into Kakashi, who reassured her that Kirito was alive and well, Kurenai might have believed something terrible had happened to him. Asuma and Kurenai's tension contrasted sharply with Might Guy, who, as always, was enthusiastically shouting about youth, much to the irritation of Genma Shiranui, whose ears were nearly calloused from hearing it. Kurenai, lost in thought about Kirito, suddenly stood up, tired of Guy's chatter. That's enough for today. I've had my fill of meatballs. Time to go home. Asuma tried to offer to walk her home, but Kurenai waved him off. No need. I can manage on my own. I'm not a child. Besides, if you walk me home, what will others think, she added, clearly referring to Kirito. Without another word, she performed the body flicker technique and disappeared from the shop. Asuma sighed in frustration, realizing his plan to pursue Kurenai had failed once again. After saying his goodbyes to Guy and Genma, he slowly made his way back home. However, upon entering the Saratobi compound, Asuma was immediately hit by the overwhelming stench of blood. The once lively residence was eerily silent, as if it had become a ghost town. What the hell is going on? A cold sweat dripped from Asuma's forehead. He hurried towards the inner quarters, only to find corpses scattered across the ground, his clansmen, all dead. The sight left him screaming in horror, his mind reeling from the gruesome massacre. Ah! At that moment, a child's scream pierced the air, snapping Asuma out of his shock. Konohamaru, he gasped, recognizing his nephew's voice. Panic surged through him as he raced towards the source of the scream. Meanwhile, Kirito had nearly wiped out every member of the Saratobi clan within the compound. The only one left was Konohamaru, who had been hidden in a closet by one of the clan members. The boy was trembling in fear. This is the last one in the area. What do you plan to do, Kirito? White Zetsu, hiding in the wall, asked in a voice only Kirito could hear. Kirito shook his head. No, not quite. There's still one more coming. As he spoke, he punched through the closet and pulled out the terrified Konohamaru. The young boy began to cry, overwhelmed with fear as he stared at Kirito's cold, masked face. But Kirito showed no mercy. He swung his sword and sliced 3 small chunks of flesh from Konohamaru's lower body. Konohamaru screamed in agony before his voice faded, and he passed out from the pain. Kirito, however, was kind enough to stop the bleeding, ensuring the boy wouldn't die. You're not going to kill him? Black Zetsu asked, surprised. No, Kirito replied, tossing the unconscious Konohamaru aside. I said I'd leave a legacy for the third Hokage, and I intend to keep my word. I can't show favoritism. Kirito, is this what you call leaving a legacy? White Zetsu was bewildered. Even though he wasn't human, he knew that without certain parts, Konohamaru wouldn't be able to have children. End of the chapter. Updated to ch65. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 40. Free trial available on Patreon. Kirito smiled and, without paying any further attention to the yin-yang pair, slowly walked out of the room. Just as he reached the exit, he bumped into Asuma, who had come running after hearing the commotion. Seeing his clansman lying dead in a pool of blood, Asuma Saratobi grabbed his chakra blades and rushed toward Kirito. But Kirito easily dodged the attack with a flash step. Who are you? What did you do to my people? Where is Konohamaru? Asuma demanded angrily. Asuma did not recognize Kirito, especially since Kirito was still wearing his Anbu mask. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. The brat's in there. You can check for yourself, Kirito responded calmly, pointing toward where Konohamaru was. Asuma ignored Kirito and rushed inside, finding Konohamaru lying pale on the ground with blood staining his lower body. He fell to his knees, terror-stricken. Konohamaru. Kirito, leaning against the doorway with his arms crossed, said nonchalantly, "Oh dear, I'm sorry, Asuma Saratobi, son of the third Hokage, that you had to witness such a grim sight." A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he added, "Maybe I should have chopped him up further, so you wouldn't be as heartbroken. You bastard. I'll kill you." Asuma roared, covering his chakra blades with wind-natured chakra and charging at Kirito. The wooden door splintered under the force of the wind chakra, but Kirito gracefully leapt back into the courtyard, mocking Asuma, "Don't bluff. It only makes you look weak." Asuma, enraged, let his bloodlust take over. His eyes turned red as he tossed his blades into the air and quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash fire-style, burning ash. But before he could act, giant tree roots burst from the ground, binding him tightly. The chakra blades clattered to the ground, and Asuma, stunned, realized he was completely immobilized. This is Kurenai's genjutsu technique, tree binding death. "Who are you?" he stammered in disbelief. Kirito chuckled, "Ah, so you finally recognize it. Allow me to introduce myself, Kirito. And this sword here? It's Kaika Suijutsu. Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu." Kirito unsheathed his sword and activated its power. He walked slowly toward the immobilized Asuma, without any real intent to kill him. He had, after all, promised to spare Saratobi Hiruzen's legacy. "You bastard. My father nurtured you, even had Kurenai teach you genjutsu, but you ignored his kindness and slaughtered my clan." Asuma screamed hysterically, trying in vain to break free from Kirito's illusion. "You seem to have misunderstood. Saratobi Hiruzen has never done me any favors," Kirito replied coldly, before slicing at Asuma. Blood spurted out as Asuma's body was grievously wounded. Asuma's agonized howls echoed through the night as the double pain, both physical and spiritual, tore through him. Kirito swiftly retrieved a few drops of a special elixir from his system's inventory, turned them into water bullets, and shot them into Asuma's mouth. Then, he kicked him dozens of meters away, leaving him unconscious. "What did you feed him?" Black Zetsu asked as he emerged from the ground. Something good. Want to try it? Kirito asked, removing his mask and smiling darkly at Zetsu. Humans really are twisted creatures, Black Zetsu muttered. But everything is over now. Whether you leave Konoha or not, Madara and Attacka's plans are almost complete. How long has it been? Kirito asked. The Shimura clan was annihilated at 6:40. It's now 7:15, Black Zetsu replied. No rush, Kirito said. I promised Uchiha Itachi I'd meet him at 7. Even if I'm late, I can't miss such a significant event like the Uchiha clan's destruction. With that, Kirito donned his Anbu mask once more and vanished from the Saratobi residence. Night had fallen. That evening, Sasuke Uchiha had been kept at the academy for special training with Iruka, following orders from the higher UPS. Neither Iruka nor Sasuke realized the true intentions behind this. Under the full moon, Itachi Uchiha crouched atop a telephone pole in the Uchiha compound. His crimson three-tomo Sharingan glowed with a dangerous allure. In the next moment, he vanished. Impatient with Kirito's delay, Itachi decided to begin the mission early, fearing something might go awry. At the Uchiha compound's perimeter, 5 ANBU members, led by Saratobi Shinashuk, lay hidden, waiting for their moment. They were tasked with ensuring that no one but Itachi and Sasuke escaped. Kirito was also one of their targets. The ANBU team comprised only members of the Saratobi clan, those whom Hiruzen Saratobi trusted implicitly, keeping even Kakashi out of the loop. Hearing the screams coming from the Uchiha clan, one of the ANBU said to Shinashuk, Captain, the massacre has begun. But where's Kirito? Wasn't he supposed to help Itachi tonight? Maybe he took Uchiha Izumi and fled, another member suggested. Shinashuk shook his head. Impossible. We've been watching closely. There's no way Kirito could have escaped without us noticing. So what should we do, Captain? It's past the agreed time, and Kirito hasn't arrived. Should we report this to the Hokage? What if he's abandoned Uchiha Izumi? Shinashuk considered this for a moment. You're right. Hirika, go inform father. We'll stay here and keep watch. I understand, Shinashuk's wife replied before swiftly disappearing. But before she could get far, a shadow moved silently across her path, and a blade flashed. She didn't even have time to scream before her head was severed cleanly, falling right in front of Shinashuk and the remaining Anbu members. End of the chapter. Updated to ch 65. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 41. Free trial available on Patreon. Captain, it seems something has fallen, an Anbu whispered to Saratobi Shinashuk. Go check it out, Saratobi Shinashuk commanded, feeling a sense of foreboding. The Anbu ninja nodded and moved to investigate, but before he could take a step, a blade pierced his chest. He let out a short scream before collapsing lifelessly. What is it? Saratobi Shinashuk yelled in shock. Quickly stepping back from the body, he signaled for the remaining 2 Anbu to get into formation, their weapons ready. As Shinashuk steadied himself, he caught sight of his wife's severed head lying on the ground. Her lifeless eyes were wide with terror. Hirika! Saratobi Shinashuk screamed, his eyes burning with rage and grief. His focus shifted to the figure emerging from the shadows. It's you, Fujiwara Kirito. Shinashuk growled, recognizing the masked figure approaching. Allah, weren't you just looking for me? Well, here I am, Kirito taunted, his sword gleaming as he stepped forward with a smile behind his mask. Fueled by fury, Saratobi Shinashuk composed himself quickly, knowing there was no room for mistakes. He signaled his remaining Anbu teammates. The 2 exchanged quick nods before they simultaneously formed hand seals, each preparing a powerful attack. Fire style, fire dragon bullet, one of them called out. Wind style, fierce wind slash, the other followed up, their attacks working in tandem. Saratobi Shinashuk's strategy was to use fire release as a distraction while he attacked with his wind release. His precision and teamwork with his comrades had taken down countless enemies in the past. But before they could even unleash their jutsu, Kirito had already appeared before them. In one swift motion, he decapitated both Anbu ninjas, and their fire dragon bullet never had a chance to ignite. Shocked, Saratobi Shinashuk watched as the bodies of his comrades fell to the ground. The sheer speed of Kirito's movements reminded him of the legendary 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Without wasting time, Shinashuk channeled his wind release into his sword and swung at Kirito, sending a sharp wind blade his way. Yet, Kirito remained calm, raising a single finger to meet the attack. With a simple flick of his finger, Kirito blocked the wind blade. Not bad for wind style, Kirito commented. You've mastered the technique well, but it's pointless against someone like me. Chakra battles aren't just about techniques, it's about power. And your wind chakra can't overpower my fire chakra. With that, Kirito slashed through Shinashuk's wind blade, cutting him deeply from shoulder to abdomen. Shinashuk collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his wound. How is this possible? He muttered weakly, his sword slipping from his grasp. We've wasted enough time here, Kirito said, shaking the blood from his sword. I need to move. I can't miss the chance to take Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan. With a flash, Kirito disappeared, leaving Saratobi Shinoshoku lying in the dirt. Once Kirito was gone, a giant pitcher plant emerged from the ground, revealing White Zetsu. This guy's insane, White Zetsu remarked. He caught a wind release technique with one finger. Black Zetsu appeared as well, theorizing, he must be using some kind of advanced chakra armor technique similar to the 4th Raikage lightning release armor. What now? White Zetsu asked. Should we follow them? Itachi has been tasked with killing Kirito, but he doesn't know Kirito has joined Akatsuki. If either of them dies, the organization will lose a valuable asset. Black Zetsu thought for a moment. Go find Obito. A battle between Manjiki Sharingan and Sage Art techniques is beyond our level. The pitcher plant retracted into the ground, leaving the area silent once more. Meanwhile, Kirito arrived at the home of Kakashi, sensing the chakra of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, Mikoto, inside. In the distance, he could also sense Itachi, who was in the midst of slaughtering the Uchiha clan. It looks like I'm just in time, Kirito muttered as he stepped forward, opening the door to see Fugaku and Mikoto kneeling on the tatami mat, waiting for Itachi to finish his grim task. It's you. Fugaku looked up in surprise, echoed by Mikoto's similar reaction. Fugaku's expression softened. Did the 3rd Hokage or Danzo send you to kill us? I would rather die by my son's hand. Kirito rolled his eyes. Who said I was here to kill you? Didn't you just meet Itachi with a shadow clone? Have you seen me kill any Uchiha? Fugaku hesitated but nodded. Then why are you here? Nothing special, Kirito said casually. I'm just here to claim your Manjiki Sharingan after your son kills you. Better me than Danzo or anyone else with sinister motives. At least, because of Izumi, I won't touch the rest of the Uchiha. Kirito glanced at Mikoto, admiring her beauty. Her long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her lavender dress perfectly outlined her graceful, mature figure. Her soft features and kind demeanor evoked a rare gentleness. Kirito sighed inwardly. Such a shame, he thought, knowing she wouldn't survive the night. End of chapter, updated to ch 67. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 42. Free trial available on Patreon. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku activated his Manjiki Sharingan. He was momentarily stunned before a relieved smile appeared on his face. I see. So, it seems you are planning to take Izumi away from this village. How did you know? Was it the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? Kirito removed his mask, already having a rough guess in mind. In the original series, Fugaku once showed Sasuke a glimpse of the future using his Manjiki Sharingan. As suspected, Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan had a similar ability to the prophetic dreams of the great toad sage from Mount Maiboku. The Manjiki Sharingan, known as the eye that reflects the soul, was indeed capable of seeing fragments of the future. It's logical when you think about it. Shisui's desire for peace within the village manifested in Kota Amatsukami, the ability to change one's will. Sasuke's anger toward Konoha resulted in Amaterasu, which can burn anything, and flame release, Akatsuki. Itachi's internal conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha created Tsukuyomi, a powerful genjutsu. Later, when JZBwa sacrificed himself while protecting Itachi, Itachi's Manjiki developed Amaterasu's full power to take down even the Three Tails. As for Fugaku, he had long been concerned about the future of the Uchiha clan but was powerless to change the current state of affairs. With that in mind, it wasn't surprising that Fugaku's eye technique allowed him to predict the future. Fugaku's next words confirmed Kirito's suspicions. The ability of my Manjiki Sharingan is called Takamagahara. My left eye allows me to predict what will happen in the next 5 seconds, while my right eye shows events from 5 minutes in the past. If I use both eyes together, I may see vague glimpses of the future. So, you must have seen that I've killed many from the Saratobi clan. Kirito remarked with a chuckle. Fugaku sighed and smiled. Yes, I saw it. It's clear you've taken your revenge. It's not a stretch to say you've nearly wiped them out. Now, only Saratobi Hiruzen, Saratobi Asuma, and Saratobi Konohamaru remain. You didn't spare the Shimura clan either, except for Danzo. I've seen the aftermath. What remains of their clan is gone. Those two old men ordered me to destroy the Uchiha clan, on the condition that I leave Izumi behind. They even ordered your dear son to kill me and Izumi. Since they dared to target me, they should have expected the consequences, Kirito sneered. Besides, this is vengeance for Izumi's family and your Uchiha clan. Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. I understand. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo will undoubtedly be enraged once they discover this. Fugaku smiled with a newfound peace. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I thank you, Kirito. He then bowed deeply to Kirito in gratitude. However, Fugaku's tone grew serious. Kirito, do you know why I trusted you, even when I knew you were sent as a spy by Konoha's leaders? Is it because of your precious son, who was brainwashed by the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, and is about to kill both you and his mother? Kirito remarked sarcastically. Fugaku chuckled softly. That's part of it, yes. But another reason is that I saw hope for the Uchiha's revival in you. Hope? What hope could there be now? Kirito was puzzled. By the end of the story, almost the entire Uchiha clan was gone. Even in Naruto, Shippuden, the Uchiha had not been revived. Only one lonely survivor with a broken arm remained. Note, the ending referred to here is the one from Naruto, Shippuden. I refuse to acknowledge anything from Boruto. That series does not exist in my eyes, nor will I use any of its developments. At that time, I saw children around you with the Sharingan. At first, I thought they were Uchiha you had saved. But now. Fugaku's face contorted with a strange and complicated expression as he glanced at his wife, Uchiha Mikoto. Fugaku had just glimpsed the future where Kirito had many children, grandchildren, and numerous wives. One of them was his own wife, Mikoto. Mikoto had been quietly listening to the conversation between Kirito and Fugaku. In her mind, it was an odd but interesting distraction before her impending death. Noticing Fugaku's peculiar expression, Mikoto blushed and asked, "Fugaku, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Fugaku responded, shaking his head. His mind raced with thoughts of Sasuke, Itachi, who was on his way, and his wife's unforeseen future. He realized that if he remained silent, both his wife and eldest son would die. Even his youngest son would eventually perish, lacking the protection his elder brother once provided. After careful consideration, Fugaku finally made a decision and said, "Kirito, I have a proposal for you." "What kind of proposal?" Kirito was intrigued. "Itachi will arrive soon. After I die, I will give you my Manjiki Sharingan and the Uchiha clan's stored ninjutsu. In return, I ask that you take Mikoto away from Konoha." Fugaku bowed deeply, pleading with Kirito. Just as Fugaku finished, a familiar system message appeared in Kirito's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Lolita option. As the supreme Lolita enthusiast, how could you allow such a beautiful, wife-like Lolita to die before your eyes? 1. Agree to all of Fugaku's terms. Reward, 1 kilogram of pure gold from the One Piece world. 2. In front of Fugaku, take action first. Reward, perfect mastery of wind-style chakra. 3. After Fugaku dies, attack Itachi in front of his filial son. Reward, raise Nan series of ninjutsu. 4. Do nothing and let Uchiha Mikoto die. Reward, a piece of firewood. For those familiar with One Piece, pure gold is a legendary material. It's a strange metal that grants immortality to some extent. Pure gold can prolong life, heal any illness quickly, and slow the aging process to nearly a halt. Naturally, Kirito was very tempted by this. However, agreeing to all of Fugaku's conditions felt a bit tricky. What if Fugaku's demands were unreasonable? And then there were the other options. While Kirito considered his choices, Mikoto looked at Fugaku and softly said, "Fugaku, no. If you are to die, let's die together." End of chapter, updated to ch 67. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Extra content already available. Comment. 7. Comment. Vote. Chapter 43. Free trial ends tonight. Grab your seat. Fugaku looked at Mikoto and spoke sternly, "Mikoto, you should know that the Uchiha clan is finished. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I will die in the line of duty. It's my responsibility. But you're different. You're not only a member of the Uchiha clan but also Sasuke's mother. I don't want that child to live in darkness for the rest of his life." In truth, Fugaku never wanted to burden himself with such a decision. But if Mikoto were to die, based on how events were unfolding, Itachi, following the orders of the Konoha higher UPS, might eventually turn on Kirito. Given Kirito's vengeful nature, he wouldn't show any mercy. Kirito was capable of silently exterminating both the Shimura and Saratobi clans, so there was a strong possibility that Itachi could meet his end at Kirito's hands. And if his eldest son died, Sasuke would be in even greater danger. For the sake of his sons and the revival of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had no choice but to entrust Mikoto to Kirito. Sasuke. Mikoto's heart softened at the mention of her son. She lowered her head, remaining silent. "Please, Kirito." Fugaku bowed deeply to him. Mikoto hesitated for a moment but then knelt with tears in her eyes. "I understand. Taking her out won't be difficult, but ensuring her safety afterward will be. She knows the truth about the Uchiha clan's extermination. If people find out she's still alive, it could lead to a lot of trouble. In other words, Aunt Mikoto, for a long time to come, you'll need to fake your death and stay hidden. You won't be able to see Sasuke. As for Itachi, that will be impossible too." Kirito glanced at Mikoto with admiration but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the beautiful woman, the potential wife, and the allure of pure gold that granted immortality. He agreed to Fugaku's conditions. "Thank you so much." Uchiha Mikoto closed her eyes in anguish, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "Time is running out. I'll now use a special sealing technique to place you in a different dimension, much like I did with Izumi. I'll create an illusion powerful enough to fool the Manjiki Sharingan, making it seem like Itachi killed you instead. Once we reach a safe place, I'll release you." With that, Kirito summoned a crow, drew his zanpakuto from his waist, and whispered, "Shatter. Kaika Suijutsu." In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto felt their souls briefly sway. When they refocused, they realized that the crow beside Kirito had transformed into a perfect copy of Mikoto. It's truly an incredible skill. The appearance, and even the chakra, are nearly identical, Fugaku remarked, his Manjiki Sharingan wide open in astonishment. "Now, let's begin," Kirito said, stepping forward to Uchiha Mikoto. Are you ready? Mikoto glanced at Fugaku one last time, and Fugaku smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Mikoto. Sasuke will need you in the future. Hearing this, Mikoto nodded sadly. She knew this would be their final goodbye. Without further hesitation, Kirito pressed the pressure point on Mikoto's neck, rendering her unconscious. He then quickly formed hand seals, placing his palms on her chest. Before Fugaku's shocked gaze, Mikoto was stored away in Kirito's system space. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi arrived at Uchiha Izumi's residence. He knew Kirito was a formidable foe. To be cautious, Itachi decided to leave Izumi for last. He dealt with his parents first. Carefully opening the door, Itachi found no traps. Uchiha Izumi lay peacefully on her bed, still asleep. Itachi felt a pang of surprise. Could something have happened to Kirito? He had initially thought that Kirito hadn't shown up because he discovered something and planned to leave Konoha with Uchiha Izumi. Now, seeing Izumi still here but Kirito absent, Itachi concluded that Kirito must have encountered some difficulty possibly with Konoha's higher UPS. Either he had been delayed or eliminated by Danzo. After all, Shisui's fate had been a clear warning. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi dismissed his suspicions and raised his blade to kill Uchiha Izumi. However, the next moment, an odd feeling washed over him. He stepped forward and pinched Izumi's face to examine her more closely. Realizing something was off, he left the room in an instant. It seems I was overthinking things. The next confrontation will be between Manjiki users. Itachi whispered to himself, quickening his pace as he headed towards his home. Your beloved son is approaching. Does he have any unfulfilled wishes? Kirito sensed Itachi's chakra drawing near and, noticing that the system had yet to reward him, casually asked Fugaku. Fugaku nodded, retrieving a scroll of the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu from a hidden compartment in the room. He handed it to Kirito. Your illusion was powerful enough to deceive my Manjiki Sharingan, meaning your illusion abilities surpass even that of the Manjiki. If Itachi were to attack you he might not survive. I hope you'll spare Itachi for Mikoto's sake. After this, I believe he won't dare attack you again. As a token of my gratitude, I can offer you this. Fugaku then pulled out a letter from his robes, the word divorce clearly written on it. What are you implying? Kirito asked, confused. Remember what I said about you being the hope for the Uchiha clan's revival. Fugaku smiled bitterly, kneeling beside the illusion of Mikoto. At first, I thought you would save a few of the clan members. But then, just now, I saw you and Mikoto simultaneously with my Manjiki. What did you see? Kirito asked, feeling a bit guilty, worried that Fugaku had noticed his desire for Mikoto. Fugaku smiled sadly and shook his head. No, it's nothing. From now on, Mikoto is no longer my wife. I hope you can treat her well and spare Itachi. As for Sasuke, please take care of him when you can. With that, Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, awaiting death. Hearing Fugaku's words, Kirito contemplated their meaning. He had no intention of killing Itachi at this moment. In some ways, leaving Itachi to carry the burden of his actions, as in the original timeline, was the harshest punishment. All right, I promise you, Kirito finally replied. As his words fell, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 kilogram of pure gold from the pirate world. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. Kirito retrieved the pure gold, cutting off a small piece. Using his lightning and fire style chakra, he melted it into a round ring. Holding it in his hand, he whispered, Izumi is only 13, and Hinata is even younger. This first pure gold ring will be for Kurenai. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 44. Not long after, Uchiha Itachi arrived, and after a brief exchange between a loving father and a filial son, Fugaku accepted his fate. With tears in his eyes, he allowed Itachi to take his life with the butcher's knife. Kirito observed the entire process from the sidelines. After Fugaku's death, Kirito used Kakashi jutsu to transform a crow, which he had prepared earlier outside the house, into his own image. He then appeared before Itachi and asked, Itachi, Danzo had promised to let Izumi go. Why did you kill her? Hearing this, Itachi was startled. Without hesitation, he vanished from the house and reappeared outside. Knowing that basic Sharingan illusions were ineffective against Kirito, Itachi immediately used his Manjiki Sharingan's ultimate genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, intending to break Kirito's mind and kill him with a swift strike. The real Kirito, however, took this moment to collect Uchiha Fugaku's body. System prompt, special bloodline and Manjiki Sharingan detected. Would you like to extract it? Extract, Kirito said without hesitation. Extraction complete. Would you like to absorb it? Not yet. Kirito wanted to save it for later. He needed a second Manjiki Sharingan to awaken the eternal Manjiki, so absorbing it now wouldn't be beneficial. Kirito placed Fugaku's body back in its original spot, maintaining the illusion that his eyes were intact with Kakashi jutsu's effect. Itachi remained completely unaware of what had transpired, as he was still under Kirito's hypnotic illusion. After killing Kirito, Itachi, in agony from using Tsukuyomi, covered his left eye and returned to the house to wait for his next target. Meanwhile, outside the house, Zetsu, both black and white halves, and Obito watched in surprise as Kirito's corpse lay on the ground. Is this real? Kirito's actually dead. White Zetsu exclaimed. Having witnessed Kirito slaughter the Saratobi clan, White Zetsu was shocked. Other than Pain's Rinnegan, Kirito had no real equals in the ninja world. We're too late, Black Zetsu added. To defeat Kirito, Itachi must have used the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. Obito, however, remained calm, pride swelling in him over the power of the Uchiha clan. Just as he was about to say something, a teasing voice spoke near his ear. Who did you just say was dead? Without warning, a hand landed on Obito's shoulder. He quickly shifted into his intangible state, jumping back to put distance between himself and Kirito. Zetsu instinctively retreated into the ground. Hey, we're all on the same side, so why react so strongly? Can't you trust me a little? Kirito said, spreading his hands in mock helplessness. White Zetsu, re-emerging from the ground, gasped. Kirito, weren't you dead? Who told you that? Kirito replied with a knowing grin. What's with that body? Black Zetsu asked, inspecting the corpse. It looks exactly like you, chakra and all. The most important thing for a ninja is information. As I don't dig into your secrets, you won't be getting this one from me, Kirito responded with a smile, turning to Obito. So, is everything sorted? It is. If you have no more business here, come with us. There are still a few things to arrange with Itachi. We'll wait for him outside the village, Obito said, though his growing fear of Kirito was clear. Not only did Kirito possess formidable abilities, but he also had lifelike clones that could fool even Zetsu and Obito's perceptions. He was far more dangerous than Itachi, even with the Manjiki Sharingan. I still have some things to handle here, Kirito replied. You go on ahead. And by the way, don't take that corpse with you. If you like it, I'll make one for each of you. No charge. With that, Kirito donned an Anbu mask and vanished. As Kirito disappeared, Black Zetsu asked Obito, what's the plan, Madara? Let's go, Obito said, his face grim under the mask. His body began to twist and disappear into the Kamui dimension. Black Zetsu followed, merging with the ground. Meanwhile, Saratobi Hiruzen sat in his office, waiting for a report from his son, Shinishuk. His son, along with Danzo and the Anbu, had gone to the Uchiha district to carry out orders related to the clan's demise. Suddenly, an Anbu ninja appeared, not his son, nor his daughter-in-law, but a different squad captain. He knelt before Hiruzen and, with a panicked tone, reported, Hokage-sama, Shinishuk-sama. What about Shinishuk? Hiruzen stood up abruptly. The entire team led by Shinishuk-sama has been killed, including Lady Shizuka. 3 of them were beheaded, 1 pierced through the chest, and Shinishuk-sama, he was slashed across the chest and died on the spot. Boom. Saratobi Hiruzen felt like he had been struck by lightning. His legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair, nearly fainting from shock. In less than 15 minutes, Hiruzen, along with his Anbu, arrived at the gates of the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, Danzo, ever the schemer, made his way to the Konoha police headquarters, eager to retrieve a new Sharingan for himself, though his grief over his lost operatives was evident. Hiruzen, upon seeing the bodies including his son and daughter-in-law, was overwhelmed with sorrow. His son had been nearly sliced in half, his chest cut so deeply that only his spine and a thin layer of flesh held him together. His eyes, wide open in terror, seemed to reflect the horror he had faced in his final moments. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 45. At this time, the third Hokage and Danzo were still unaware that their clans had been exterminated. Who is it? Seeing his son's miserable condition, Saratobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his usual gentleness and kindness and spat out these 2 words through gritted teeth. The ferocious expression and bulging veins on his temples made the surrounding Anbu ninjas shudder. At this moment, everyone present knew that the third Hokage, renowned as the strongest Hokage of all time and the ninja hero, was furious. No, I don't know. It was already like this when we discovered it, the Anbu ninja next to him replied timidly. Before Saratobi Hiruzen could respond, a team of Anbu led by Kakashi rushed over from the Uchiha clan's territory. Hokage-sama, Sasuke Uchiha is the only one left alive in the Uchiha clan, but he is trapped in a genjutsu and is in a deep coma. And Kakashi's expression under his mask was particularly complicated. He hesitated before continuing, we also found Kirito's body. It seems he was hit by a powerful genjutsu, similar to Sasuke's, before he died. Then he was stabbed through the chest and killed with a single blow. His mask and sword are missing. The body has been recovered. Kirito was the disciple of his good friend Kurenai, Naruto's mentor and the teacher's orphan. Kakashi himself had also taught Kirito ninjutsu and had a very good impression of him. No one wanted to see Kirito die, especially Kurenai. Kakashi, more than anyone, understood her concern for him. During the year Kirito joined Anbu to monitor the Uchiha clan, Kurenai frequently asked about him, and Kakashi could only assure her of his safety without revealing any details of his mission. It was hard to imagine how devastated Kurenai would be upon hearing of Kirito's death. After hearing about Kirito's demise, Saratobi Hiruzen felt a sense of comfort. But being an old fox, he noticed Kakashi's low mood and suppressed his own grief and murderous intent. He feigned regret and said, Kirito died protecting the Uchiha clan of Konoha. He is a hero. Once the bodies of the Uchiha clan are dealt with, arrange for Kirito's burial. As for Kurenai, Kirito was her disciple, so go notify her personally. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi responded respectfully. He was deeply moved by the third Hokage's thoughtfulness toward his subordinates. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage's eyes turned cold as he ordered sternly, start counting the number of deaths in the Uchiha clan and identify each one. Additionally, send Shinishuk and the others' bodies to the analysis department. I want to know who killed them. He suspected there was someone else in the Uchiha clan besides Itachi, capable of such carnage. It was unlikely that his son, an elite jonin, and 4 capable assistants could be killed so easily. Moreover, it could be the same mysterious person who had severed Danzo's left arm and taken Shisui's right eye. With that, Saratobi Hiruzen led his Anbu group into the Uchiha clan's territory. His goal was not only to find the murderer who killed his son and clan members but also to find someone to take the blame for the Uchiha clan's massacre. Though much of the blame could fall on Uchiha Itachi, the influential families of Konoha would not be easily fooled. He knew the intricate relationships between the Uchiha and Konoha's upper echelons like the back of his hand. One misstep could throw Konoha into chaos and endanger his position as Hokage, a situation Saratobi Hiruzen could not afford. Someone else needed to shoulder the blame, and that person was none other than his good friend, Danzo Shimura. There were 2 benefits to this move. First, it would quell the dissatisfaction among Konoha's influential families. Second, the power of the root had grown too large to control, and Danzo no longer respected him, the strongest Hokage of all time. This was an opportune moment to weaken the root's influence. This is why Saratobi agreed to let Danzo oversee the Konoha guard. As for Danzo's secret attempts to recover the Sharingan, Saratobi knew all about it. He would consider it Danzo's compensation. Poor Danzo thought he had won big after the Uchiha clan's annihilation but didn't realize that Saratobi Hiruzen had been manipulating him all along. Of course, Saratobi Hiruzen didn't fare much better. His eldest son and daughter-in-law had been killed, and most of his clan had been wiped out by Kirito. In secret, Kirito had observed everything. His decision to fake his own death was spur of the moment, aimed at creating the illusion for Konoha's upper ranks that someone was impersonating him and destroying the Saratobi and Shimura clans. He had no other choice. He couldn't abandon his disciple, Anko Mitarashi, like Orochimaru had. Kurenai was still in Konoha, and this act also served as a way to protect her indirectly. Regardless of whether Saratobi Hiruzen discovered that Kirito had killed members of the Saratobi clan, Kirito was already dead, and Saratobi Hiruzen could only swallow his anger. When Kirito returned to Konoha, it would be time to implement the Konoha collapse plan. It's time to see Kurenai. Considering that the root ninjas hadn't seen the full extent of Kyoka Suijutsu's powers, Kirito carefully retrieved the bodies of Uchiha Izumi, Mikoto, and the 3 crows he used as decoys. He also took the bodies of Fugaku and several nearby Uchiha clan members with 3 Tomo Sharingan to serve as distractions. Finally, he left the Uchiha clan territory quietly. At the same time, at Konoha Guard headquarters, Danzo suppressed the pain in his stomach while directing the root ninjas to retrieve more Sharingan, feeling both pain and pleasure. At that moment, a root ninja approached. Lord Danzo, the death count has been completed. All the Konoha guards have been killed, except for Uchiha Fugaku, who is in the Uchiha clan's territory. As you requested, I have sent the death list to the 3rd Hokage, but... He hesitated before continuing, most people had their eyes gouged out. There aren't many 3 Tomo Sharingan left. That damn bastard, Danzo muttered in frustration. He was aware of this because it was part of his deal with Obito. Obito would help him wipe out the Konoha guard, and in return, Obito would take half of the Sharingan. However, from what this subordinate reported, it seemed Obito had taken more than his share. Lord Danzo, what should we do next? Asked the root ninja. Leave a few men here to continue collecting Sharingan. The rest, follow me to the Uchiha clan's territory, Danzo ordered. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 46. If you like my translation so far, help me in my Patreon. Person with folded hands. Most of the Uchiha clan resided within their own territory. Although almost all members of the Konoha Guard possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan, there were still many others who had awakened it. Especially Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, which were among the most formidable of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Danzo couldn't afford to let them slip away. Besides, it was also an opportunity to boast in front of Saratobi Hiruzen. After all, Danzo was the key player in suppressing the Uchiha rebellion. As the Anbu, a department directly under the Hokage, was highly efficient, they quickly compiled the death list of the Uchiha clan. The only body missing was Uchiha Itachi's. This outcome was initially what Saratobi Hiruzen had anticipated. However, he knew that things were far more complicated than they seemed. He was certain that his son, daughter-in-law, and the other 3 members of his clan were not killed by Uchiha Itachi. First, he hadn't issued a kill order against the Uchiha, and Shinishuk's team wouldn't have fought Itachi. Second, with Uchiha Sasuke as leverage, Itachi wouldn't dare kill them. This meant it had to be someone else. The person most likely responsible was the masked man who had controlled the Nine Tails, killed his wife by Wako, severed Danzo's left arm, and taken Shisui's right eye. The thought of this filled Saratobi Hiruzen with rage and frustration. He was at a loss. Why had Konoha angered this mysterious figure so much that they were being targeted repeatedly, with Konoha ninjas being killed one after another? This time, even his son and daughter-in-law were among the victims. If the perpetrator were anyone ordinary, he would have sent an elite team of Konoha ninjas to hunt them down. But this opponent seemed to wield some sort of space-time ninjutsu, making them impossible to track. One crisis after another, there seemed to be no end. Just as Hiruzen was lost in thought, a sudden commotion nearby snapped him back to reality. An Anbu ninja rushed over, panic in his voice. "Hokage-sama, something's gone wrong." "What is it?" Saratobi Hiruzen asked, frowning. "While we were gathering the bodies, several mysteriously disappeared," the Anbu said, clearly shaken. "Which bodies are missing?" Kakashi, sensing the gravity of the situation, approached the group. The Anbu answered, "Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Kaze, Uchiha Mune, Uchiha Kiyoshi." Kakashi sighed and added, "All of them had the Sharingan. And Fujiwara Kirito's body is also missing." "Fujiwara Kirito?" Hiruzen's expression darkened. Quickly, he asked, "Are you sure Kirito is dead?" If anyone had a motive to kill his son, it was Kirito apart from the dead Uchiha and the masked man. After all, Saratobi himself had issued the order to eliminate Kirito. Although Hiruzen doubted Kirito had the strength to take down Shinnoshuke's elite team, Kirito was a genius. He had to consider the worst-case scenario. Could Kirito have faked his death? "Hokage-sama, Kirito is definitely dead. I personally examined the body, along with several other Anbu ninjas," Kakashi answered, hearing the implicit suspicion in Hiruzen's question. "I used the Sharingan to inspect the body. The chest wound was fatal, there's no chance of a fake death or transformation." Kakashi continued, "Kirito had a striking appearance, black hair, black eyes. If someone saw him among the Uchiha without activating his Sharingan, they might have mistaken him for an Uchiha. His body was found near Uchiha Kazifu, Mune, and Kiyoshi. I think the person who stole the body may have confused him for an Uchiha." "Is that so?" Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Despite Kakashi's firm answer, he still harbored doubts about Kirito's death. He then asked, "So who do you believe did this?" "It was Uchiha Itachi," came a deep, elderly voice approaching them. Saratobi Hiruzen and the others turned to see Danzo, leaning on his cane, walking toward them, flanked by two black-robed root ninjas. At this point, Danzo, still unaware that Fugaku's body had been stolen, continued, "Itachi harbored resentment and hatred toward his clan. This led him to kill Shisui and steal his eyes, sparking a conflict with his fellow Uchiha. In the end, this tragedy unfolded." Kakashi, shocked, asked, "Itachi did this? Does that mean Kirito was also killed by him?" The surrounding Anbu cast curious glances toward Danzo. Danzo answered without hesitation, "Of course. Kirito was a jonin of Konoha. If he had witnessed Itachi slaughtering his comrades, he would have tried to stop him. Unfortunately, he died in the process." Feeling proud of how the situation had unfolded, Danzo shot a smug look at Saratobi Hiruzen, as if to say, "See, Hiruzen? My plan worked. All it took was sacrificing Kirito, and the Uchiha rebellion was resolved." But Saratobi wasn't fooled. He knew Danzo's explanation was full of holes. Without turning around, he simply said, "Enough. Get back to work." "Understood," Kakashi and the others responded, vanishing into the shadows. Once they were gone, Danzo dismissed his root subordinates and approached Saratobi Hiruzen. "Everything is settled now." "Settled?" Saratobi turned, his expression dark. "Danzo, you fool. You've brought disaster to Konoha. Not only did you slaughter the Uchiha, but you also got my son and daughter-in-law killed. I will no longer tolerate your reckless actions." "Shinnoshuke is dead?" Danzo asked in surprise. Ignoring him, Saratobi continued, "Effective immediately, you are dismissed from your role as Hokage advisor, and the root division will be disbanded." "But, Hiruzen," Danzo stammered, caught off guard by the sudden shift in Saratobi's tone. For a brief moment, he saw the ninja hero of Hiruzen's youth, and he faltered. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 47. Help this poor person in his Patreon. If it's for the sake of the village, then there's no need to explain. The Uchiha clan is also part of the village. Saratobi Hiruzen knew that Itachi must be nearby, so he emphasized this deliberately, before saying impatiently, "Fine, I will issue the order tomorrow. For now, stay home and reflect on your actions." After that, Saratobi Hiruzen turned and left. His grandson, Konohamaru, was not even 4 years old. If he found out that his parents had died, the shock would be unimaginable. Saratobi needed to go back and console him. But before that, he had to meet someone Uchiha Itachi to confirm whether Kirito was truly dead. Meanwhile, the analysis team was using mind-reading techniques on Shinnoshuke to look into his memories. He had to know who the killer was. "Danzo, I saw it, and I'll keep watching." If you make any move against Sasuke, I'll leak all of Konoha's secrets to enemy nations. As soon as Saratobi Hiruzen left, Itachi created a crow clone to confront Danzo, warning him, just as he had done in the original timeline. Under Danzo's furious gaze, Itachi turned into a flock of crows and vanished within the Uchiha compound. At the same time, Kirito had already arrived at Kurenai's residence. As usual, after parting ways with Might Guy, Genma Shiranui and the others, Kurenai had returned home to indulge in her evening drink, with her favorite wasabi octopus as a side dish. Suddenly, she felt sleepy, and her wine glass slipped into Kirito's hands. Kurenai herself slumped on the sofa, dazed. Such a troublesome girl, Kirito sighed helplessly as he cleaned up for her, just as he had in the past during their time together as Jainin. He then carried her to her bed, tucked her in, and placed a pure gold ring already prepared on a thin string, hanging it around her neck and tucking it under her collar. Finally, he used his Sharingan to plant a subtle suggestion in her mind, that the ring was incredibly important to her, never to be removed or shown to anyone. Only then did Kirito feel at ease to leave. He didn't tell Kurenai the truth. Even if he did, it would cause more harm than good. For him, the so-called fake death was just a smokescreen to deceive Konoha's higher UPS. If Konoha's leadership had any sense, they would know from the dead bodies of the Saratobi clan members that Kirito was involved. At least, it was carried out by someone in his Anbu gear, his mask, his ninja sword. But his body had vanished in plain sight, leaving no trace. This was enough to confuse everyone. By the time the third Hokage and the others caught on, it would already be too late. He had long since escaped. This would save a lot of trouble. Elsewhere, Uchiha Itachi had followed Saratobi Hiruzen to a massive building outside of Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen had his hands clasped behind his back, while Itachi, dressed in his Anbu attire, knelt on one knee. You must have something important to say, since you've come here. I've dismissed everyone else, Saratobi Hiruzen said gravely, without turning to face Itachi. Itachi bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage. First, I want to express my thanks. In this way, Konoha has avoided a civil war and preserved its peace. But I still regret not finding any other way, Hiruzen began, praising Itachi's efforts. At another time, Itachi would have felt deeply touched by these words. But after witnessing the massacre of his clan, seeing Danzo's manipulations, and knowing that the third Hokage had silently condoned it, his feelings had changed. At this moment, his only concern was Sasuke. But Hiruzen remained unaware of this. When the time felt right, Saratobi Hiruzen finally asked the question that was on his mind, what are your plans now? I've allied myself with a man who calls himself from the Akatsuki to destroy the Uchiha clan. I plan to stay with him to prevent him from breaking his promise and attacking Konoha, Itachi responded respectfully, presenting himself as useful to Hiruzen. So, you plan to join the Akatsuki, then? Saratobi Hiruzen's eyes darkened, his suspicions falling on the Akatsuki for his son's death. Yes. In return, I ask for a promise, Itachi said, revealing his true purpose. Don't worry about your brother. I will keep my word. Sasuke will remain safe, attend school like the other children, and eventually grow up to be a Konoha ninja, Saratobi Hiruzen reassured him, turning to face Itachi. But before that, I have a few questions. I'll tell you everything I know, Itachi nodded. I assume you know about the disappearance of the bodies of Kirito, Fugaku, and several Uchiha clan members. Do you know who was responsible? And is Kirito really dead? Hiruzen asked. After a moment of thought, Itachi replied, the only person who could have made 7 corpses disappear without a trace is the one who helped me destroy the Uchiha clan. He possesses a strange space-time ninjutsu that allows him to teleport and absorb people without leaving any trace. As for Kirito, he is truly dead. He was killed by my Mangeki Sharingan technique, Tsukuyomi. I confirmed his death with my own hands. Relieved, Saratobi Hiruzen continued, so, does that mean my son also fell to this masked man? If Lord Shinshoku encountered that masked man, then it's a possibility, Itachi responded respectfully. I see. Saratobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. With his back still turned to Itachi, he spoke, from this point on, Konoha will classify you as an S-rank traitor, wanted dead or alive. I leave the Akatsuki matter to you. If you get the chance, eliminate the masked man who poses a threat to the village. This will be your final mission. Understood, Itachi acknowledged, and with those words, he vanished from the top floor of the Hokage building. As soon as Itachi left, Saratobi Hiruzen punched the wall nearby, his face twisted with anger. Veins bulged on his forehead as he cursed, damn Danzo, damn masked man. Saratobi Hiruzen had long known that Danzo had been secretly working with the masked man. But with the Uchiha coup on the horizon, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Now, with the Uchiha threat eliminated, Saratobi's eldest son and daughter-in-law were dead, something he could never forgive. But there was nothing he could do about the masked man, and he couldn't take real action against Danzo either. He had no choice but to swallow his fury. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Hart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 48. Help this poor person in his Patreon. Hokage-sama, something terrible has happened. An Anbu's voice echoed from a distance, causing Saratobi Hiruzen to freeze, sensing that a serious event had occurred again. Outside Konoha village. As in the original story, Uchiha Itachi took care of the two root elites tasked with assassinating him and arrived at the meeting place with Obito. "You're finally here. Is everything ready?" Obito asked, leaning against a large tree with his arms folded. A gentle breeze stirred, scattering leaves and causing both of their long hair to flutter. "Yes, let's go." Itachi didn't question the death of Saratobi Shinashuk or the disappearance of the Uchiha bodies. He had an agreement with Obito he would turn a blind eye to Obito's actions in exchange for his brother's safety and a promise that Obito would not attack Konoha for the rest of his life. "No, we need to wait for one more," Obito replied, shaking his head. "Who?" Itachi asked, surprised. He hadn't expected anyone else to be involved in the Uchiha massacre. "A new member of Akatsuki," Obito answered calmly and fell silent, waiting. Before long, a figure appeared, leaping swiftly and covering vast distances with each step, arriving in front of them in moments. "You're finally here. Why didn't the girl come with you?" Obito stood and addressed the figure hidden in the darkness. "As for Izumi, I sent her out of the village using the reverse summoning technique. Once she's safe, I'll bring her back." Kirito casually gave an excuse and stepped out from the shadows, revealing his pale face under the moonlight. "It's you, Kirito." Itachi was shocked and speechless, his expression full of disbelief. "Why not me?" Kirito responded with a playful smile. Itachi glanced at Obito. "What's going on here?" "As you can see, Kirito is also a member of Akatsuki now. Just as you joined to protect your brother and destroy the Uchiha clan, Kirito has chosen a similar path to protect the young Uchiha girl. The Kirito you killed, along with the Uchiha girl, were simply substitutes created through Kirito's unique abilities," Obito explained. Kirito walked over to Obito, casually draping an arm around his shoulders despite Obito's clear displeasure. "So, how does it feel, Itachi, the one who killed his parents? Surprised? Your Mangeki Sharingan is useless against me. Of course, you could always use the other eyes technique on me, but the consequences may be more than you can handle." Itachi glanced at Kirito, then back at Obito. Seeing Obito's discomfort with Kirito, he thought it over before speaking calmly. "I am no longer a Konoha ninja. Since you've joined Akatsuki, I won't attack you. But I'm curious. Earlier, Madara said you made the same choice as me. Does that mean you also wiped out a family in Konoha?" "Of course," Kirito replied with a calm smile. As they spoke, Obito grew impatient, shrugging Kirito's arm off. "We can talk on the way. It's time to leave." With that, Obito used his teleportation technique and vanished, closely followed by Kirito. Itachi followed as well, asking, "Which family did you destroy?" "Danzo threatened Izumi and forced me to help with the Uchiha massacre, while also ordering you to kill me and Izumi." Saratobi Hiruzen turned a blind eye to all of this. "I'm someone who always seeks revenge. Which clan do you think I wiped out?" Kirito glanced at Itachi, teasing him with a smile. "Saratobi and Jimura." Itachi realized suddenly. Looking back at Konoha, a whirlwind of emotions flickered across his face: hesitation, fear, worry, and perhaps a faint, hidden sense of relief. Finally, he sighed and followed Kirito and Obito into the darkness. Elsewhere, Konoha's Anbu, who had just finished collecting the bodies of the Uchiha clan, barely had time to rest before they were called into high alert again. They were urgently summoned to a new location, the Saratobi clan's grounds. The sight before them was horrific, corpses everywhere, blood staining the earth and the buildings. The deaths were brutal. Even Kakashi and the others, who had grown accustomed to the carnage of the Uchiha massacre, couldn't help but wonder what kind of hatred could drive someone to such a ruthless act, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, Saratobi Hiruzen was on the verge of collapse. Just as he rid himself of the Uchiha thorn, news came that his eldest son had died. Soon after, more bad news arrived. His youngest son's lower body was crushed, his chest severely wounded, and 3 ribs broken. He had dragged his injured body out of the clan's grounds only to faint from blood loss. An Anbu patrol found him and rushed him to the medical ward. Following the trail of blood, the Anbu entered the Saratobi clan's territory, where they discovered a scene as devastating as that of the Uchiha clan. The entire Saratobi clan had been annihilated, corpses scattered across the land, with almost no survivors. Seeing the bodies of his fallen kin, Saratobi Hiruzen's heart ached. His life's work had been to quietly build up the Saratobi clan, growing it from a small, unknown family into a powerful one, rivaling the Uchiha. He had hoped that, after the fall of the Uchiha clan, the Saratobi clan would become the dominant force in Konoha, ensuring that the Hokage title would stay within his family. But now, all of it was gone in one night. His only surviving son and grandson were mutilated. He was an old man, his wife long dead. Even if he survived this, he was no longer able to rebuild his clan. The Saratobi clan was now on the verge of extinction. How could he remain calm? How could he not grieve? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Overwhelmed by sorrow and fury, Saratobi Hiruzen's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 49. Help me in my Patreon by membership. As Saratobi Hiruzen collapsed, a group of Anbu, led by Kakashi, quickly surrounded him, guiding the third Hokage to Konoha's medical department. Shortly after, with the help of skilled medical ninjas, Saratobi began to stabilize, his pale complexion slowly returning to normal. How is Lord Hokage? Kakashi asked one of the medics. He's all right. He just experienced a shock due to stress. He needs rest, the medical ninja replied, letting out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and the rest of the Anbu in the room relaxed. Konoha had just survived a series of catastrophic events, including the destruction of the Uchiha, Saratobi, and Chimera clans. The loss of Saratobi Hiruzen at such a fragile moment would have been a massive blow to the village's stability. Saratobi slowly opened his eyes and weakly called out, Kakashi. Hokage-sama, are you all right? Kakashi hurried over to help him sit up, while someone else quickly draped a blanket over the old man. Saratobi sighed, his breath shaky. I'm fine, for now. What's the situation? Kakashi hesitated, but seeing the Hokage's frail state, he spoke softly. Apart from Asuma and Konohamaru, no one else from the Saratobi clan survived. Saratobi clenched his fists but remained calm. What of the murderer? Have we learned anything? Kakashi, after a moment of thought, explained, the investigative team is still working on it, but the method suggests it was the same person responsible for the death of your son, Shinishuk. He continued, we've also uncovered a hidden barrier around the Saratobi estate that blocks sound, smell, and even chakra detection. Furthermore, the killer seemed to know about the Uchiha massacre beforehand and struck while our attention was elsewhere. Kakashi sighed. Because of this, our envy were unable to detect anything happening within the Saratobi estate. If it hadn't been for Asuma escaping the barrier, we might not have realized what had happened even now. Kakashi refrained from mentioning another harsh reality. Although the Saratobi clan wasn't as famous as the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, their close connection to the third Hokage meant that no one dared to investigate them openly. That was why it took so long for the tragedy to be discovered. Saratobi, for the first time, lost his composure in front of his subordinates. Damn it, he spat. Find Konohamaru and Asuma. And make sure you retrieve the bodies of 2 lower-level ninjas from each section of the estate and send them to the analysis team. This crime will not go unpunished. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi and the others replied as they dispersed to carry out his orders. As Kakashi left, Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered the room. Hiruzen, Danzo called, his voice low. Saratobi glared at him. What? Have you come to mock me in my moment of failure? Danzo's face darkened. I'm not here to gloat. I've come to share in your grief. Saratobi's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? My family, the Shimura clan, has been annihilated. 87 people, wiped out. No survivors. Danzo's crutch cracked in his grip as he spoke, fury evident in his eyes. Despite his reputation for preaching about the sacrifices that shinobi must make, Danzo was struggling to maintain his composure now that it was his own family that had paid the price. The Shimura clan, once a prominent family in Konoha, was now extinct. As Saratobi processed this, a member of Konoha's analysis department rushed into the room. Hokage-sama, we've managed to recover the final moments of Shinishuk-sama's memory, thanks to Yamanaka Inoichi's efforts. Moments later, Yamanaka Inoichi, head of the analysis department, arrived with the findings. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, Inoichi began, there were numerous seals placed on Shinishuk-sama's brain, so it took some time. Per your instructions, I reviewed only the last 5 minutes of his memory. Please take a look. The lights in the room dimmed as a projection of Shinishuk's final moments began playing. In the scene, Shinishuk and his team were lying in wait at the entrance to the Uchiha clan's territory. For the first 4 minutes, everything seemed normal. At 4 minutes and 15 seconds, Shinishuk ordered his wife to leave the area. 5 seconds later, a strange object resembling a human head fell, catching the attention of the Anbu team. At 4 minutes and 25 seconds, one of the Anbu was killed by a swift, unseen attacker. Then, at 4 minutes and 35 seconds, the killer's identity was revealed. He was a young man wearing an Anbu uniform and a mask that bore a haunting smile. Kirito, Saratobi and Danzo exclaimed at the same time as the image appeared. Inoichi paused the projection and handed over Kirito's file. According to the information we have from Kakashi, Kirito should be dead. His mask and weapon were reported missing, and now even his body has been stolen. The man we're dealing with now is far more skilled than the Kirito we once knew. Saratobi clenched his teeth. Continue. The projection resumed. At 4 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more Anbu were swiftly killed by Kirito. At 4 minutes and 45 seconds, Shinishuk's wind-based attack was effortlessly stopped by Kirito, using just one finger. 5 seconds later, Kirito slashed Shinishuk across the chest, fatally wounding him. As the scene ended, Danzo's voice trembled with rage. It was him. Hiruzen, this is the man who took my left arm. Saratobi frowned. Are you certain? Danzo nodded. Without a doubt. His swordsmanship, his speed, there's no one else in the shinobi world who moves like that. Saratobi shook his head. But Kirito was only 11 years old when we last saw him. He hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy, let alone learned any advanced techniques. How could he have become so powerful? Saratobi turned to Inoichi. Has anyone else seen this? Inoichi shook his head. No, Hokage-sama. As per your orders, this information remains confidential. Saratobi sighed deeply, his mind racing. Whoever this mysterious killer was, he was more dangerous than anyone could have anticipated. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 50. According to your instructions, we only reviewed the memories within the last 5 minutes of their lives. Without a doubt, they all died at the hands of a mysterious man who resembled Kirito. During my analysis, I noticed the mysterious figure using a ninjutsu similar to Kakashi's lightning style in Chidori. Based on my assumption, the one who executed these techniques was likely a shadow clone. As he spoke, Yamanaka Inoichi displayed a recording of Kirito's clone utilizing the Chidori sharp spear and Chidori senbon to mercilessly slaughter dozens of Saratobi clan ninjas. Watching the video, which depicted the massacre as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables, Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained silent, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Inoichi, seal these images immediately. I'll send people to recover the bodies of Shinashuk and the others later. From now on, this is to be classified as Konoha's highest level secret. No one is allowed to view it without my express permission, Saratobi Hiruzen said, rising from his seat and addressing Yamanaka Inoichi. Understood. Inoichi respectfully acknowledged, packed his equipment, and vanished from the room. With the curtains pulled open, the room brightened once again. Danzo spoke, Hiruzen, Kirito once learned Chidori from Kakashi. Given his talent for ninjutsu, it's not surprising that he was able to fully evolve Chidori over the span of a year. All signs point to him. In my opinion, Kirito must have faked his death, otherwise, how could the body just disappear? You need to give the order. Saratobi Hiruzen listened but did not respond directly. He had always been cautious when dealing with external threats while being forceful toward his own people, often hesitating at crucial moments. He wasn't blinded by rage. Whether or not Kirito was the one who massacred his entire family, it was now beyond even his control as the third Hokage, often regarded as the strongest Hokage in history. Given the level of power this individual exhibited, even if he sent a squad to chase him down, it would be a waste of time. Konoha had already lost the Uchiha clan, the Saratobi clan, and the Shimura clan. It couldn't withstand another devastating blow. If, due to his wrong decision, Konoha suffered heavy losses again, it would only be a matter of time before his position as Hokage would be compromised. After thinking things through, Saratobi Hiruzen came up with a more cautious plan. Issue an order that Kirito is suspected of killing members of both the Saratobi and Shimura clans. From this moment forward, he, alongside Uchiha Itachi, will be listed as S-rank traitors. Are we just going to let him get away with it? Danzo asked, his eyes bloodshot, clearly not willing to let go. What more do you want? Saratobi Hiruzen snapped, his usual harsh demeanor showing. Let's not forget that Kirito was declared dead in public. Even if he was the murderer, how would you find him? And even if you did find him, could you capture him? He took out my people in a matter of minutes. Do you think you could do any better? This. Danzo's tone softened immediately upon hearing this. As much as he loathed admitting it, the strength Kirito had displayed was far beyond what a normal ninja could contend with. Unless they were prepared to overwhelm him with sheer numbers and sacrifice countless lives, capturing him was near impossible. Saratobi Hiruzen, now visibly frustrated, continued, we need to be careful about this. You know the situation in Konoha as well as I do. The priority right now is stabilizing the village. I'll announce your punishment tomorrow. If you truly care about the village, you'll accept the consequences without complaint. As for Kirito, I'll secretly send someone to follow up. He planned to spend a large sum of money and issue a reward in the underground network, determined to find Kirito and exact his revenge. Regardless of whether Kirito was the real culprit or not. If he's alive, he wants to confront him face to face. If he's dead, he wants the body. Either way, they must find out who took his mask and sword to uncover the true murderer behind the massacre of his clan. The Uchiha clan, the Saratobi clan, and the Shimura clan had been wiped out. 2 S-rank rogue ninjas now roamed Konoha. This was nothing short of an explosive revelation. Uchiha Itachi, S-rank traitor. Crime, the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan. Kirito, S-rank traitor. Crimes, suspected of slaughtering the Saratobi and Shimura clans, and the alleged murder of numerous Anbu members of Konoha. As soon as these 2 warrants were issued, it sent shockwaves throughout the village, alarming both the ninja forces and civilians alike. Many could still grasp Uchiha Itachi's actions given the long-standing tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's ruling hierarchy. Most people never held much affection for the Uchiha, anyway. There was a widespread perception that they were cold and distant. And with Shisui surviving as evidence of the massacre, it wasn't hard to believe Itachi was capable of such an atrocity. But Kirito's case was far stranger. Not only Kakashi and other members of Anbu who had seen Kirito's body, but even most of the villagers were unwilling to believe it. It wasn't just a matter of whether he had the power to destroy the Saratobi clan led by Hiruzen and the Shimura clan led by Danzo. It was hard to understand what motivation he would even have. In the eyes of many, Kirito had always been an exemplary ninja, polite, well-mannered, and loyal to the village. He cherished his comrades. Before he joined the Anbu, during his rise from Genin to Jonin, he was highly respected by the people of Konoha. Even elite Jonin like Kakashi held him in high regard. It seemed unbelievable that he would suddenly turn into an S-rank traitor. Of course, this doubt was only temporary. Konoha's leadership, skilled at shaping public perception, would soon have more than 99% of the population despising Kirito. They could make white seem black if they wanted. Saratobi Hiruzen, having placed a bounty on Kirito's head, had officially branded him an S-rank rogue. Kirito remained unaware. And even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Because, by this point, he had already followed Obito to the Akatsuki base in the Land of Rain. This was a country where it rained for most of the year. It was also one of the most war-torn regions in Naruto's world. Located at the crossroads of the Fire, Wind, and Earth nations, it was often ravaged by war. Kirito, Obito, and Uchiha Itachi arrived at Omegakure on a small boat. Perhaps knowing they had visitors, Nagato refrained from using the Rain Tiger free technique. Kirito was grateful for not having to get drenched. Following Obito, Kirito, and Itachi floated along the stream. In the organization, everyone calls me Tobi. I'm not a full member yet, just a trainee with no special abilities. In the future, remember to show me some respect, Obito, now in his new orange swirling mask, said as he stood at the bow, arms folded. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 3 comment. Vote.